Chapter 1494. I'll give you a tablet and teach you how to operate it. There's also voice translation, topographic maps, and other information. Let's have a few smart ones learn together. Li Yi wanted to exchange for another tablet and copy the information inside. From the time the team set out until now, they had recorded the diary and brought it back to the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu, you've worked hard. Hearing Li Yi's explanation, Ruan Jin recalled the experiences of Li Yi's group. Without Li Yi, it would not be enough to obtain the same information, even if 100,000 people died. The information included the location of the reefs along the main sea routes, climate characteristics, local population, eating habits, living habits, species of animals and plants, ocean currents, wind changes. A team of 6,000 people with 40 ships would not be able to produce the same information even if they died 20 times. Stop flattering and remember to be cautious. Don't seek merit, just avoid mistakes. The lives of our brothers are the most important. It can't be measured by money. Whose child? Whose husband? Whose father? Our Tang dynasty loves peace, but that doesn't mean we don't have a temper. If anyone dares to attack us, we'll destroy them. If we discover that we can't destroy them, we'll run back to the Tang dynasty and reorganize our forces. Li Yi spoke earnestly to Ruan Jin about the problem of communication. He hadn't gone too deep into South America, and there were other places he hadn't stopped at. If someone didn't know what was good for them, and gave them something to show their goodwill, they might think that they were afraid of them, and try to rob them and kill them. If they encountered them, they didn't need to be courteous. If the other party organized more people to attack them, they would beat them until they were convinced. Ruan Jin nodded his head vigorously. I'll listen to Dongzhu. However, Dongzhu, I don't think anyone will attack us. After all, we have 6,000 people. Ruan Jin was confident that the majority of them were combatants armed with weapons, who would be stupid enough to take the initiative to attack. You're not allowed to participate in the war between other tribes. What I mean is, don't mediate. If you insist on mediating, remember to give gifts to both sides first. Li Yi brought up another matter. Do you know what's going on when other people fight? For example, if someone ran to the Tang dynasty and wanted to mediate the war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks, is that okay? Okay. First, give them 10,000 war horses, or 1,000,000 cavalrymen, and admit that you're qualified to mediate. Understood. Ruan Jin had a serious expression. Basically, there are no major problems. They also trade with each other. You'll know the situation after you read the information on the tablet. Li Yi chose to let it go. It was as if he was watching a child go on a journey. Usually, mothers who sent their children to school would remind them of everything, no matter how trivial. As a father, he could only say a few simple words. He wanted to say the rest, but was unwilling to say it. Children would eventually grow up, and young eagles would eventually have to rely on themselves to soar into the blue sky. Ruan Jin stood up and knelt down on one knee. Rest assured, Dongzhu, I'll bring people to learn with all my might. Let's cook. We have a lot of people, so we can prepare in advance. Li Yi left his seat and put his hands into the pockets of his trousers. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan held onto Li Yi's arms, one on the left and one on the right. It was as if the natives were celebrating a festival. Children ran here and there, looking here and there. The adults worked hard, and there were many fish, prawns, and shellfish. For a team from the Tang dynasty, providing things to the 300 local people was a piece of cake. The natives felt that what they provided were definitely not necessities for survival. There were large wooden buckets filled with water, salt, food to eat, wood to build boats and houses, useful tools, and beautiful cloth. Princess Yongmu held onto Li Yi's arm. Feeling that her hand was too hot, she pulled Li Yi's hand out of his trousers pocket and swung it back and forth. Xiaolan followed suit and held hands. Her pace was the opposite of Princess Yongmu's. Li Yi instantly turned and stopped. You two are walking in the same direction. Oh, Xiaolan took the initiative to adjust. Who asked her to be a step late? The little girl didn't follow them. She led a large group of people to dig for wild vegetables. The vegetables on the island grew well. There was plenty of fertilizer, and there was no accumulation of water. The same wild vegetables on the rice paddies were different from those elsewhere. They were several times bigger. Dig out the soil. I want to bring back 2 big sacks, no 5 sacks. The little girl made others work. She found that the soil was good. The sailors did not say anything and dug with shovels. They were the navy of Bohai Bay. They had never seen the little girl before. Now that they were ordered, they were not angry at all. She was Li Dongzhu's first disciple. What did it mean for Li Dongzhu to accept her as his disciple? Moreover, the little girl was digging with a small shovel. She was definitely not bullying them. Princess Yongmu suddenly asked as they walked. Li Lang, after you go back and plant for 2 years, will you give it to the mountain people in the remote areas? You're talking about Bohai Bay, the southwestern barbarians, and other places, right? Let's not give it to them first. Luzhou, Guangzhou, Jiangnan East Province and Shannan Province. Li Yi shook his head. He was not that generous. After all, those places were not the Tang dynasty. The black soil in the northeast was indeed good, but it had nothing to do with him now. If he wanted to plant potatoes, he could plant them in Inner Mongolia as well. There were a lot of potatoes in 1 mu of land. In any case, other crops could not compare to them. The Yellow River, the Northern Protectorate, and the Hudong Province. There was a large area where the Turks had withdrawn their troops and not come out. The local area was full of grass. They herded cows, sheep, and horses. It was a good opportunity to move the troops out and stop the Turks from going south. They could plant potatoes at the back. They would not use the Yellow River as a natural barrier. They would take the initiative to go out. The cavalry would gallop. If they were not convinced, they would fight. When they planted wheat, they could launch a surprise attack and burn it. Then they could play guerrilla warfare. You'll burn potatoes for me? I'll let you step on the potatoes. Let's see how many potatoes you can break. There were furrows in the potato field. If you ran back and forth, the cavalry would not break the hooves of the horses. What? You're digging with a mound? How many sacks can you dig? Hee hee. Li Yi laughed foolishly as he thought about it. Little Lan and Princess Yongmu exchanged glances. They understood each other's thoughts. Li Lang must have thought of another trick. The big potatoes are not as delicious as the small ones. The small potatoes are baked with salt and eaten with peeled skin. They're delicious, especially in a big iron pot with an earthen stove. Li Yi pouted. He was hungry. The small potatoes were suitable to be cooked in a big iron pot. Add a lot of salt. After cooking, the pot was dry, and there was a layer of salt frost on the potatoes. It was even better than the soy sauce potatoes cooked with the skin of the meat. The soy sauce potatoes were salted vegetables, and the salt frost potatoes were snacks. The female leader turned around. She was holding a bow in her hand. Her face was a little dark. You're drilling wood to start a fire? Yes, there's no flint here. You can only drill wood. Leave a few lighters and some kerosene in glass bottles. When you go back, remind me to provide lighters to all the prefectures and villages of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew what the female leader was doing at a glance. To be a leader, she must know how to drill wood to start a fire. The Tang dynasty was far away. In the past, many people had to drill wood to start a fire. Therefore, less than half of the people in Chang'an lived in Chang'an. If they wanted to cook, they would have to borrow a fire from the workshop if they couldn't keep a fire in their house. The 108 workshops in Chang'an were not just designated places. Every workshop had a night watchman who left a fire in the workshop. If the people wanted to cook, they would have to borrow a fire early in the morning. If the fire in the workshop was extinguished, many people would help to drill wood to start a fire. It was not possible outside the city. Once the fire was extinguished, they could only drill wood by themselves. Li Yi knew that in his previous era, drilling wood to start a fire was just a game. The people of the Tang dynasty were a part of life. Chapter 1495. Li Yi had seen it in Lantian County. No, when he first came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there was something that could be used to drill wood to start a fire. Small bows, wood velvet grass, and mugwort was usually used for velvet. It was the same for willow, water wormwood, and other wormwood. When drilling wood to start a fire, the rope was placed in the gap. As long as it was not wet, under normal circumstances, it would be lit in less than half a quarter of an hour. There was no need to use sulfur or saltpeter. But soon the mugwort rope was ignited. The mosquito coil made of mugwort was just a rope hanging. If it was not blown, it would burn by itself. Once it was blown, it would become a flame. Even so, the people of the Tang dynasty were still unwilling to light a fire all the time. A lot of wormwood was needed to weave rope, and suitable wood was also needed to make it into a similar shape. People in Chang, and in the counties under the state government chose to eat outside. They needed a stove at home. In the Tang dynasty, there was a chimney after Li Yi came. Otherwise, they would all build a stove outside and burn firewood. When Li Yi was young, the stove in the countryside was connected to a kong in the northeast and had a chimney. In the summer, a stone slab or tile was placed to block the area connected to the kong. In the winter, the stove was placed on the kong. In other places, there were external stoves. Who would want to light a fire in the house? The government of the Tang dynasty must always have fire. If the people wanted to borrow it, they had to give it to them. Generally, the big families in the village would provide fire to the people in the same village. If there was a family village, it would be more convenient. What to use to clean the butt when going to the toilet, how to make a fire when cooking. These were the daily life of the Tang dynasty. Flint was not available everywhere. Fire sickles needed metal. Iron and copper were obviously not available. Many years ago, when Li Yi smoked his pipe, he stuffed tobacco into the pipe pot, held a flint in one hand and a fire sickle in the other, and smacked it. The sparks fell into the pipe pot, lit the tobacco and smoked hard. After smoking a few times, he pressed it with his hand. Later there were matches. When lighting a match, he still had to press it. After smoking, he had to press it. Have you ever seen two pipes facing the fire? When smoking cigarettes, you can take other people's cigarettes and compare them. Smoking a tobacco pipe could also be done. Placing two tobacco pipes horizontally, one would blow, and the other one would smoke. This way it would go overboard. Li Yi was thinking about starting a fire as soon as possible. This was an important island on the voyage route. If it rained heavily, it would rain for a few days. The wood was damp and obviously couldn't be lit. Why don't you drill? Can you drill your way out? Yes, I guarantee it. Even wet wood can drill out of it. It was just that the time it took was different. The weather was good, and the material was dry. Within a few dozen breaths of time, the fire was already out. What if the weather is bad? After several thousand breaths of drilling, there was still no fire. He needed a lighter. Usually, he wouldn't put so much kerosene in it, as it would evaporate too quickly. They are stored in glass bottles or sealed iron boxes. When it was time to ignite the fire, he poured a little bit of it and rubbed it with his thumb a few times. A flame appeared. Princess Yomu blinked her big eyes. Li Lang is saying that when we build lighthouses in the future, we don't need to leave any kindling during the day. Instead, we can give a lighter to save fuel. Yes, now we have to solve the problem of fire first. After the lighthouse is built, we can use it to promote it. Every native on the island hopes that outsiders will go over to communicate and trade. In their view, lighthouses are important tools to connect to the outside world. The more ships the Tang dynasty has, the more they value it. Li knew the advantages of the Tang dynasty at this time. In the age of great navigation, many people actually wanted to go to the China of the Ming dynasty. When we go back, do we have to let every place in the Tang dynasty have a lighter? Princess Yomu didn't know the importance of fire. Even if she couldn't eat red braised pork in the past, she still had a noble status. Xiaolon knew that when Princess Yomu needed fire when she was a child, she was responsible for solving it. She had a tool for drilling wood to start a fire and a fire sickle. Li Lang, a lighter is too expensive. Xiaolon took the bow in the female leader's hand and looked at it. She shook her head. The design was not reasonable enough. When I go back, I will get a set of equipment that can be made with the current technology. This is the technology reserve in Zhuangzi. I didn't exchange it for it. I will make red phosphorus and other things, and then make matches. There are no technical difficulties. The only problem is the sealing during the process. He didn't want to use white phosphorus. White phosphorus matches were really useful. They could be lit by just a scratch on clothes. Red phosphorus matches couldn't be used. Red phosphorus matches can be scratched on a glass blackboard. He had done this before. He took a match to the classroom and scratched it on the glass blackboard. He also did another immoral thing. In the past, the school used to scratch white, not paint. He spat on the wall and scratched the white paste from the back of the match. After scratching, the white paste stuck to the butt of the match. He lit it and threw it on top of a shed. The white paste stuck to the top of the shed, and the match burned a big black circle. The shed was the most common in the toilet. Everyone played like that. Later, when he grew up, he finally understood that what he did in the past was inhumane. Idler? Why did he burn the shed? What was he thinking at that time? It's all in the past. It's useless to regret it. When we make matches, we have to protect the health of the maker. Actually, white phosphorus is also fine. It's just poisonous. Normally, it's just kept in the bag. The temperature can't reach the critical point. However, it's safer to make red phosphorus. The cost of making it in Zhuangzi is a little high. Take it slow. Li Yi said to himself. What should he do if he made a mistake when he was young? He can't just die, right? Even if someone called the police couldn't do anything to him. They could only teach him a lesson. Don't play like this in the future. Look for your parents. If he had a choice, he would help to scratch the white paste himself. Don't look for your parents. It's too painful to be beaten up. Princess Yongmu didn't know that Li Lang had experienced so many things. She looked at the bow that was made of wood. Li Lang, how do you want to improve it? Li came back to his senses. There's no need to change it. Didn't I give you a new tool? It's easier to process the wood that's used to make the fire. I'll ask them to do it. Li knew how to make it more convenient. He cut the wood into small pieces according to the grain, and then made notches and holes. The drill head was processed with a knife. Together with the bow, it was an advanced tool that could drill fire in less than 20 breaths. He found a tool and finished modifying it with a few clicks. He signaled the female leader to drill the wood. The female leader didn't have mugwort. She used dry grass, which didn't smell as good as mugwort. She pulled the bowstring and smoke rose. She blew on it carefully, and flames appeared in the smoke. Throwing away the fire, she looked up and smiled. It was indeed useful. Xiaolong curled her lips. It was indeed backward. Even drilling wood to make fire was more difficult than in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, there were people who used metal mirrors to make fire. Now the Li family Zhuangzi specialized in making solar furnaces for ships and the army to use. What was a match? Was it more convenient than a fire sickle? Compared to a lighter? Our industrial foundation is too poor. When I go back this time, I have to think of a way to continue teaching. Li Yi wasn't proud. How could it be compared to the aboriginals? Compared to his own time, a pack of 10 boxes of matches cost more than 30 cents. With the current technology of the Li family Zhuangzi, would it be enough to make a pack of matches for 3 times? To make it, a lot of white phosphorus had to be extracted at once. Then the white phosphorus could be made into red phosphorus. The equipment wasn't difficult. Chapter 1496. The yacht was docked there, and the sailors took turns to visit it. It was Li Dongzhu's yacht. In case they needed to fight a naval battle, Li Dongzhu's yacht was considered the flagship. Just now, they had seen it flying on the sea. If we want to fight with this yacht, we need to choose a narrow area to limit its speed and agility. Then, we need to use the ballista to fire a dense amount of arrows. Choose a few hundred men to go into the water and attack the yacht. A Navy general stood on the deck and gently stomped his feet, analyzing how to fight against the yacht. The deputy general glanced at the general. Li Dongzhu is on the yacht. What's the use of choosing a water area? We have 40 ships now. It's not enough to fight against Li Dongzhu. We have to fight anyway. The windows of the yacht are so beautiful. I want to go out to sea around this yacht and show the might of the Tang dynasty. The general did not argue and only sighed. Go out to the sea more and learn how to deal with danger. Then, you can consider going out with Li Dongzhu. The deputy general walked towards the cabin. Many of the cabin doors were wide open for people to stroll around, including the captain's cabin. However, they were not allowed to touch anything inside. Swimming pool. There's no water. There's a lot of bags. What's inside? A sailor went up and found the swimming pool. What's the cross in the middle for? Another sailor looked at the helicopter landing site and wondered. Their sleeping area is several times bigger than ours. Oh, there's also a pile of things. Bathrooms. Don't they need a bucket to go to the toilet? There's a pile of things in the kitchen. I don't know what they're for. This door can't be opened. Ah, operating room. Got it. This door can't be entered either. From the window, there's a row of fixed shelves with things on them. What kind of things? The sailors were curious about everything. Some even put their hands into the basin and were about to cry. If they did not take their hands out, the faucet would continue to pour water. The more water came out, the more he wanted to catch it. At dusk, most of the sailors went to tour the yacht. The winged knights did not go. They would visit it when they reached Zhuangzi. While others prepared dinner, Li Yi taught Ruanjin, Lu Tingguang, and a few other clever people how to use the tablet. When there's sun, turn on the solar panel. When there's no sun, charge it. Even if it's broken, you have to get it back. You're not allowed to lose it. Li Yi emphasized discipline first. What if someone sneaked away and defected to the enemy? Dongzhu, don't worry. We'll be on guard 24/7. Ruanjin looked at the tablet computer, feeling no different from the aboriginals. When it was time to eat, they would learn it. Li Yi unlocked a portion of the permissions and locked the rest. He didn't want to make a mistake and delete the information. A divine artifact. The winged knights would take turns to eat, but at other times, they would keep an eye on the food. I'm here. Eat whatever you want. Li Yi, who was wearing a white coat and a stethoscope around his neck, was feeding frozen fish to an aboriginal child. The child was a 4-year-old girl. She was sick and had an 4 drip. She had no energy and could not eat. She could only open her mouth when Li Yi fed her. It was just a small problem. Once the antibiotic was injected, and a few doses of the antibiotic in the pills were left, he would definitely recover after taking the antibiotic. Try your best to replenish your protein. Don't use water. Take a big bottle of glucose injection. The child had been hidden previously. The aboriginals were afraid that a sick child would upset the people of the Tang dynasty. So they waited for the child to die. They were discovered by the little girl. The little girl was chatting with other aboriginal children who were digging for wild vegetables. As they chatted, they talked about a child who was sick. The aboriginals did the right thing. They were a team from another place. They were worried about being infected. However, the team from the Tang dynasty was not afraid of this, especially Li Yi. The child had a fever of 38.8 degrees Celsius. Her tonsils were inflamed. The little girl gave the child acupuncture and massage. Li Yi put a cold compress on the child's neck and wore a mask himself. This thing was indeed contagious. We'll leave tomorrow night. Give her 2 injections. Li Yi fed the child another mouthful of frozen fish. The frozen fish was cold, so the throat did not hurt as much. What if she doesn't recover tomorrow? Princess Yongmu was worried about the seeds of the Tang dynasty. Take her away. She'll probably die if she stays. They don't have good medical conditions. Li Yi couldn't just watch the child die. It wasn't a serious illness. If it was a serious illness, he had to take her away. He would go back and study with the nurses. If the child survived, she would be lucky. Wasn't it normal for her to die? The child opened her eyes wide and ate mouthful by mouthful. She was very strong. She felt that she could survive. Li Yi's temperament changed again. He became a doctor. When he was treating patients, he was gentle and did not irritate the patients. When he was treating patients, he was cold and arrogant. Strong confidence was shown from his behavior. It was just a minor illness. Don't worry. The cursed department of the Imperial Medical Department of the Tang dynasty was good at this psychological treatment. The aboriginals glanced at the child and Li Yi from time to time. Even the nurses in the team later put on white coats together. They surrounded Li Yi, and a field of aura appeared. The aboriginals looked at them and inexplicably had a kind of trust. The child was guaranteed to survive. After a few more mouthfuls, the child's eyelids began to close. She was sleepy. There was Valium in the drip bottle. The least painful way was to let the child sleep. Li Yi carried the child into the thermostatic cover. Push her to the side where there is no sound. Don't turn off the light above. She may sweat during the fever. Remember to wipe her sweat. I made 2 sets of pure cotton clothes for her to wear. She will be monitored by the heart and lungs. Her heartbeat is too fast, and her breathing is rapid. Shake her awake. If she has a nightmare, push her to me. If her throat is swallowing, raise her head and give her oxygen. Put on a cold compress. After Li Yi finished talking to the nurses, he stepped on the flying device and flew to the yacht with a shrill sound. He made the clothes, drew the lines, cut them, and the sewing machine was done. He washed, dried, and put them in the cake room to heat up cream, so that the clothes would have a creamy smell. Li Yi did not like cream. He could barely take 2 bites of fresh milk. The little girl liked it. The palace maids, Princess Yongmu, and other women also liked it. Sweet. Li Yi smelled the clothes and smiled. The clothes were warm pink and had a creamy smell. It was a child's standard. Accompanied by the shrill sound, he flew back and showed the 2 small clothes. The clothes gave people a feeling of closeness, softness, and warmth. Master! The little girl looked at the clothes and shouted, I will make them for you tomorrow. I will embroider smurfs on them. Li Yi knew what his eldest disciple was thinking. I want sister lands. The little girl was happy. Li Yi handed the clothes over. What's your temperature? 38 degrees. The nurse on duty immediately reported. Massage the head gently. What do you 2 want to eat? I will make it when you change shifts. Li Yi knew that the 2 nurses had not eaten. Grilled sausages. The male and female nurses said at the same time. Okay. Why don't I like it? Li Yi put down the clothes and went back muttering. In the past, he only ate a few slices of sausages and did not eat them in plastic packaging. The sausages that were fed to dogs had to be cased sausages. However, he liked the stewed sausages made from the leftovers in the Northeast. They were milky white, not black. I will make stewed sausages tomorrow. I will fry them and brush them with chili sauce. I don't want chili oil. Li Yi thought about the stewed sausages and was hungry. Chapter 1497. Li Yi returned to his original position and took off his mask. The aboriginals all stood up and looked at Li Yi. Sit down and eat. The baby is fine. I'm here. Li Yi used the local language and gestured with his hands. Li, East, Lord. The female leader said word by word in the Tang dynasty language. At the same time, she imitated the Tang dynasty people and cupped her fists. Li, East, Lord. The others followed and cupped their fists. Well said, well said. Li Yi returned the salute. Li Dongzhu. The female leader took out a flag with the word Tang. She unfolded it and showed it to Li Yi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the great Tang soldiers stood up, their expressions solemn. The aboriginals were shocked and quickly imitated them. They never knew that this cloth was so powerful. On the 40 ships, the torches lit up one after another. People stood beside the torches one by one. The aboriginals were shocked again. What was the reason? We want to be your people. The female leader tried to organize her words. She was not familiar with it. Are you sure? Li Yi asked solemnly. Ah, yes. The female leader's hands trembled. Change into official uniforms. Li Yi ordered. The winged knights dived into the water to get the uniforms. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Yi and the others changed into the clothes they wore in Nagashima Island. The little girl wore her official uniform and went to teach the aboriginals about etiquette. This time she had to kneel. Li Yi wrote an imperial edict and stamped it with his seal and Princess Yongmu's seal. He was going to confer the title on behalf of the heavens. He sat with Princess Yongmu. She knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. He gave her the military uniform, the official and private seals that he just engraved, pen, ink, paper, and a goldfish bag. The female leader changed her clothes and kowtowed again. After that, Li Yi said with a smile, in the future, you and I will be officials in the same court. For the people of the Tang dynasty, we should support each other. This is a small token of my appreciation. He gave her a bunch of beautiful glass beads. The chili sauce was also taken out. He was willing to part with it. All of a sudden, there was a small tribe, and they even occupied a key position. You can either destroy them and replace them with people from the Tang dynasty, or you can only give them benefits. Princess Yongmu also gave a gift. It was a cosmetic box with a mirror. The people of the Tang dynasty team smiled even more sincerely. The other party was an official of the Tang dynasty. The title of governor was not for nothing. He had to be given a salary and other things every year. The money earned by a commander-in-chief was enough to support a tribe of less than 300 people. The natives didn't expect this at all. They were only willing to submit. If he took the flag of the Tang dynasty and became a citizen of the Tang dynasty, his status would be very low. That was because the people of the Tang dynasty treated them too well. Moreover, that person could fly. They only had so few people on their side, and they weren't enough to fight against the other party. She even treated the child. She didn't know anything about the mask. Anyway, the child was sleeping soundly inside. The best people flew back to make beautiful little clothes to ensure that the child could be saved. If they didn't submit, they would leave. They didn't know when they would come again. As a result, when they submitted, why was it different? More good things were given to them. The other party gave them 2 more of the same flag and said to hang it every day. If it was damaged, they should quickly replace it. When the next ship arrived, they would replace it. Why was this flag so important? When the flag was shown, the expressions of the group of people changed. What did the flag represent? The people of the Tang dynasty team were enthusiastic. They would be on the same side in the future. What? Regret? Fuck. You admitted to submitting to the Tang dynasty in front of Li Dongzhu and Princess Yongmu, and received benefits. Do you think you can withstand Li Dongzhu's anger? Li Dongzhu and Princess Yongmu did not represent them. The dignity of the Tang dynasty was inviolable. If you don't believe me, look at Tubo. Look at how he was forced by Li Dongzhu. Oh, you still don't understand. Li Dongzhu is in charge of Zhuangzi Chang'an. The general trend of the world is because of him. What you see now is how he looks when he saves people. You haven't seen how ruthless he is when he kills people. Of course, the natives did not know. They were in a good mood. They had found a backer. They would not be afraid in the future. Everyone danced around the bonfire hand in hand. Li Yi and the others changed back into their clothes. It was absolutely impossible to dance in official clothes. Even in the Tang dynasty, no one dared to dance in official clothes. Whether it was the imperial court in Hanyuan Palace or the Pear Garden in Fenglin Garden. Even if Li Longji was happy and wanted to play a musical instrument, he had to change into his regular clothes. After dancing to their heart's content, the moon was almost in the sky. It was round. Li Lang, I'm a little homesick. Can you sing a homesick song for me? Princess Yongmu acted coquettishly. Just now, Li Yi was holding the female leader's hand and dancing. I'll play the pipa. Li Yi understood. It was just a small matter, so he coaxed her. If it was a man who did not understand her, he would shout. What's wrong with holding hands? I didn't do anything. Of course, the most pitiful thing was that those who did not understand her meaning could not understand her. Someone rowed a kayak to get the pipa. When he came back, Li Yi tuned the strings and sang. There's a moon in the sky, there's a moon in the water, there's a moon in the sky. Oh, the natives discovered a new world. This person knew everything. And he even knew how to play a musical instrument. What was a musical instrument? Li Yi did not care about the natives. He played and sang for Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu smiled foolishly like a child. Xiaolong was anxious. She whispered to Princess Yongmu. Princess, you can't always be like this. If it happens too many times, men will get tired of it. Li Lang has nothing to do with them. But you have to find trouble. Li Lang represents the imperial court to pacify the local government. You're creating obstacles for Li Lang by doing this. Under the situation of dealing with state affairs, he still has to divert his attention to deal with you. You can't help him. And you're even dragging him down. Is that so? Princess Yongmu was so scared that her face turned pale. If I were like you, I would have died long ago. I wouldn't have been able to accompany you until now. Xiaolong nodded vigorously. Then what should I do? Princess Yongmu was anxious. She did not think about that. Pull the other party's female leader to sing. If she can't sing, hum along with her. Xiaolong immediately gave a solution. Princess Yongmu looked at Xiaolong. Good sister. She went out to find the female leader. Xiaolong let out a long breath and followed. Li Yi played and sang. When he saw Princess Yongmu's actions, He held back his laughter and maintained a look of deep affection for his hometown. He could tell that Xiaolan was amazing. Princess Yongmu was a little naive in comparison. Princess Yongmu would only become smarter at critical moments, such as when the royal family fought. He did not want to say anything. Wasn't life like this? If everything followed the rules and procedures, including crying and laughing, then what was the meaning of life? He did not think that Xiaolan was shrewd because of her actions, nor did he feel annoyed by Princess Yongmu's actions today. If all the individuals in a group were the same, the next step for the group would be to die out and cease to exist. It was the same for the Chinese. There were always all kinds of people, and it was not just black and white. This included the person with the surname Wang. When he was under a lot of pressure, he leaked the contents of the contract. Then the people scolded him and said that he was a traitor. He used this to say to the Japanese Empire, "Look, I can't do it. They all know. If I sign it, I'm finished. Change it again, right?" Like Zheng Guofan's son, he knew many foreign languages. When he signed the contract, he was also scolded. In fact, when he was in a situation where others were strong and he was weak, he was respected by others. Chapter 1498. Hurry up and go over. Why are you spacing out? Li said to his eldest disciple, "Didn't you see that your master's wife had already gone out?" "Master, I want to eat glutinous rice candy." The little girl blinked her big eyes and made a request. "I think you want to eat arsenic." Li glared at him. "Master, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. I'm going to find my master's wife." The little girl ran over to act as a translator. The hustle and bustle had ended, but life had to go on. Everyone couldn't always think about Yi Weiyang. Only people who didn't have any burdens in life dared to be unrestrained. Just like in the song Li copied. The song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long without dawn, the search for happiness. Li himself couldn't do it. He had never done it before. He needed to pursue a better material life. Now that he was in the Tang dynasty, he could do it, but he would not do it. Only those who lacked a spiritual pillar would indulge easily, especially handsome men and beautiful women. They could obtain more investment resources from the opposite sex. Oh, there are also people of the same sex. In the Tang dynasty, there were many people of the same sex. In fact, they were not exactly the same sex. Not only in China, but in Li Yi's time, there were also some artists from the West. To what extent? Feces, syphilis, and so on. To put it nicely, it was said that human cognition had transcended the origin of life and sublimated. To be honest, their brains were filled with water. They were influenced by society, their families, and their circle of friends. They could not always blame individuals. For example, there was an 8-year-old child who jumped off a building after being scolded by his teacher. Once a fact appeared, there would be many different opinions. Someone commented, "Children nowadays are too weak. They can't even handle such a small thing. How did I do back then?" Li Yi had seen such comments before, and even got someone to analyze and research them. Usually, the people who posted such comments didn't have a good quality of life. People who didn't see the big picture didn't have a high standard of living. Always staring at the individual instead of looking at the bigger picture, one's horizons would be limited. If there was a chance, he would suddenly ask such a person to be the mayor. That's right, the mayor and the county magistrate couldn't do it. He didn't understand. He would think that he could be a politician or a politician. It was simple. Ask him to be the mayor. "See, there are people in the village who are poor. What should we do?" When he saw this, he immediately sneered. "You're too silly. I told you to raise a goat, but you didn't. Even if you don't have enough money, you could have borrowed it." "What? You can't even borrow it?" "Aya, what the fuck, you're too useless." If I were to borrow money, at least I would have a few brothers. If he doesn't deserve any sympathy, it means that he is a bad person. This was a narrow-minded person. He would never be able to become a mayor, not even a village chief. What he considered was to show off. Even if he was a beggar, he had to show off his superiority to other beggars. Therefore, when something happened to other people's children, he attacked other people's children to show his superiority, even if he was no longer a child. Society would never lack such people. but the progress of society would never be because of such people. As an official, you can't teach the people. As a teacher, you can't teach the students. Don't put the blame on the people and students, Li Yi said to Tao Hong and the others beside him. They ate while memorizing. I'll sort it out later. Don't be in so much pain. Just mention some key words. When an individual in a system attacks the injured individual, the individual itself can't rise to the level of changing the system. When facing the strong, the weak are more willing to bully the weak than to resist the strong. This is called universal human nature. Every regime takes advantage of this universal human nature. Those in power only consider their own rights and profits, and not the power of strength. When their own status and rights are not stable enough, they will unfortunately sacrifice the interests of others, including their own rights. For example, the Red Guards. No, let's not talk about this. They will be banned. Another one is to provoke the abnormal racism of the white-skinned people. This is the last resort. It shows that the regime is incompetent and useless. Let's not learn because I'm here. Balanced interests, universal spirit, and harmonious coexistence. Li Yi said that he had to change halfway. There was no other way. All regimes had freedom of speech. The Tang dynasty was no exception. Li Dongzhu, this is too obvious. What will the people think? The person recording was very sad. Can't you just not let them know? Our main goal is to increase the survival chances of the majority. If you can't do it yourself, belittle others, or even lie to divert the conflict. The ones who are best at this are the white-skinned people we will meet in the future. They actually know everything, but they are shameless. Li Yi continued to teach. He didn't cultivate bookworms. He told them that in the whole world, the strong preyed on the weak. When you can't do it externally, you play racism internally. Such a leader is the biggest failure. In the teaching, the night finally passed. Li Yi fell asleep on the island in the middle of the night. The sun rose and the sun shone brightly. Ouch, my whole body, bones and joints all hurt. Why am I so damp? Li Yi woke up. He drank a lot last night, but he was still fine. He ate a bowl of noodles before sleeping. Rice was fine too. He didn't eat much when he drank, because he would vomit if he ate too much. It was very uncomfortable. Basically, he just ate a few mouthfuls of salty dishes. After drinking, he ate noodles or a bowl of rice. This way, he wouldn't feel bad the next morning, and wouldn't have a hangover. Li Yi controlled his diet. He didn't have a hangover, but he did feel damp. In a place like Nauru, water couldn't flow and would seep down. This meant that the soil below was loose. It was hot during the day. The hot air evaporated, and the cold air returned to the holes. The hotter it was now, the stronger the reflux. Li Yi slept on the beach. He felt that he had won because he wasn't paralyzed. Li Yi warmed up. How's the baby? Woke up twice thirsty. Fell asleep again after drinking water. Temperature 37. 7 degrees 37. 9 degrees 38. 2 degrees and now 38. 6 degrees. The nurse on shift said the data was still burning. Take him away. If he can't be cured today, we'll leave at noon. We won't wait for the night. Li Yi knew the situation as soon as he heard it. It wasn't that he was smart, but that he had seen too many similar situations. The child's temperature couldn't be suppressed, which meant that the inflammation was still there. According to the pattern, by noon, the child's mental state should be good. His temperature should still be high because of the magnetic field and the sun. He just needed to hydrate. It was guaranteed that his temperature would still rise at night, and medicine wouldn't be able to suppress it unless special medicine was used. From a medical point of view, he wouldn't die and could be cured. From the perspective of an individual child, he was uncomfortable and confused. His breathing was hot, and he couldn't cough even if he wanted to. Most parents couldn't tell. They only looked at the doctor and listened to what the doctor said. The doctors in Li Yi's era generally only looked at the specific situation. As for whether the patient was uncomfortable or not, many of them actually didn't know. Li Yi knew that he didn't see the doctor for money. He felt the same way as the patient with the 4-year-old baby. Add oxygen and see if there's any sputum. No, auscultate and suck it out if there's any. Li Yi put the stethoscope on the child's chest. He could tell if there was any sputum. He was used to it because more X-ray meant more money. As for the stethoscope, it was becoming more and more a decoration, like a perfunctory decoration, to pave the way for the equipment fee later. Chapter 1499. Let's do it again. Li looked at Wanjin. Wanjin operated the tablet to retrieve information and input information. His and the other's eyes were a little bloodshot. Last night, they took turns to operate the tablet and closed their eyes for a while when it was someone else's turn. The sailors were packing up. After lunch, they went their separate ways. The female leader stood under the 3 wooden flagpoles and looked at the 3 flags fluttering above in a daze. Many natives were in a daze with her. With the 3 flags, there seemed to be something indescribable. Many native women learned how to make clothes, and so from Princess Yongmu and the others. Princess Yongmu didn't know how to cook, but she knew how to make clothes. A large amount of silk was left for the people on the island to make beautiful clothes for formal occasions. For example, the next time the fleet of the Tang dynasty arrived, they would see the ships on the sea and change their clothes before it was too late. For lunch, the people of the fleet left behind a bunch of sauces to teach the people of the new Tang dynasty how to make sauces with salt water. They had to make sauces on time. There were no flies on the island, and there were no fly eggs in the sauces, so there were fewer maggots. The people of the new Tang dynasty were beaming with joy. There were benefits to joining the Tang dynasty. There were more living utensils and food. In addition, the sailors left behind 50 sets of sabers, bows, and arrows for fear that others would come to attack them. 50 sets of weapons were definitely sharp weapons for the people of the new Tang dynasty. They could equip 100 people. With wooden sticks and stones, he could easily kill 1,000 of the enemy. After lunch, both parties boarded the ship. The child's mother took one last look at her sick child and told Li Yi to take good care of her, as if they would never see each other again. On the yacht, Princess Yongmu glanced at the 4-year-old child sitting next to her in a daze and asked, "When will you send her back?" "When the next fleet sets sail. Take photos and videos of her and put them on the tablet. Then use the tablet's recording function to take photos of the situation on the island, including her mother. We'll set sail again in a year or 2 and send her to the island to stay for a few days. Or the people on the island can come to the Tang dynasty for fun when the fleet returns." When Li Yi mentioned the future, Princess Yongmu blinked. She felt that something was wrong. Li Yi continued, "It's hard to change the matriarchal social model in a short period of time." She went to the Tang dynasty to study. When she came back, she felt a greater sense of belonging to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said as he took the watermelon frost lozenges made by Zhuangzi and fed one to the little girl. The girl was hooked up to the drip again. She had a big bowl of steamed egg soup, made from bird eggs for lunch. After cooling it down, she added soy sauce and sesame oil. His throat didn't hurt as much as before. If it was a baked pie, it would hurt every time he swallowed. The average lifespan on the island was very low. 4-year-old children would help out with chores. If they were sick, they would endure it. No one would cook extra meals for them. It was a simple inflammation of the tonsils. If it was not treated, the fever would not improve. In the end, the fever would lead to other complications. He might even be thrown into the sea and die of illness. The little girl was very quiet. She did not understand the Tang dynasty's language. With a candy in her mouth, she looked around with her eyes wide open. There are still remote places in the Tang dynasty where children can't survive when they are sick. Princess Yongmu did not want to talk about how children in the imperial city died when they were supposed to, but now they didn't. They washed their hands frequently, drank water, cleaned the sewage in the latrines, and screened the windows to stop mosquitoes and flies. With cheap or free decoctions, the proportion of people who died of illness was very small. Solve the problem of the stomach first. Many illnesses are caused by malnutrition. Malnutrition is first reflected in the lack of food, then other vitamins and chlorophyll. Li picked up the thermometer and shook it in front of the little girl. He measured different parts of her body. The average temperature was 37.6 degrees, which meant that the medicine was working. The little girl suddenly showed a painful expression. Li glanced at her, turned around and walked away. In less than 5 breaths, he came back with a trash can. He said in the local language, "Vomit, vomit all." The little girl looked at Li carefully. Li nodded seriously. "Vomit. Wah, wah." The little girl vomited into the trash can and the steamed egg soup she ate came out. The little girl next to her held some water and fed it to the little girl. Vomit again. This happened twice. Li helped the little girl wipe the tears from her vomiting and left with the trash can. When he came back, he was holding a glass bottle of honey. The little girl handed the bowl to her, scooped the honey, and mixed it with the hot water in the pot. When it cooled down, she poured the honey into the little girl's mouth. It was the little girl's first time eating honey. She looked a little conflicted. "It's okay. It's just some bird eggs. Don't worry about it. That soy sauce is the most worthless. I'll give you watermelon later. We have watermelon on the yacht. If you feel uncomfortable after eating it and vomit again, we have delicious food." The little girl could see why the little girl was sad. It was not easy to eat some bird eggs and soy sauce that she had never eaten before. In the end, she vomited everything, including the sugar, that she had been holding for a while. The little girl's expression became better. She looked at the empty bowl and smacked her lips. "Master, feed her a mouthful of honey." The little girl understood. She scooped the honey with a spoon and fed it to the little girl. Pure honey was a little salty, but it was more fragrant. The honey's sweetness was special and addictive. Princess Yomu felt sorry for the little girl. She was so poor that she could not bear to vomit. "Li Lang, there should be a lot of honey this year, right? Every year, the bees will split their nests." She remembered that the honey used to make incense was limited. Li used it to make big honey pills and other herbs in the pharmacy. The honey was not allowed to be used to make incense. This year was the 4th year that the people were called to raise bumblebees. There were more and more people raising bumblebees. In the first year, there were very few bumblebees and it was late. The next year, they earned money and figured out some ways. Last year, more people participated and the income was high. Honey was different from other food. It could be stored for a long time. This year the flowers bloomed again. When it was time to split the nests, there would be experienced people to help. This year, there must be more sugar cane and sugar beets. In winter, the bees need to help keep the hives warm and feed them sugar water to give the other bees more chances to survive. Li said that in the north, the temperature in the south was not very low. As long as the flowers bloomed, the bees would still go to collect honey. In terms of occupation, there were also people who carried the beehives. After walking for a while, they put down the beehives and went back to pick them up again. After autumn in the north, there were no more flowers. It was difficult to cut the honey or not. Cutting the honey would cause the bees to have less food. They would lose a lot of members in winter and recover slowly in spring. If they did not cut the honey, there would be less honey. If there was more honey, they could cut the honey and use the honey to exchange with the bees. Don't touch the royal jelly. If you touch the royal jelly, you can't split the nests. When the little girl heard this, she turned to the little girl who ate another spoonful of honey and said, "When we go back, we have beeswax to eat. I'll scramble eggs for you. You can't eat honey anymore. It's not good to eat too much." The little girl closed the lid. The little girl nodded gently with the honey in her mouth. She was already very satisfied. Although she was young, she was sensible. If she did not follow them, she might die when they went back. Chapter 1500. Hold it properly and face it outside. Don't hit the glass. Don't worry if the glass breaks. But if it breaks, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 10 heads. Wan Jin, who was still on his way to America, was sleepy and wanted to sleep. He arranged for the winged knights to take a tablet and film it in front of the ship's glass. How long can it last? The box and board connected by the string outside can't get wet, right? The winged knights had 2 ropes around their necks to hold up a platform with silk on it. The tablet accidentally fell on the platform. If it can get wet, take it down when the wind is strong. Dongju said 10 kicks. 1 kick is equivalent to 1024 seasons. It's enough to last us until we return to the Tang dynasty. Wan Jin replied and laid down. Soon he started snoring. The crew of the fleet adjusted their schedule. The craftsmen sharpened their axes to chop the anchor rope and the mast. Once the anchor was anchored, the wind and waves were too strong. Lowering the sails first still wouldn't work. If they couldn't raise the anchor in time, they would chop it down. If the wind was too strong, they would chop down the mast and the main mast. Don't even think about chopping the secondary mast to protect the main mast. After chopping down the main mast, they could protect the secondary mast. After chopping down the secondary mast, they still couldn't keep the main mast. In other words, the first, second, and third mast, they would choose the largest mast and deal with it first. The crew's mental state was several times better than the day before. They had met Li Yi and had a special route map, so the difficulty of the mission was reduced. Along the way, they built good relations with the natives, exchanged supplies, and replenished fresh water and wild vegetables. Flowers bloom and bees dance. This is a flourishing opportunity. The steam engine ship sailed on the canal. Li Longji held up his binoculars and looked at both sides. The binoculars he used were given by Li Yi, and were many times better than the ones made by Zhuangzi. They could see the bees. He mainly looked at the shed with free soup. Next to the shed, there was a place to tie up livestock and provide fodder. The livestock's water was free, but the fodder cost money. The money from the fodder was used to subsidize the shed. The livestock's feces could also be sold for compost. Next to the shed was a chicken coop. If the chickens laid eggs, they would be collected. If someone wanted to eat a chicken, they would kill it. After some back and forth, the shed's capital. Your Majesty, from one generation to the next, there has never been such a perennial water supply shed. This is truly a flourishing age. Song Jing used the Li family Zhuangzi's binoculars to look at it and casually praised it. Song Qing, do you want to take the imperial examination again? Li Longji put down his binoculars and looked at Song Jing with a teasing look in his eyes. It's still a long way from flourishing. Song Jing quickly corrected himself. A few days ago, someone had presented him with a piece of good governance theory, praising him for governing the imperial court well, and praising the prosperity of the current age. What he meant was to directly take the shortcut to become an official in Zhongnan. He was refuted, not allowing it. You are so talented. You should take the imperial examination. Don't flatter me. Li Longji knew about it. Today, he praised Li Longji for letting him take the imperial examinations. Your Majesty, what if Xiao Yi comes back and talks about Golden Age? Bai Gu helped Song Jing change the topic. What about the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Longji asked, and gave an answer at the same time. In his eyes, the Golden Age must be the Li family Zhuangzi, where the people of the entire Tang dynasty were like the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi. If it was a little worse, the people in the Zhang family's village would also make do. If he continued to lower the standard, the people of the capital would live a normal life. If he couldn't do it, don't mention Golden Age to him. What was the use of praising Golden Age? There was no Golden Age at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Li Longji looked as if he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. At this time, he didn't let Li Yi hear his words. Otherwise, Li Yi would definitely. Bah! Your Majesty, Golden Age is difficult to achieve. Free soup consumes a lot of national wealth. Bai Gu was distressed about the money. Looking at a shed that didn't cost much money, he couldn't afford too much. I remember that there is a letter? Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher hurriedly took the box from the eunuch next to him and gently placed it in front of Li Longji. Li Longji squatted down and rummaged through it and took out an envelope. The officials, they felt fear. Li didn't give them a chance. Li Yi seemed to be even more powerful after leaving the Tang dynasty than he was in the Tang dynasty. It's this one. I knew it. Li Longji took out the letter. He glanced at it twice and handed it to Bai Gu. Bai Gu, take a look. Bai Gu helplessly took it. The more he waited, the more incompetent he felt. Long Zhe, read it. Li Riji didn't want to wait. Where the shed is, it is loaded with affection. Operating all year round. How can there be no hindrance? White snow, 3 seasons of wild vegetables. Small business. There is a distinction between high and low. Taking small profits from the rich, making up for the poor with love. Rivers and rivers are not equal. North and south are slightly different. Government production and marketing, lax management is harmful. Dividing the difference equally, the capital governor is an example. Bai Gu read it out and frowned. Xiao Yi is definitely idle. Can't he just write it in plain language? Words waste too much paper. Zhang Juling wanted to laugh. The matter was already clear. Who cares how he wrote it? You have to manage it well to prevent people from making private profits and ruining His Majesty's kindness. Sui added on the side to strengthen management. Sui was worried. He saw that once the independent business of the local sheds was released, additional investment in profits would be needed. This included the supervision of the supervisors and the supervision of the supervisors. This old man's tutelage has just been given more work. For the benefit of the great Tang, this old man will do his best until he dies. Yao Chong realized that it was time for him to make an appearance. The value of the patrol group's existence must be reflected. Otherwise, what was the point of them living? The more they knew that the patrol group was a retirement group, the more they were unconvinced. So what if they were a little older? There were even older people. Look, some people could easily live over 90 years old, and some could live over 100 years. With their conditions, plus Li Yi's medical treatment, couldn't they live for another 10 or 20 years? Even if this old man had done some wrong things, this old man still hoped that the Tang dynasty would prosper and leave his name in history. The people on the steam engine ship looked at the people on the shore, and the people also looked at the ship. Seeing the ship, the people were happy. They heard that the army of the Tang dynasty had pressed all the way to the source of the Yellow River. There was also the Yangtze River. The west side of the Yangtze River was a mess. There were many chieftains, and it was not easy to manage them, including the southwest barbarians. The steam engine ship did not care about the current or the direction of the wind. It was fast and could go wherever it wanted. The Great Tang could quickly dispatch soldiers, and anyone who wanted to rebel could be dealt with. What they saw was one ship. There were 3 ships before, and there would be more later. His Majesty was a wise ruler, a sacred leader. Good days were ahead. When they returned home, they would burn incense for the longevity tablet. The one about His Majesty had to be serious. If they did not burn enough incense, His Majesty would not live for more than a few years. A new His Majesty would have to be replaced. If the new His Majesty did not do his job well, he would be in trouble. The people who were drinking free soup next to the sheds were simple. From the perspective of their own interests, they hoped for the stability of the imperial court. All sheds, including the relay stations, are allowed to operate independently. The free soup policy cannot be abolished. As expected, they must be strictly watched. Song Jing supported him. He was tired. The solution to the problem was simple and complicated. It tested the quality of the inspectors and the perfection of the rules. The person who came up with the idea still had not returned. The Tang dynasty was still running according to its will. How could there be such a person in the world? What was this called? Li Lang, let's go back. Will there be any problems in the imperial court? Won't you have to kill people? On the yacht, Princess Yongmu thought about the consequences of the Tang dynasty without Li Yi. She was worried. Don't worry. Even if I'm not in Jianghu, my legend will still be there. Li Yi smiled. He was so proud. Chapter 1501. The yacht braved the wind and waves without stopping midway. It went straight to the place where the red coral was being fished. The 2-day journey was much shorter than the journey from Easter Island to Nauru. Get ready. Dive, put on scuba gear, turn on the lights, choose good corals, and use a waterproof shovel to clean up the bottom. Li Yi wanted to go down personally to fish for the coral. In addition to oxygen, it also had to protect the lungs and resist pressure. This was why coral was so expensive. Historically, coral was expensive because it was not easy to harvest, especially intact large coral branches. In the Qing dynasty, it was impossible to even sink a net. Just one was worth a lot. Later, when technology was good enough, the waters were restricted, and most of the profits had to be handed over. If you wanted to mine, you had to get a permit and have a share. Black gold abalone in kangaroo territory, and tuna in North America, were not something you could harvest as you wished. It was the same for corals. They were not red corals, and the management of red corals was stricter. The starting price for an intact large blood coral was 10,000 liang. The leftover materials that were not of good color could be sold for tens of liang after some processing. Li Yi wanted to fish out tens of millions of liang worth of red corals and put them in zhuangzi as collateral to issue exchange coupons. Li family zhuangzi's currency had never been overissued. Obviously, it could be issued with technology, but Li Yi insisted on issuing with equivalent or appreciation collateral. He was not afraid of a bank run. Whoever had the ability to collect all the coupons and then exchange them in Li family zhuangzi, he would give them all at once. In theory, such a bank run existed, but in reality it was impossible. When collecting currency, the larger the quantity, the higher the cost. How could they collect it? Gold, silver, brass, grain, silk. Did they consider the relationship between supply and demand? If enough gold was thrown out, gold would depreciate. Li family zhuangzi used gold worth 1 million liang to issue 1 million liang worth of coupons. Others could not exchange the same amount of gold for 1 million liang worth of coupons. When the coupons were in circulation, the people accepted them. The people of gold were troublesome, and they could not make small purchases unless the enemy was able to attack the Li family zhuangzi system of issuing coupons. For example, if the Li family zhuangzi was destroyed, their entire family would be destroyed. The most interesting thing was that Li Yi had always insisted on issuing the standard currency that could be used as collateral for items of equal value. But the people had always thought that they were using the Li family zhuangzi's credit currency. The commoners didn't think of taking the money to the Li family zhuangzi. They believed in the Li family zhuangzi. Everyone tacitly agreed that the purchasing power of the Li family zhuangzi exchange coupons was more trustworthy than copper coins and gold and silver. In places far away, the coupons were more valuable, just like in Shudi. If the people and merchants of the capital and the surrounding prefectures recognized the exchange coupons, the entire Tang dynasty would recognize them. Li Dongzhu could fly, and he could even kill the king of hell and the judge of hell. In order to tidy up hell, Li Dongzhu had purposely given out many medical books, and countless lives were saved. Believe it or not, the Li family zhuangzi's exchange coupons might even be able to exchange for a lifespan in the future. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, Li Yi had many places in his time. If a master wanted to create a treasure that could help to ward off calamities, how many people would pay a fortune to invite him? There were also those who went to temples to ask for a talisman. They said that they would often get into trouble while driving, so they asked for a talisman and placed it behind the license plate. If anyone said that the other party was superstitious, the other party would immediately glare at them and tell them, "I've been like this before, and I've been like this ever since I placed the talisman. You'd better believe me." The Li family zhuangzi's exchange coupons were like this. The commoners didn't understand what collateral was. Anyway, Li Dongzhu was in charge, so the exchange coupons were fine. What? The imperial court issued something similar? What did they use to issue it? Was it Li Dongzhu's guarantee? No. Didn't you ask me to use it? Are you trying to get me killed? Are you trying to cheat me of my money? What is the imperial court issuing? So what if the mountain is beautiful? It's just a piece of paper. How can paper be used to buy things? Huh. The Li family zhuangzi's exchange coupons are also paper? Are you blind? Look at this mountain. It's so beautiful. How can your paper be so beautiful? Don't tell me that the mountain on the imperial court's paper is the same as the mountain on the exchange coupons. I know you're still trying to trick me. I know. Li Yi himself had neglected this situation. He was looking for corals underwater. When he found one, he tied it with a rope and dug around it. When he was almost done, he pulled the rope taut and pulled it 3 times. The winch above began to move. He watched as the coral was pulled up bit by bit. The other winged knights did the same. No one else was allowed to come down. It was easy to come down, but it would be troublesome to go up later. They had to stop to relieve pressure. The girl no longer felt uncomfortable. The infusion bottle was removed, and she took oral medicine to stabilize her condition. She stood at the railing of the ship. Her 2 small hands grabbed the vertical railing and looked down worriedly. As she looked, big drops of tears fell. She didn't know about oxygen tanks. She only knew that if they didn't come out for a long time they would die. Finally, she couldn't help but cry out loud. "Oh my God! Hurry up and get the master up." The little girl was helpless. She pulled the rope with all her strength. About 10 minutes later, Lee popped his head up and looked up from the water. "Master, she thought you were dead. She's crying nonstop." The little girl pointed at the girl next to her who had stopped crying. The girl sniffed the snot that flowed to the side of her mouth. Her eyes were wide open, and she was very happy. "Pull me up." The oxygen tank. Lee was not angry. The oxygen tank could last for 5 more minutes. As soon as he came up, the girl opened her arms and ran to him with her short legs. "Don't cry. I'll make you a coral bracelet. It has to be big. Your small arms are too thin. They can still grow." Lee helped to wipe her snot. More snot flowed out. "See, those who have permanent property have perseverance. Those who can abandon their wife and children are all ruthless people. Therefore, the selection of officials in the Tang dynasty is the primary responsibility." Lee picked up the girl and looked for something to wipe her snot. He said to Princess Yongmu and the others. He thought of a great earthquake of his own time, which was hard to recall. There were some officials who ignored their loved ones and insisted on saving others. In the end, such officials would not be put in an important position. Absolutely not. Today you sacrificed your loved ones for your performance. Tomorrow, what else can you not sacrifice for your performance? In private, I'm your superior. I promote you. At the critical moment you sacrifice me? The Grand Duke said. Today, you don't love your loved ones. Tomorrow will you love your country? Therefore, the laws of the Tang dynasty emphasized that relatives should hide from each other. Only such people could be sent out to be foreign officials without worry. If they were disloyal, their loved ones would be killed. If they put righteousness before family, that would be great. Good officials just stay there and don't move. I'll commend you and make you an imperial censor. Go deal with other officials. Even if it's a friend who helped you study. If he has a problem, you can deal with him. Don't be greedy, otherwise, as a superior, he had to face the same mistakes of his subordinates. One child blamed the father and said that it was the father's fault. The other child said that it was his fault and the father was wronged. Then, in the end, he gave a small punishment. Who would he put in an important position next? Now Li wanted to train the girl well. The girl's behavior seemed silly, but it was heartwarming. What do you want to eat tonight? Li cleaned the girl's snot and asked gently. Red braised pork. The girl swallowed her saliva, blinked her big eyes, and answered seriously. I know who you've been in contact with in the past 2 days. Li sighed helplessly. Chapter 1502. Princess Yongmu stuck out her tongue and said, Li Lang, children are still growing. It's good for them to eat braised pork. There are also 2 pigs. If we don't kill them, are we going back to raise them? That makes sense. Li estimated the time and distance and realized that they had stayed here for too long. When they brought the pigs and chickens out, they did not intend to let them go back alive. They did not need to have the experience of sailing. Their greatest value was reflected in the food they ate during the voyage. When the sea was rough and they could only eat fish and shellfish, their status was much higher than their counterparts on land. Their contribution was not only reflected in the taste, but also the belief of the sailors. The taste of their hometown would never change. Red, burn, meat. The little girls spoke in the traditional Tang dynasty language this time. Li could not help but go over and kiss Princess Yongmu. You are too cute. Do you think this child's accent is similar to yours? Princess Yongmu blushed and lowered her head. She turned around and busied herself with something unknown. Dongzhu, there are 3 boats. They are medium-sized boats. They don't seem to be more than 300 stones. The winged knights ran over. Li noticed that there were 3 boats on the screen in front of him. The flags on the boats were yellow with red words. The word Tang was written in red. The camera adjusted, but it was still yellow with no dragon patterns. Our people's flags do not have dragon patterns on them, but they know the colors of our national flag overseas. Princess Yongmu ran over. She looked at the flag on the screen and gave an analysis. The other party is using flag signals. They know our flag signals. Xiaolon frowned. She stared at the flags and said, "Request to approach. How do you spell it?" "Oh, Zhang. Rui. Bo. Who is that?" I remember now. It's the people we saw on the island of the Japanese Empire. The situation on Yakushima? After they left, they came back with more boats? No, they want to open up a stable shipping route. Li Yi remembered. Yes, there was such a thing. He met them on the way here and helped them. This Zhang Ruibo was not an ordinary person. After going to trade, he returned to his hometown and bought 2 more boats. In theory, the speed of building a ship was not fast enough, unless he bought someone else's ship. "Disciple, go and tell them to come closer." Li Yi instructed his eldest disciple. "Okay, master." The little girl happily released the drone. "Come closer, don't cast the net. We're fishing for corals inside." "Speak." "Yes, it's you, Zhang Ruibo. Do you know who I am?" The drone flew over, and the little girl began to shout, controlling the drone to land on the deck. Zhang Ruibo took 2 steps forward and squatted down. "It sounds familiar. How dare you, unruly commoner?" "I am the Empress's palace advisor, an external female official of the Imperial Physician Bureau. The one who is of the 3rd rank. Do you remember? So it's Miss Feng. How can this commoner greet you? I'm too short." Zhang Ruibo knew who it was. It was Li Yi's disciple. He wanted to kneel down, but in front of the drone he couldn't. Don't. Master will be angry if he knows. Why are you here again? Don't scoop up the corals. You'll crush them if you scoop them up. Let's swim down and scoop them up. Master has already gone down. We don't scoop up corals. We don't dare. We're afraid of getting caught in the net. We're here to buy and sell things. We'll go over now. Is Li Dongzhu all right? He's fine. We brought back a lot of seeds this time. In 2 years, we'll plant them all over the Tang dynasty. The yield will be high. It's fine as long as we don't get caught in the net. We have people down there. No. We know that Li Dongzhu has served the country and the people. We've prepared the taxes properly. We also want to donate some money. My child wants to get a place in the imperial examination next year. Come over and pay attention to the wind and ocean currents." The 2 sides finished communicating and confirmed their identities. There was no problem. 3 medium-sized boats floated over. They turned their sails several times before stopping next to the cruise ship. One of the boats went down a small boat. 5 people stood on the small boat. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Ruibo and the others were pulled up. "Li Dongzhu, Princess Yongmu." Zhang Ruibo directly knelt down. He could have just bowed. In the Tang dynasty, there was no need for such formalities. "Are you here to trade? Did you return home before?" Princess Yongmu sat upright with a calm face. When she spoke, her eyelids drooped. "Yes, Princess. I went back and made a lot of money. I sold other people's boats. It's only a short trip. I still remember the taxes. I paid the previous taxes. I went through the courier station. I was worried about the local officials and contacted the people who printed the newspapers." Zhang Ruibo explained the situation. He didn't know some things when he went out to sea. When he returned, he understood that he was willing to pay the taxes. He was very proactive. He hoped to use his taxes to support the Tang dynasty's fleet. Wherever he went, he would be protected by the Tang dynasty's military ships. "That's good. Tell the Tang dynasty's overseas appeasement envoy in detail." Princess Yongmu didn't care anymore. She couldn't think of anything to say. Li thought for a moment. In the future, the Tang dynasty will have more official ships. You can't catch slaves and sell them. The Tang dynasty doesn't lack hard work, but it lacks the productivity to transform production technology. Li didn't want slaves. Slaves were a burden in the end. Although there were slaves in the Tang dynasty now, the source of slaves was not plunder. The Tang dynasty was a feudal society, not a slave society. The division of civilization was shown by each society. Li sometimes found it funny. Some fair-skinned people in the Ming dynasty caught other people of the same kind as slaves. What stage of society were they in? He looked up the information and history again and understood. Those people were incest and crossbreeds. Monkey, you know? That's it. When Tian were humans. We don't need to exploit the dignity and freedom of others to satisfy our desires. When we go back, we'll just recruit workers. We'll help redeem those who sell themselves. A person's social status isn't reflected by the number of slaves. My Zhuangzi, I'll think of a way. Li Yi suddenly became worried as he spoke. The Li family Zhuangzi had slaves. They were slaves, but their lives had nothing to do with slaves. Li Yi wanted them not to be slaves, but the slaves looked like they would die if he didn't let them be slaves. Li Lang, you lied to them. You said we need to change the contracts of slaves into hired masters. Otherwise it won't work. Princess Yongmu helped to come up with ideas. She actually understood some slaves. Just like her. If she didn't marry Li Yi now, who else could marry her? When it came to money, when Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion's money would crush you to death. When it came to poetry and prose, who was worse than who? Wasn't that the foundation? When it came to future ambitions and the philosophy of governing, do you want me to teach you political economy? Learn from Li Lang. You said you'll marry me. Do you have the courage to sleep on the same bed with me? What? You dare? Do you believe that I'll kill you in the next second? I'll let you know what physics, chemistry, and biology are. Instead of tangling with the contracts of our Zhuangzi, it's better to restrict the rights of the nobles. I'll start to prepare when I go back. It's quite simple. Anyone who has slaves in their family, regardless of whether they're merchants or scholars, will not allow their children to participate in the imperial examinations, even if the merchants pay taxes. Li Yi didn't care about this, because people like this were more afraid of death. 50,000 winged knights were stronger than 500,000 soldiers. When the nobles and local clans couldn't threaten the imperial power, their resistance was to increase the revenue of the Tang dynasty. Confiscation. Chapter 1503. Zhang Ruibua had eaten some popcorn. He wanted to take a few handfuls and bring them back home for his family to try. Li Yi hurriedly stopped him. The 3 ships were going to the Japanese Empire. By the time they returned from the Japanese Empire, Zhang Ruibua would have sealed the popcorn. The family members would vomit and have diarrhea. They would think that Li Dongzhu had secretly poisoned the popcorn. There will always be typhoons in the Japanese Empire. If you can land, do not stay on the ship. Li Yi drew a stack of pictures with various clouds on it. He passed it to Zhang Ruibua, hoping that it would help him. He had forgotten such an important thing. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zhang Ruibua held the paper with both hands. Don't pay the taxes for the time being. Save the money to build a sturdy ship. How much did you pay the last time? Li Yi felt that collecting taxes from the other party was bullying them. There was no tax collection in the local area. If he collected 30% of the taxes, it would not be good for promotion. Guangzhou mainly collected taxes from merchants, and the local tax was only 10%. Some goods have not been sold yet. Estimate the price. According to the 30% tax, send 2,220 coins to the relay station. I estimate that there will be 8,000 coins. After paying off the debt, the remaining 7,000 coins can be used to make money. If you go all out, you will have glory and wealth. This trip will be short distance. 3 ships. I estimate that you will have earned more than 10,000 coins. Zhang Ruibua grinned. Money seemed to be easy to earn if there was no danger. Li Yi went to get a stack of coupons. I will refund you the taxes. When you are familiar with this route, you will be able to lead more people. When the time is right, you can pay the taxes. Zhang Ruibua hurriedly put the cloud drawing paper into his pocket and took the money. There were not many coupons in his hometown. He had to take 100 copper coins to exchange for a handful of coupons. Take advantage of the dawn and hurry on. I will not keep you guys here. Li Yi wanted to continue fishing for red corals. Zhang Ruibua and the other 4 happily left. They had returned the taxes and used good materials to build the ship. Looks like we have to cut down a bunch of big trees near the sea, on the banks of the Yellow River and Yangtze River. Li Yi wore a diving suit. Princess Yongmu asked diligently, Are we going to dry them and build the ship? Yes. As long as the wood is suitable, it will take 3 months to build a boat. A big boat. Li Yi admitted. The steel smelted by the Li family Zhuangzi was piled up, allowing the steel to slowly release its stress. It was the same for the big wood. After Li Yi finished speaking, he jumped down from the side of the ship. The little girl held the lollipop in her small hand and licked it. She continued to look at the water surface, but she no longer cried. Stalk after stalk of red corals were pulled out of the water. The officials were envious. If they wanted to have one, they would have one. For example, the one that just came out of the water looked about 1 meter tall and was bright red. The person in charge of the crane hurriedly raised the pole and raised the rope to prevent the coral branches from being knocked off. It's too beautiful. If it's made into jewelry, how much can it be sold for in the fragrant fragrance pavilion? Xiaolan's voice was trembling. We're not going to make jewelry. We're just going to leave it like this and let rich people see it. The Li family Zhuangzi is going to issue 2 million yuan in exchange coupons. Princess Yongmu had seen red corals in the palace before, but she had never seen one that was so complete and so big. She became excited. If she salvaged red corals, the Li family Zhuangzi would be able to issue tens of millions of yuan in currency. The greatest value of red corals was that they could issue currency and accelerate the circulation. Its beauty couldn't compare to the smiles of the people of the Tang dynasty. She didn't need to use it to show her elegance. Another stalk. This one is 5 meters tall, right? Is it heavy? It's heavy. It turns out that it's so easy for the Li Dongzhu to make money? The officials were trembling. They were even more exaggerated than when they saw the yacht. If you give it to me, your family will be exterminated. How can you have something that's worth millions of yuan? Yes, an ordinary man is innocent. Don't remember the location of this place. Quickly lose your memory. You can't catch a complete coral with the net. You can only catch small branches. Are the small branches not valuable? The corals continued to be pulled up. There were big and small ones, and the smallest one weighed more than 1 kilogram. He didn't want those that were too small. Let them continue to grow. Dongzhu is out. Was that one just now tied up by Dongzhu? Dongzhu is amazing. The officials quickly flattered. Li Yi boarded the boat. He still had a lot of oxygen. He was anxious. On the boat, he directly performed a magic trick. A large bathtub and a bunch of equipment appeared. Put them in and raise them. The quality of dead corals will slowly decline with the passage of time. Li Yi instructed the operators to hang the corals one by one into the fish tanks. The corals could still grow now, as long as the right environment was provided. When they returned to Zhuangzi, he would change to a bigger glass carrier and get some suitable fish that didn't eat corals. He would then test the water quality and see what to feed the corals. Corals can be raised. Xiaolan heard this for the first time. She always thought that corals were stones. They grow bigger year by year. As long as they are raised properly, they will grow bigger after a few hundred years. Li Yi introduced with a smile. Princess Yongmu considered another aspect. Is it more valuable to raise them? Let's get some more. When we go back, we can issue 50 million yuan in exchange certificates. Being alive means strength, and the people will recognize it more. It seems that I need to find more gems. The jade of Lantian County is valuable. Kunlun jade is also valuable. Get people to pick it. Pick it from the river. The ones in the river are called Z material. The ones in the mountain are called Shan material. The ones in the river have been polished for many years and are very valuable. In addition, think of a way to promote rubies, sapphires, diamonds, and jade from other places. Think of a way to promote the jade of the Southwest. I will use them to ensure the stability of the currency. If they are not famous, we will find famous people to promote them. For example, Her Majesty, or the ministers. When we talk about how good and beautiful this place is, we will write poems to praise it. Li Yi, who didn't like gems, decided to love them this time. It was easy for him to get gems because he knew the specific location of the mine. If he wanted to pick them, he would send people to do it. It was best to do it secretly. Otherwise, there would be people guarding the place. Can't we get 100 million yuan? Princess Yongmu didn't think it was too much. It's relatively shallow here. There is nothing around here. If we go down another 60 or 70 meters, it will be uncomfortable to wear an oxygen tank, unless I exchange for another set of equipment. Li Yi knew that there was something else that could allow people to dive deeper. It was a liquid oxygen diving suit that could suck water into the lungs like breathing. Also, the ears and nose could be filled with water, so the pressure on them would be less. The feeling was probably not very comfortable, breathing water into the lungs, unless it was a baby. If it was inhaled and excreted through spontaneous breathing, it could easily cause fractures. It was like another surgery, lung washing. However, lung washing had anesthesia, so it could be done alternately. Remind me again. When I go back, ask all the people who do dust work to wear masks, including carpenters. After a long time, carpenters' lungs will also have problems. When he thought of lung washing, Li Yi thought of other industries. His thinking was too jumpy. Remember, 50 million yuan is enough. Princess Yongmu heard that he still had to exchange. No, money was easy to earn, but what if his lifespan was shorter? Li Yi jumped down again. Since he could raise the big ones, he could raise the small ones next to the big ones. It was interesting to look at them. Corals were not afraid of density, as long as the water and nutrition were suitable. When Li Yi came up again, in addition to the living small corals, there were also dead ones. The dead ones were not as valuable as the living ones, but the people of the Tang dynasty did not know that. They felt that all red corals were the same. Chapter 1504. It's a pity that this one is dead. I can dig out more than 20 big bracelets, and even more small bracelets. If it was alive, Li Yi held a dead coral that weighed more than 6 kilograms. He didn't know why it died. There was a volcano nearby. Was it scalded to death? It could be used as an ornament. He could also dig out bracelets. After digging out the big table, he would dig out the medium bracelets, and then the small bracelets. After digging out the small bracelets, the remaining materials would be used to make pendants, incense sticks, pendants, earrings, rings, necklaces, and beads. Bracelets. The girl shook her wrist that was holding the lollipop. She hadn't finished eating yet. She knew about bracelets. Princess Yongmu wore one on her wrist. It was white and almost transparent. In the middle of the bracelet, there were a few strands of red lines that gradually spread out, like a phoenix. Li dug it out from the place that he contracted. There was a large piece of it, and the red lines could be seen. Li Longji was envious. If someone else had it, he would have hinted through others, such as Gao Lisher's subordinates. That person would have to offer it. Li took it. Li Longji didn't even hint. He just looked at it. When he heard that he was going to make a bracelet for Wen Tian, he didn't want it. The remaining part with blood was made into a necklace for Xiaolan. Xiaolan didn't wear it, afraid that it would break. How much was a Lantian Phoenix blood jade bracelet worth? No one offered a price. Ordinary people couldn't see it, because it was covered by the sleeve. Only when Princess Yongmu raised her wrist would it be visible. The girl knew that this was called a bracelet. It was worn on the wrist. Brotherly just said that he was going to make one for her. Okay, I'll take this. Let everyone be happy. Since we're going on a long trip, we have to bring gifts. Li wondered if anyone needed something. He wanted to see if there were any in the sea. If there were, he would fish it out as a gift. Princess Yongmu came over and touched the dead coral. Keep it for the exchange coupons. We have to advertise it. After giving it to others, the rest will be put in clothes or things that women like in Wen Tianlan Pavilion. The key is to explain. You have to say that this coral was found at a depth of 10,000 feet. At that time, it was surrounded by darkness. There was only a bean-sized red light. Li was very good at lying. He dived more than 30 meters and fished it up. He made it sound very mysterious. Can it glow at night? Others will be suspicious. Princess Yongmu thought that the story was too ridiculous. Only when the water is 10,000 feet deep will it shine. The deeper one searches in the darkness, the brighter it will be. How deep is hell? Reincarnation is the mortal world. Red coral. The light traces in the lonely darkness. All for the sake of finding that one person, making my vow come true. Li Yi's tone suddenly became deep as he gazed into the distance. There was a vast blue sky with drifting clouds. Princess Yongmu frowned. She clearly knew that Li Yi was trying to trick her, yet she felt touched and conflicted. As she thought about it, she suddenly smiled. Li Lang, compose a poem for me every day in the future. You're so powerful. Then you have to drink water. The more water you drink, the bigger the area you sit on. After you're done sitting, you have to dry it under the sun. It's like a map. Gina always sat on it when he was young. Li wouldn't fall for it. Writing poems every day was tiring. I don't want to be friends with you. Princess Yomu understood. Just say that you want to wet the bed. Hee. The little girl looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed. She was inexplicably happy. Let's go back and eat braised pork. Li changed his clothes and carried the little girl to the cabin. The little girl licked her lollipop. Braised pork. Yes. The ship began to sail. There was no need to fish anymore. No matter how important the collateral for issuing currency was, could it be more important than basic agriculture? They had to plant it when they got back. Under the intervention of the greenhouse, they could quickly produce seeds and then promote it so that the people of the Tang dynasty could eat their fill. Otherwise, even with 10,000 tons of gold as the basic currency, the people would still go hungry. Actually, braised pork is more delicious with kidney beans and potatoes. Leave more soup for rice. Li Lang, if you keep talking, the braised pork won't be delicious anymore. Princess Yongmu had eaten the dishes Li mentioned. She had only eaten 3 meals. She would not be able to eat again after they left that place. I'll do my best to fertilize the soil and cultivate the seeds. The glass greenhouse is for justice. Li waved his fist. Delicious food is justice. Little Lan waved her fist as well. Didn't they say that cute food is justice? Li had a different opinion. It's delicious. I guarantee it's cute, Little Lan emphasized. Let's plant the pineapples in Luzhou when we get back. Li changed the topic. It'd be great if there were more exchange vouchers. The chestnut chicken is delicious. Xiao Yi has been able to preserve the chestnuts until now. Why didn't she think of using more collateral? On the steam engine ship, Baigu was eating chestnut chicken. Naturally, it was braised. It was similar to braised pork. The chef of the Li family Zhuangzi stir-fried it with rock sugar. Baigu criticized Li as he ate. Since Li was not around, he quickly said more. He wanted to wait for Li to come back and wash his teeth. He felt that some of the toothbrushes were not clean. He did not think much of it. Before there was no such thing as cleaning teeth. Which place could he not go to the Li family Zhuangzi for dental implants? The teeth that were inlaid were porcelain. They were similar to his own teeth. There was no need to use the teeth of a dead person. Gold and silver teeth did not look as good as normal teeth. Unless he wanted to show off his wealth. He was a grand chancellor. How could he show off his wealth to others? Longzhe, is there more evil money? Li Longji was not so free as to chat with the ministers. Once the exchange vouchers were issued, the copper coins would not be circulated in the capital and the surrounding provinces. Where would the evil money come from? Xiao Yi, let's get rid of the evil money from the root. Baigu's attitude was solemn. He could not joke. He suddenly recalled that Xiao Yi never joked with Her Majesty. Xiao Yi only spoke casually, but she always kept a line. Xiao Yi never talked about the topics between women and men. She also did not talk about the demeaning words of scholars, farmers, and businessmen. Xiao Yi did not flatter others, nor did she always laugh at herself. She was very comfortable and casual when chatting with him. How did she grasp this sense of propriety? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. What about the copper coin recycling? Li Longji only focused on the main point. The issuance of the exchange vouchers will not increase or decrease. It will be based on the income of the Li family Zhuangzi. The imperial court will operate through taxes. The copper coins are still acceptable. The Li family Zhuangzi will not take the initiative to collect them at present. Baigu put aside the matter of Li Yi and talked about serious matters. In fact, he was a little sad. Xiao Yi was always helping him. The entire imperial court could not beat Xiao Yi. If Xiao Yi did not focus on the imperial court would not have a sense of existence. Your Majesty, someone suggested that we take the Li family Zhuangzi into the imperial court, while Li Yi is not here, and integrate the winged knights. Sui boldly said this. At the same time he looked sad. Your Majesty, I did not say this. I did not think about it. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. I can understand the good intentions of the person who came up with the idea. But he did not think about it. My brother Yi will come back in the end. Won't Brother E laugh to death when he comes back and finds out about this scheme with Brother E? He went outside to get seeds for the people of the Tang dynasty. I stabbed him in the back. Do you think he can't change the dynasty? Li Longji said with a smile. But his words were filled with absolute coldness. He took the princess out to find seeds for the Tang dynasty. But when he looked back, Zhuangzi was gone, and the winged knights were at war. If Brother E said, I will count to 3. 1, 2, will the winged knights throw their weapons? Should I go down now? Chapter 1505. I will deal with it when I get back. The strategy of destroying the country cannot be advocated. Sui actually wanted power. He wanted to destroy the aristocratic families. Someone from the aristocratic families told him that he could not do anything and had to wait for the emperor's orders. How could someone who could sit in the position of prime minister ask such a stupid question? He believed that the emperor and everyone else understood what he meant, and that it had nothing to do with him. Here, look over here. We are from Quanzhou and Xinjiang. Take a look. Here. Many people were shouting from the other side of the river. They seem very anxious. Let's go over. Wang Qing's family has not arrived yet. Guo Qing's family should wait. Li Longji heard the noise and took a look through his binoculars. This was the place where Wang Wei's family lived. Closer was Guo Ziyi's family. Guo Ziyi's family had seen Li Longji and Li Yi before, and had arranged a courtyard to receive them. The steam engine ship approached, but did not dock. It stopped at a place where the crossbow could not reach. A small boat came over from the shore. There were 3 people, a boatman, a man in a military officer's uniform, and a page boy. The people on the boat were searched, and then hung up in a cage. There was only one person in the military officer's uniform. Zhao Dong pays his respects to the emperor. Great news. The person kneeled on the ground. He was unwilling to stand and bow. Li Longji did not speak. He should have cooperated and asked where the good news came from. He did not speak and just watched. Zhao Dong waited for a while before saying, Congratulations to the emperor. In Quanzhou, a citizen of Xinjiang has returned from the sea and voluntarily paid 800 taels of tax. It is only a boat, and yet the tax is so high. I hope that the emperor will show mercy and encourage overseas trade in Quanzhou and Xinjiang to increase the wealth of the country. Oh, Li Longji was moved. There was actually someone who went out to earn money and voluntarily paid the tax? Gao Lisher, who was beside him, frowned. He turned around and took a teacup from the tray of a palace maid. He opened the lid and put it aside. Then, he carried the tray over and placed it in front of Li Longji. Li Longji looked at it and nodded to Zhao Dong. Good. Zhao Dong, go wash up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. He got up and was led by a palace maid to bathe and change his clothes. Gao Lisher. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher. I have already received news from the local newspaper department that Zhang Ruibua, a descendant of the Zhang family in Xinjiang, Quanzhou, took the initiative to pay 2,220 yuan in taxes, saying that he saw Li Dongzhu. Gao Lisher told Zhang Ruibua all the information he had obtained, including how Zhang Ruibua met Li Yi and what Li Yi had done. After that, how Zhang Ruibua came back, how much money he took out to go to the courier station, and how he went to the place where the newspaper was distributed. Li Longji still nodded and smiled. Yuanji, the money is a little short. Your Majesty, I understand. Yao Chong stood out, his eyes shining. He had finally caught another one. Other people paid over 2,000 taels in taxes, but in the hands of you, the provincial governor, it became 800 taels. You actually dare to come to the capital to claim credit? You're too awesome. How could a provincial governor be so foolish? Don't wrong a good person, and don't let a bad person go. Lisher, if you lack manpower, transfer it from other places and tell me directly. Li Longji stood up and left after he finished speaking. It was time to eat, and today they were eating dumplings for lunch. He took the opportunity to give Gao Lisher a warning. How could he not take the initiative to report such an important matter? The local tax payment was different from usual. There was a lot of information in the newspaper. Could it be that he couldn't even distinguish between important and urgent matters? Gao Lisher came over to support Li Longji. I was waiting for the money to arrive. When your majesty asks, I will tell you. I have already sent people to understand the situation. Gao Lisher felt wronged. How could he have known that someone would dare to falsify this matter? When he received the news, he sent people to investigate. The more complete the investigation, the better. In the end, Provincial Governor Zhao Dong came first and asked for 800 taels. Could it be that the remaining 1,400 taels were exchanged for copper coins for Zhao Dong to swallow? This shows that the courier station is still under the influence of the local government and is not independent enough. It can't be compared to the newspaper's printing station. Li Longji accepted Gao Lisher's explanation. From his analysis, he could tell that the courier station was not safe enough. It was a good strategy for the courier station to recruit people and be familiar with the local situation. However, there was an uncontrollable problem. The courier station's constable and the others could not break free from the local government's control. On the other hand, the printing station's relatives were not in the area. When they were being trained, the Li family Zhuangzi's men were in charge. Compared to the local government, Li Dongzhu was the most powerful. My printing station is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. Li Dongzhu is protecting it. You provincial governor are nothing. What? You killed everyone in my printing station? Come try me. If Li Dongzhu investigates, His Majesty will wipe out 9 generations of your family. Your Majesty, it's time for Li Dongzhu to return. Gao Lisher did not add fuel to the fire. It was meaningless. The other party's fate had been decided. He had to make Li Longji happy. We'll return to Luzhou from here and settle the matter of the luohan fruit. This medicinal herb is quite useful. Not only can it be used to treat illnesses, but it can also be used as an ingredient in snacks. The yacht was on its way back. Li Yi wanted to visit Luzhou. Previously, they had agreed to buy a variety of luohan fruit. To a certain extent, luohan fruit was similar to licorice. This was especially true for the cold mala shabu skewers. Shabu skewers were cold. If one dipped the skewers in other ingredients, there would be luohan fruit in them. Otherwise, one would get heaty and have diarrhea. In China, whether it was hot mala shabu skewers or cold mala shabu skewers, they were all traditional Chinese medicine dishes. It was guaranteed to satisfy one's craving, and there were no side effects. In the process of development, there were people who cut corners. Luohan fruit was expensive, and other traditional Chinese medicine was not cheap either. The spicy soup that was boiled with traditional Chinese medicine had become a mixture of chili oil, sesame paste, sugar, vinegar, and salt. The authentic soup was boiled with traditional Chinese medicine. Now it was boiled with water and added a mess of other ingredients. Yet they still claimed to be authentic. The crossing bridge rice noodles were not boiled with chicken soup. They were boiled together and added with watercress. The most disgusting thing was that there was a poster of the crossing bridge rice noodles that took up half of the wall. The poster said it was chicken soup. Li had seen it before. When he was eating, he muttered, "It's not authentic at all." In the end, the waiter heard him and directly retorted, "You want to eat authentic for more than 10 yuan? Why don't you try it for 100 yuan? Li took out 100 yuan and let me try it. The waiter said again, "We are like this. Didn't you know when you came in? Do you think you are rich? Why are you pretending?" Li was speechless at that time. He felt that he had returned to the era of the supply and demand cooperative. The staff were so arrogant and unreasonable. He did not quarrel with the waiter because it was meaningless. He quickly ate and continued to make money after he was full. If he quarreled with such a waiter for a while, the money he earned would be the waiter's salary for a month. The next time he went to eat opposite, a bowl of rice noodles would cost 66 yuan. The waiter would be more enthusiastic. The waiter here was right. You could enjoy the service as much as you spent, but you could not spend more money. We could not provide it. Don't look at me and say that when I am squeezing you. I thought of another thing. The system must be strictly limited, Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu after his thoughts diverged again. Chapter 1506. Li Lang, what are you talking about? Princess Yongmu was drying the hair of the girl. The girl had recovered from her illness. After taking a shower, her hair was still wet. The girl was still holding the lollipop in her hand. She just licked it, unwilling to eat it. Improve the quality of the people. In other words, professional quality. You see, when I was a doctor, I never said that I would treat my patients the same way regardless of their status. Li actually did not want to talk about this, but the spirit of resistance. 50% of the scholars in the Tang dynasty were equipped with swords. The people in the Tang dynasty were allowed to have bows and arrows. The restrictions were on crossbows and armor. The people were not allowed to have crossbows and wear full armor. As for swords, sabers, and cloth armor, it was up to them. In Li Yi's America, which was a fair-skinned country, their guns were not allowed to fire consecutively. However, in practice, there were automatic and manual consecutive shots. They just had to modify the guns. It proved that the country was democratic and free. In the Tang dynasty, according to the rules of weapons, bows, sabers, and cloth armor were more liberal than in that place. However, it was not said that people would shoot others with bows for no reason, because they still received traditional education. Therefore, whether a country was civilized or not did not depend on how much military power and money it had. Nor did it include technology and productivity. Civilization was a belief. Christianity, Protestantism, ISIS, and the Buddhism outside were all beliefs, but they had nothing to do with civilization. These beliefs were exclusive. If you don't believe in me, I'll kill you. Is this called civilization? The beliefs of China included the modified forms of Buddhism, as well as the native Taoism and Confucianism. It was more about tolerance. If there had to be an exclusive belief, it would definitely be Confucianism. The 100 schools of thought were dismissed, and only Confucianism was respected. Li Yi also disliked Confucianism, but he did not reject it completely. Some things were fine too. Confucianism was the foundation of a country. It taught the people to be weak. Generations of politicians were used to being restricted, and restricted by the literary world. They were used to it until Lao Mao's era. If Lao Mao was not used to it, who would you be used to? Fuck you. Therefore, the four nations appeared. It was so satisfying to deal with them. They deserved to be dealt with. You want to be above the regime? Especially the Kong family. Do you think you can still operate according to the previous model? I've spoiled you until you're sick. Li Yi expressed his gratitude to Qin Shi Huang for giving the future generations the ideal that China could be unified. The other was to thank old Mao for allowing the Chinese people to no longer be influenced by the so-called aristocratic families. Everyone wants to reflect on themselves and supervise others. Don't resign yourself to adversity. Dare to say and do things under the framework of the law. When they discovered that there was something wrong with the officials, they would report it to the higher-ups. The more people who reported it, the fewer officials who wanted to seal the mouths of others. When they see a thief, everyone will shout and beat him. Very few people will be thieves. If they are all afraid of revenge, more thieves will appear. Li Yi talked about how society treated people who broke the law. But there are some people who are afraid of revenge. They have families to take care of. Princess Yongmu thought it was very difficult. Money moves people's hearts. If you catch thieves and robbers, you will be rewarded. The investigation must be strict to prevent the government and the people from harming innocent people for money. Li Yi thought that it was simple. Give him money, and he could make money. Thus, he did not consider the danger. We'll have to wait until the government has more money. I'll remember that. Princess Yongmu considered it from the perspective of the Tang dynasty's finances. Let's publicize it in the newspapers first. Let's go. We're in a hurry to go back. About Lu Zhou's arhut fruit. Let's talk about it in Suzhou. Li Yi put Lu Zhou's plan aside for now. He wanted to go back as soon as possible. Suzhou. Princess Yongmu wondered how to get to Suzhou. About 12 hours from here, the Yangtze River enters the sea. Enter the Yangtze River, turn into the canal, and turn into the Yellow River. Don't go around it from above. Li Yi changed his route. Previously, he wanted to go around the Shandong Peninsula and enter the Yellow River. He did not want to go to Hai Province. He thought about it and decided that he should ask the people of the Tang dynasty to take a good look at the yacht. The canal was the most suitable. If he went this way, he would go through Shanghai instead of Hangzhou. Hangzhou would directly enter the Jinghang Grand Canal, He was worried that the roads in Hangzhou would be difficult to navigate. Westlake still had no causeway. Princess Yomu did not care. As long as she could go home, she was fine with going anywhere. Then, the yacht changed its direction again. It went to Hangzhou. It went to the sea outside Hangzhou, and cast the net continuously. The local fishermen watched. They did not watch in vain. Many of the fish were caught and given to the fishermen. The yacht did not have space to store them. Li mainly chose Chinese bahaba fish. After 3 hours of fishing, he left with more than 100 Chinese bahaba fish and more than 1,000 swim bladders. The fishermen were dumbfounded. How could someone cast the net like that? He was so fast that he cast the net every once in a while. When the yacht left, they rowed their boats back. Since the fish were full, they could sell them when they returned. They had to inform the authorities that Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang and had returned. He scooped up a lot of Chinese bahaba fishes, as well as some Chinese bahaba fishes that were thrown to him. Li walked to the sea outside and went to Bohai Bay. He was eager to go home. He thought the yacht could not speed up in the Grand Canal. He did not have enough gifts. The people on the yacht were emotionally unstable. They could not eat. They were almost home. After 18.5 hours, they entered Bohai Bay. It was nighttime. There were fishing lights on the sea. The fishermen in Bohai Bay were working. In the past, they could only sell their fish in the surrounding areas. If they encountered kunbu or sea cucumbers, they could ask others if they wanted to buy them. Usually, the price given was very low. Something that could be sold for 1,000 renminbi in Chang and could be sold for more than 1 renminbi by the sea. The main reason was that it was not easy for people from different places to go to other places. If they wanted to go to Chang'an from Lizhou, they had to apply for a permit. Even if they knew that seafood was expensive in other places, they could not sell it at a high price. Now that King Song was raising the price, the people of the sea wanted to sell their fish to him. Other merchants could only follow suit and raise the price. The fishermen had an income and were willing to fish. Those who were not fishermen learned together. At night, they cast the net and lit the lanterns to attract fish and shrimp. In addition, the navy of the Tang dynasty who did not go to sea were also busy. They wanted to earn more money to maintain the navy and increase the income of their families. At this moment, they had fishing lights, but they were looking at a light boat on the sea. The colorful lights made them feel that the boat came from a celestial palace. Catch the big prawns first. Don't do anything else. After you catch enough, put on a diving suit and look for sea cucumbers. Remove some of their internal organs and cook them. Bring the rest of them back alive. Li ordered. He did not have time for other shellfish. The people on the boat were not sleepy. They worked hard. After catching a net, they threw away the rest. Only the prawns were put together with ice. When they found the ribbonfish, they also kept them. When the prawns and ribbonfish were almost caught, they jumped into the water with nets to look for sea cucumbers. Natural wild sea cucumbers. They chose the big ones. The officials, palace maids, eunuchs, and nurses were in charge of handling the sea cucumbers. The water in the big pot was already boiling. Every time a net of sea cucumbers was brought up, they quickly removed the internal organs and threw them into the pot. After cooking, they did not need any additional processing. At dawn they returned to Chang'an. The days were getting longer, and they could reach their destination before dark. When the fishermen and navy saw the boat stop, they came closer to take a look. They already knew who it was. They were grateful to Li Yi. Li Yi insisted on buying things at the sea, and even raised the price to retain the navy of the Tang dynasty. Now that they were making money, the scale of the navy was even bigger. When most of the sea cucumbers were caught, and the boat entered the Yellow River, someone finally reacted and shouted, "Li Dongzhu, wait a moment. I have something good for you. Li Dongzhu." Chapter 1507. When the sky was dark, the yacht was running against the current of the Yellow River with its sonar. There were only a few boats on this section of the Yellow River when it was about to reach Kaifeng. The Yellow River during the Tang dynasty was different from the one during Li Yi's time. The water flow was bigger, and the river was wider. When the yacht passed by, the people on the nearby boats were confused. What boat? The steam engine boat was already fast enough. Now there was a boat flying on the water. The people on the shore stopped and watched as the yacht came and left. They asked the people next to them if they saw something fly past them. Rumors traveled fast, but this time the yacht was faster. Before the rumors reached Kaifeng, the yacht arrived at Luoyang. From Kaifeng to Zhengzhou, and then to Luoyang. The yacht slowed down as it was afraid of bumping into people. There were many boats coming to and from Chang and from Luoyang. When the yacht stopped, Zhang Shua rowed to the dock and looked at the 3 flags on the yacht. Suddenly, he could not help but cry. The yacht was great. He could travel between the 2 places more often in the future. He did not know if the yacht's future depended on the Li family Zhuangzi's oil refining technology. When the oil reached the standard, Li Yi would let the yacht run more often. Otherwise, it would consume too much of its lifespan. It was worth it to bring back the seeds and plant them. It was not worth it to go to Bohai Bay to fish for seafood. Daoji, I have some seafood for you. Send someone to pick it up. I will not go near you. It will be a waste of time. Li Yi stood on the deck with a microphone in his hand and waved at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua wiped his tears. There was no need to say anything. Someone was sensible and arranged for a small boat to go to the river. There was a big bag of grilled fish fillets, big scallop, big prawns, cooked sea cucumber, iced hairtail, big live abalone, and half a jean of red coral. After the handover, the yacht set sail again and went against the current. Zhang Yin, the things are here. This is blood coral. Li Dongzhu must have gotten a lot of it. When Zhang Shua was still in a daze in the direction of the yacht, an official asked someone to bring the things over. The hairtail and prawns needed to be iced. Someone was arranged to get ice. He had to raise the big abalone. He didn't know how to eat the sea cucumber, but he could eat the scallop in any way. The grilled fish fillet looked like a snack. Judging from the color, it was cooked. Oh, Zhang Shua was not very interested in these things. It was just a desire for good food, red corals and some money, but he was more interested in seeing the seeds. Li Yi had used his godlike power to get the seeds. In the future of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Shua's family also looked at the items and did not dare to make a sound. On the other hand, Zhang Shua's grandchildren swallowed their saliva. They had eaten it before and loved it. After waiting for a while, Zhang Shua said, "Take it back. There's a lot of grilled fish. Share it with the others. Red coral, keep it well." As he spoke, he picked up a grilled fish fillet, tore off a bit, and fed it to his grandchildren. Then he chewed it and walked back, no longer riding the horse. The distance from Luoyang to Sanmen Gorge was less than 200 kilometers by water, and the distance in a straight line was even closer. Based on our current speed, it will be nighttime when we return. Li found that his estimation was wrong. It was difficult for the yacht to travel at full speed. There were many boats on the river. If they were too fast, they would definitely bump into other people. Even if other people were rowing a small boat and passing by quickly, the waves could capsize the small boat. It doesn't matter if it's nighttime. Princess Yongmu held a few cooked shrimps in her hands. Occasionally, she would throw one into her mouth. Otherwise, she would always feel nervous. Fine. Li Yi wanted to return home at daybreak. It would be lively and exciting for others to see. If they returned at night, they could only see it during the day. The people of the Tang dynasty needed a kind of mental support. When the yacht arrived at Sanmen Gorge, the canal next to it shuttled back and forth. No one took the original route. The boats going up stuck to the left side of the canal instead of the right side. They needed the help of the boatmen. The yacht moved back and forth between the left, middle and right sides. It did not need anyone to pull it. It dodged in all sorts of ways, sometimes going against the flow, and sometimes overtaking other boats. The boatmen on the shore were all shouting. Before they were still singing and shouting. Now they were shouting with all their might. Li Dongzhu, Li Dongzhu. The people on the other boats followed suit. It was also the first time they saw a boat moving against the current like a fish. Moreover, the yacht was beautiful. It had many levels of platforms, giving people a special feeling. Will they go back to the relay station to report the news? Princess Yongmu swallowed her shrimps and watched the people on the shore running away. There's no time. The boat's speed is about the same as the horses. They're running with all their might. At most, they'll arrive an hour earlier. We'll have to go around the canal in front of us. Li Yi was already certain that there would be horses starting to run. They ran away from Luoyang and took another land route. When the sun in the west turned into an egg yolk, the yacht arrived at Wei River. As expected, it could not go fast. The people on the shore and the people on the boats on the river looked at the yacht curiously and pointed at it. Li Yi inexplicably thought of a poem. It was by Xiaobai. Leaving the White Emperor in the clouds, returning 1,000 miles of Jiangling in a day. The monkeys on both sides of the river cried incessantly. The light boat had already crossed 10,000 mountains. Xiaobai also ran on the yacht. Otherwise, how could she return 1,000 miles in a day? As for the monkeys on both sides of the river, it should be the people on both sides shouting, "Look at the monkeys, look at the monkeys. That monkey boat is too fast." Hee hee, Li Yi laughed out loud. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu sat on the chair with her eyes half closed. She opened her eyes when she heard the noise. It's nothing. Continue to sleep. Everyone can't sleep. Li Yi did not need to look at the resting area to know that even if they were lying down, they would still be tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Everyone was in a state of excitement. They could not eat and had stomach acid. Li Yi's condition was better. He was used to going on business trips. However, he could not sleep well either. In the past, whenever he went on a business trip, he would need to discuss business with people, including how to bribe them. In many cases, you offered money, but the other party did not want it. It was not because the other party was honest, but because they did not trust you. At this moment, he had to consider clearly what the other party liked. If they liked badminton, he had to find a professional coach 2 months in advance. He had to practice hard for more than 10 hours every day. He also had to have a massage service. Otherwise, what would he do if he failed? When he reached the place, he would first play with others at the badminton court that the other party usually went to. When the business enthusiasts were almost done playing, he would meet them by chance. This kind of behavior was not to talk about feelings. It was to tell the other party that he was someone they could trust. The little lass and the little girl had fallen asleep. The two of them lived together, and the little girl treated the little lass as someone close to her. The yacht entered the Wei River, and its speed was even slower. It was dark, and they were afraid that they would bump into the boats carrying lanterns at night. Based on their current speed, they should be able to reach Li Family Zhuangzi before midnight. The fast horses on the shore were running like what everyone had expected. Even if the yacht was going at 20 knots, the fast horses would have to go crazy to catch up. The speed of the horses was limited at night, and the riders were responsible for carrying the lanterns. The horses could not see much, and they were afraid that they would fall if they ran too fast. There was still 1 hour before midnight, and the yacht still needed 40 minutes to reach Li Family Zhuangzi. The horses finally reached the place first. Report, report, Li Dongzhu is back. Report. A group of riders shouted at the bridgehead. 5 minutes later, they were pushed into the bridgehead on a cart. The whole of Zhuangzi was in chaos, and the people who were resting were also awakened. Dongzhu was back immediately, and they did not know where he was now. Following that, the second group of people ran to the place and said that Li Dongzhu's boat had entered the canal and would soon turn back. Li Longji and the others also did not sleep. They got up and put hot towels on their faces, and then sent people to Chang and to find the prime ministers. The people from the Tuan Air also came. And remember to call Wei Jigu. Chapter 1508. It's okay. Just take 2 breaths. In Yao Chang's mansion, Yao Chong woke up in the middle of the night and was given oxygen. He was anxious to see Li Yi. When he came back, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. But when he thought of this sense of security, he felt embarrassed. He had seen all kinds of storms. How could he be affected by one person? Of course, he had to admit that even if that guy didn't dare to do anything, he would be in charge of Li Family Zhuangzi all day long. The people of the capital government wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell. The people of Chang already knew that Li Dongzhu had gone out to sea and hadn't returned for many days. Everyone was anxious. People who wanted to do bad things were more honest than usual. They were afraid that once they did something bad, the Yamen would sentence them to death. The incense in temples, monasteries, and temples were stolen. The people gave it to Li Yi to use on the longevity tablet. Yes, they also stole from temples. They didn't steal from their own ancestral temples. They stole from temples that worship ghosts and gods. What about ghosts and gods? We stole it for Li Dongzhu. If you ghosts and gods have the ability to find Li Dongzhu, he won't kill you. If it weren't for the fact that the weather wasn't hot enough, and there were no mosquitoes, they would have lit mosquito coils. Baigu lived far away. When he heard the news, he was more anxious than others. He urged the coachman to hurry up. The 16 guards and the winged knights increased their manpower. The number of kerosene lamps on the streets of Chang, and, including outside the city, increased. Torches were lit in the area around Ba River. The people of Li family Zhuangzi ran around. The lights were bright. Pyongkong Square just received the news. All the girls stopped their services, including those in Baitsu. They got up, took a quick shower, put on clothes, and went to the east of the city with other girls. The people who were served wanted to complain, but they couldn't say a word. There were rumors in Chang, and that Li Yi wouldn't come back after going out to sea. Many people were arrested. They wanted to find the source and find out who was spreading the rumors. The people who spread the rumors, in Honglu Temple side, they were even more anxious. They hoped that Li Yi would die overseas and never appear again. I'm lucky to have returned from a place where I didn't see such a scene. Li Longji was deeply moved as he listened to the winged cavalry's report. When he went out and came back, he made a grand entrance, but the people did not care. When the news of Li Yi's arrival spread, everyone who heard the news seemed to have gone crazy. Like I said, I'm lucky that I haven't been busy with other things in the past few days, Li Qingqi said proudly. He had already stayed at the Li family Zhuangzi for 6 days. Madame had no choice but to come and accompany him. The other kings also ran to live in the manor, bringing their families with them. They didn't know whether they should be happy or regretful that Li Yi was back. They had to go back. The Li family Zhuangzi was living comfortably. They wore ordinary clothes and couldn't wear the king's attire. How would Li Yi greet them if they did? Let's take a shower and change into a new set of clothes. We don't need to let others see our travel-worn state. The speed of the yacht was even slower. Li Yi called out to everyone. He wanted to stop the yacht on the Wei River and not enter the canal to avoid disturbing others. After thinking about it, he realized that if they stopped the yacht, others would run over, and it would be more troublesome. When Tian, do you think we should shout later? Li Yi finished showering and asked Princess Yongmu, who had changed her clothes. What should we shout? Princess Yongmu took a deep breath. Shout. We're back, we're back. Li Yi recalled the scene when he returned from the journey to the west. He went through 81 hardships, saw the darkness of all kinds of monsters, and was plotted against by the Buddha Guanyin. Princess Yongmu didn't know about Li Yi's bad taste. She thought about the scene when they shouted and shook her head. I can't shout. Me too. Mainly because there's no background music. Li Yi thought that it would be awkward to just shout. It would be much better with background music. Which music? Princess Yongmu wasn't that nervous anymore. Yunggong Xuanin, I'll bring you to fly. We'll play music on the yacht to suppress the ear-piercing sound of the aircraft. Just like when we sent Sin Air back. Li Yi was inspired. He looked for the original song from the Journey to the West. The original version was electric, but the electric sound wasn't good enough at that time. Later, everyone realized that they could play without the electric sound. They gathered all the instruments and played. Princess Yongmu hadn't flown for a long time. She lowered her head slightly as a sign of agreement. So when everyone was ready, Li Yi rehearsed for a few minutes. Before Baigu could reach the Li family Zhuangzi in time, the yacht appeared. Neon lights flashed and colorful searchlights turned back and forth. Yunggong Xuanin sounded, and the computer automatically chased the lights. Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu into the air and circled around the yacht. We're back, we're back. The people on the yacht shouted with the help of microphones. Sure enough, it wasn't awkward anymore. It sounded quite ethereal. The people on both sides of the Ba River also shouted, Li Dongzhu is back. Welcome Li Dongzhu, welcome Li Dongzhu. The women in Kong Square squatted at the same time and shouted continuously, "Welcome Li Dongzhu, welcome Li Dongzhu." The soldiers' voices were low and orderly. "Welcome Dongzhu, welcome Dongzhu." The southwest barbarians were far away, but the shouting could still be heard. Li family Zhuangzi's water screen rose. The villagers knelt on one knee and shouted, "Dongzhu." Chang'an City was also full of shouting. The people were awake. Li Yi didn't want to say anything, but when he saw this scene, he had no choice but to turn on the microphone on his collar. "This time, we went out to sea to harvest seeds. The wind was strong, and the waves were surging. The barbarians are not stupid. They sent food with love. The emperor's kindness was strong, and his virtue was spread. The Tang dynasty was majestic, and the ceremony was successful. All the crops were planted, and the yield was expected. The honor of China, the island and land were all beautiful. Today I came back with tears. God bless China, prosperity is invincible. God bless China, prosperity is invincible. God bless China, prosperity is invincible." Some people were sensible. They knew when to answer and how to repeat. Everyone who could hear shouted. Even those who didn't understand shouted first. After shouting, they asked others. Anyway, they were happy. The yacht finally docked. Li Longji took the kings, Li Dan, and the others, including Dudu, who woke up naturally because of hunger, and went to the toilet. She was held and blinked. She was nearsighted and couldn't see anything far away. She wanted to sleep after drinking, but she felt her mother's excitement. She continued to be in a daze and didn't want to cry. The yacht docked at the dock and built a gangplank. Li Yi held Princess Yongmu, jumped off the aircraft, and turned to command everyone to carry the seeds. They went out for the seeds, and other things were not important for the time being. The seeds were placed first, and the seedlings were put into the greenhouse. Tomorrow morning was the planting time. It needed to be guarded by special people 24 hours a day. Every plant was a treasure. The whole process was shown on the water curtain for the people nearby to see that there were good things. When the seeds were moved, the red corals appeared. Beautiful red corals, including those raised in the fish tank, were charming under the light. Most people had never seen it before. They didn't know what it was, but they thought it was beautiful. People with a little knowledge immediately told the people around that Li Dongzhu brought back treasures. The size of a little thumb. An inch is worth more than 100. Such a big one. Did Li Dongzhu go to the Immortal Palace to get it? Hurry up and issue the exchange coupons. Li family Zhuangzi always wait for things of the same value to come out before taking out the exchange coupons. In fact, people don't care at all. Why is it in the glass tank? Is there water? Is it alive? Chapter 1509. Li Longji and the rest naturally knew about the red corals. So big. They couldn't be found in the palace, especially in such a complete state. Brother Yi, these red corals. Li Longji looked at his daughter and found that she still hadn't done anything. He felt a little regretful and turned to ask Li Yi. More than 50 million. We are exhausted from fishing for these things. We have been fishing for a whole day. Li Yi shook his head. He gave others the feeling that it was not worth it to fish for 50 million yuan a day. Ha ha ha. Li Longji wanted to laugh, but he held it back. 50 million yuan? Who are you targeting? The Turks? If that's the case, why don't you fish for more? Li Qingxi looked on enviously. If we sell these things, we can sell them all at once. They are not worth 50 million yuan. We can stabilize the price by issuing currency. No matter how good the corals are, they are not as good as the foundation of a country. If the seeds are not planted, it will be troublesome. Without enough food and with too much money, it will only depreciate and cause inflation. Li didn't want to print money, even if there were collateral. Collateral would depreciate, and the whole society couldn't provide enough basic survival necessities. What was the use of red corals? Currency was not issued casually, even if it was his bad luck at that time. The bad luck yuan issued by other countries was not directly to reap the benefits of other countries. It balanced the value of the currency through trade surplus. The domestic employment index and non-agricultural employment index were very important. External trade surplus was obtained because of technological superiority and military strength was used to maintain the surplus. Therefore, it would deal with anyone who caused it to have a trade deficit with this country year after year. The trade deficit with foreign countries would affect the credit of the country's currency. Once it was affected, a large amount of currency would flow back, and the currency would start to depreciate. The simplest explanation for the currency flow back was that other countries were dumping their national debt and using the money from selling the national debt to buy their goods. Once they bought, the domestic goods would increase in price to offset the impact of the exchange rate. The problem was that the people in the country would also have to bear the inflation caused by the currency flow back. If they dared to continue printing and issuing currency, the inflation would be even worse, and the people would have to bear it. For example, in Zimbabwe, when the currency started to depreciate, they would print money to offset the foreign exchange. At first, the denomination of the currency was 100 yuan, then 1 million yuan, then 10 billion yuan. The bad luck yuan could use the same method to make others bear the losses, but it couldn't prevent its own people from suffering. Otherwise, how did the economic crisis come about? At that time, Li Yi's country had a yearly trade surplus with the moldy country. Moldy country's eyes were red. How could they not think of ways to deal with you? You want to destroy my foundation. Li Yi was aware of this situation. He would never dare to issue currency, even if there was collateral. Collateral would depreciate. If society was prosperous, and the people had meat for every meal, collateral would not depreciate. Red corals could be sold for a higher price. The people were about to starve to death. Could red coral be eaten? The country's overall farming and breeding industry couldn't keep up. They used gems and gold to issue currency, but the currency still depreciated. Without the skin, where can the hair attach? Princess Yongmu didn't follow them for nothing. She now had a deeper understanding of society. She believed that only with more food could she raise pigs well and eat braised pork. Do you still have pigs and chickens? Li Longji was concerned about his daughter. I ate all of them the day before yesterday and replaced them with seafood. Live sea cucumbers, iced prawns and hairtail. Princess Yongmu pointed at the things that were still being moved. Seafood. She didn't eat. In the last 2 days, she couldn't eat anything. Her stomach wasn't good. She could eat now, but she wanted to eat the food in the canteen. Eat. Tomorrow, the entire capital government will continue to pay for the people to drink bone soup. Li Longji still didn't want to give amnesty to the people. He invited another guest. Xiao Yi, I'm here. I received the news late and came from far away. Bai Gu appeared. He didn't complain about the person who sent the news. He also didn't complain about the coachman's slow speed. He was already the fastest. Old Bai, you've gained weight? Li looked at Bai Gu carefully and noticed the situation. I missed you. What's it called again? Oh, endocrine disorder fat. Bai Gu was too embarrassed to say that he had been eating the food in your canteen for a while. He ate a lot, and that was why he gained 7 pounds. Old Bai, you should learn medicine from me. Learn about curses and psychology. You can tell if someone is lying or not. Li Yi didn't give him any face. Do you think I can't tell if you're fat? Your skin is tight, how can you be fat? Even if you're lying, you should use your mouth. Xiao Yi, help me wash my teeth. I feel that there's something in my teeth that can't be removed. You didn't insert it properly, did you? Bai Gu was experienced and knowledgeable. How could he be stunned by a sentence? Do you want to wash your teeth or eat first? Li Yi was hungry. I'll brush my teeth and eat first. I'll wash my teeth tomorrow. Bai Gu was also hungry. If he wasn't woken up, he would be hungry tomorrow morning. A group of people went to the canteen. The women from Pyongkong Square went to Zhuangzi to find a place to eat. When the other people returned home, someone said that the emperor would treat them to soup. That was not soup but pork dishes. There were more pickled vegetables, more tofu, less pork and less blood sausages. The key was the staple food. Since the emperor was treating, there was no shortage of staple food and pickled vegetables. It was the new year. The winged knights and the others who followed them went straight to their favorite dishes when they returned to Zhuangzi. When they were outside, they wanted to eat the food at home. This is a child from the island. She's sick. If I didn't bring her back, she might have died. Li Yi introduced the little girl. The little girl was not afraid of strangers. The key was that she could pretend to be kind to anyone she met. There was a plate of red braised pork in front of her. It was the red braised pork from Zhuangzi's canteen. She sat on a high stool and held a pair of chopsticks in her hand. She knew how to use them and was quite skilled. Is Qingdai okay? Li Longji asked the little girl. I'm with master. Nothing will happen to me. The little girl chose a pile of vegetables. She knew how to take care of herself. She picked up 4 pieces of mutton for the staple food. They would eat these for dinner. Can the seeds be planted in time? Li Longji calculated the time and found that it was later than Li Yi said. The outdoor plants need to be fertilized. The greenhouse plants need to be kept warm. Even if there is artificial light, they can be planted continuously. A small part of them can also be planted in the greenhouse. It's mainly for us to eat. Print the pictures in the newspaper and find someone to write some praising articles. It's quite delicious. Everyone has eaten potatoes before. Now, we can plant them in the greenhouse with light and fertilizer. After Li Yi finished speaking, he threw a fennel bean into his mouth and drank a mouthful of rice wine. He did not want to eat at all. After drinking, he went to sleep and woke up at noon the next day. Then, he took the people who went out to sea with him to drink Chinese medicine. On the way back, everyone was tense. When they relaxed after returning, it was easy for internal heat to leak out. They would first extinguish the internal heat. During the day, they would take medicine to calm the nerves before dinner and sleep for more than 10 hours. They would probably have gastrointestinal discomfort, blisters in the mouth, bumps on the face, oily scalp, and other symptoms. The best way was to have a balanced diet and sleep more. They could use sleep to adjust themselves. Chapter 15:10. The villagers were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Those who needed to change shifts forced themselves to lie down and hypnotize themselves. Relax, I'm very sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Li Longji and the others ate slowly, taking small sips of yellow wine soaked with ginger slices, and eating seafood. Each of them had about 30 peanuts on their plates. On the way back, the ship was bumpy, squeezing the bags of peanuts. Some of the peanuts shells broke, and they found that the peanuts inside were not in good condition. So they took them out and gave them to everyone. You still have to take out the other things for us to eat? Li Qingqi was distressed when he heard Li Yi say that only a small part of the peanuts could be eaten. Grow them and eat them slowly. Tell the people that good things can only be eaten by high-ranking officials and dignitaries. When the time comes, there will be less resistance when it is promoted. Li looked at it from the perspective of the people. The people were not willing to change to new things. If they didn't change, there would be a guaranteed output. If they changed and couldn't grow anything, they would have nothing to eat for a year. Brother Yi, you wrote in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi said that they could grow, and the people were obedient. Li Qingqi was also envious of Li Yi. Seeing that Li Yi had returned, all the women in Pyongkong Square. No, the people were very happy. Let everyone have a taste. It's not easy to go out to sea. The wind is strong and the waves are high. When you go out to sea again, you need to bring a big iron pot, enamel basin, enamel jar, and tea leaves. Li Yi concluded that the overseas aborigines lacked utensils. The little girl said to the girl, teach them to drink boiled water. If they get sick, they will spread the disease. The next time we go out, we will find that everyone is dead, and no one prepared food and water for us. Water. The girl swallowed the braised pork in her mouth and learned to say one word. Although she was only 4 years old, she knew a lot of things. She saw how many people saved her and brought her back. Standing on the deck, there was a sea of fire, and under the fire, there were people. Don't drink water. Let's drink cabbage and tofu soup. The little girl fed the girl the soup. The ribbon fish is fresh. Xiao Yi, your ship's lifespan. Don't go out to sea again. Noble consort Lu took a bite of the steamed hairtail and felt quite upset. She felt that she was eating Li Yi's lifespan. I'll think about it later and further process the refined oil. It can be used on the yacht, and the oil consumption will be lower. I can't make the exchange. Li Yi admitted that he could refine gasoline, diesel, and kerosene by improving his equipment and adding some additives, but not engine oil. Just like the lubricant and oil in the steam engine, he just couldn't deal with them and couldn't use them in the yacht. If you're lacking craftsmen, just look for more. Noble consort Lu was relieved. Li Yi, on the other hand, was thinking about how to use the yacht to increase its lifespan. For example, sailing on the Yangtze River and Yellow River, sonar detection, mapping, and providing convenience to other ships. Then, he looked at the underwater situation at the seaside and other places, including the pattern of fish and prawns. The commoners gained convenience and took their own lives. After an hour, Li Yi went to sleep. Let's not talk anymore. We'll talk about it tomorrow afternoon. Li Longji and the others didn't sleep. They were too excited after waking up and couldn't fall asleep for a while. They continued to eat seafood. They took out live sea cucumbers and made them into slices. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. The layout of the imperial court's currency has been made. We just need to print it. Song Jing was thinking about the red coral that was worth more than 50 million taels. Together with other things collected by the imperial court, they could afford to spend 60 million taels at once. Bai Gu glanced at Song Jing. No hurry. We'll consider the imperial court's currency after the exchange coupons are circulated everywhere in the Tang dynasty. The imperial court's reputation is slightly worse than the Li family Zhuangzi in the commoners' hearts. Li Dan said the truth that everyone was most unwilling to admit. He was eating prawns. He was afraid that he would get a stomachache if he ate raw prawns unless Li Yi personally cooked them for him. Li Longji was depressed. It's not just slightly worse. Outside of the two capitals, the commoners don't have an emperor in their hearts. The emperor is too far away from them. Yes, when the commoners in other places use new tools for work, they first think that it was the Li family Zhuangzi who taught them how to make them. Then when people read the newspapers, it's the Li family Zhuangzi. As long as there's something good, it's all for the Li family Zhuangzi. Su Yi complained that no one mentioned him, the prime minister, who would welcome him in the middle of the night when he returned from a long journey. His family would. Wei Jigu suddenly looked at Yao Chong. Who's to blame? Why doesn't the imperial court want those good things? Yao Chong picked up his bowl and drank. He didn't respond. There was nothing to say. If that Li Yi couldn't take out a large amount of good things, how could he have his current status? Why did all the women in Pyongkong Square come out? Song Jing didn't want to mention this matter. He was puzzled. A large group of them came, and Li Yi couldn't do anything to them. Yao Chong spoke at this time. This old man knows that there are no longer cases of children being stolen or forced into marriage in the brothels of the capital government. The treatment of the women in Pyongkong Square is good. Some women were deceived and sold. They were emotional and happy for the other girls. Some women used to be oppressed, beaten, and sick. Now there's no one to beat them. Oppression is based on ability. Illness can be cured. Yao Chong had also been there. It wasn't shameful to go there again. This was the atmosphere in the Tang dynasty. Like Meng Haoran, he also wrote poems and stayed overnight. He had a wife and a son. His wife didn't feel anything. If that's the case, why did he? Oh, I'm right. Song Jing was just about to ask why Li didn't go. Suddenly, he realized that Princess Yongmu's father was next to them. Empress Wang carried Dudu, who continued to listen to the sound, and turned his head. She changed the topic. From tomorrow onwards, the foreign envoys should watch over them to prevent them from stealing good seeds. When it comes to large-scale planting, we can't stop them. We can only steal for 2 to 3 years. Li Qingqi shook his head. He couldn't think of a way. They were cultivated in Li family Zhuangzi, and then in several places in the capital government. They were planted in the entire Tang dynasty. After a year of planting, people from other places would take the seeds back. There were few seeds, so they needed to be bred first, and then planted on a large scale. Everyone was helpless. Other people learned everything. As long as the people of the Tang dynasty could use it, they would learn it. It was said that some people in the southwest had started to raise bean worms and look for coal mines. This included which kind of stone could be turned into fertilizer and bribed local officials to get test paper. It was simply impossible to guard against them. They were shameless. If they had the ability, they should study it themselves. Ask Brother Yi tomorrow. If we can stop them, we will. Li Longji was distressed. It was not easy to find seeds overseas. When they were almost done eating, everyone went to rest. The officials stayed in Li family Zhuangzi. They could go to tomorrow's morning court. If they couldn't, they could ask someone to send the memorials and documents over. They could hold a court meeting in Li family Zhuangzi. If Li Yi was willing to participate, they would hold a meeting in the form of discussion. When he was in Huazhou, he was very good at handling official documents. He knew all the rules, including the official documents. The sun rose and shone brightly. There were only a few white clouds in the blue sky. It looked like they would be blown away soon. As expected, the morning court meeting was held in Li family Zhuangzi. It was in the square. Except for the censorate, all the officials above the 5th rank were there. The farmers helped to pack up the things, put on the dragon chair, and took the initiative to leave. The court meeting began. Seeing this situation, the kings were not in a hurry to leave. They stayed for a few more days. The officials were not used to it. Without the ceremonial guards, the Jinwu guards, the Qinyo guards, and so on did not come. The winged knights were there. Alright, they just had to make do with the meeting. Chapter 15:11. The officials held a court meeting, and the girls in Pyongkong Square had their bodies checked. The nurses who stayed behind were in charge, mainly checking if there were any diseases. If there were, they quickly recorded it. They also discussed with the female nurses how to suppress pregnancy. Now they were all making physical tools for sheep intestines. Those who took pills stopped. For example, Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian, who had high statuses, took pills. Those with low statuses took pills directly. They took anything that could destroy pregnancy. Usually it was heavy metal poisoning. If they were accidentally poisoned, they would take pills again. It was not good for the body. Li Yi provided small pills for Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian, but he could not afford to provide others. The capital government ate a lot of sheep, so they kept the sheep intestines. There was also the swim bladder of the sea fish that Li Qingqi got. The swim bladder of the Chinese bahaba fish was not provided. It was expensive. Li Yi hyped it up a lot at that time, mainly because the production was low, and they were all sold out quickly. It would be against his will to say that it was useless. For example, it could stop bleeding, and also suppress Staphylococcus aureus. The swim bladder of the Chinese bahaba fish was kept for medicinal purposes. Li Qingqi was not willing to eat the other fish. Most of them were distributed to the girls in the brothel in batches, and the girls handled it themselves. The girls in Pyongkong Square had an excuse to rest, so they came over to take care of their bodies. The girls in Baitsu needed physical isolation tools the most. The girls in Zhongqiu and Nankou counted the days. It was the safest days to do it. In the past, they were embarrassed to go to other places to see a doctor, so they usually went to the temple. There were monks in the temple who could help treat illnesses. They could also discuss scriptures. Some were not abstinent. Now that they did not look for monks, what scriptures could they discuss? Now they paid attention to the way of ruling a country. The Li family Zhuangzi had advanced equipment. With the help of female doctors, they were strong in theory and practice. If they really could not do it, they would ask Li Dongzhu for help. He could not watch others die of illness in his Zhuangzi and do nothing, right? The girls in Pyongkong Square had such an idea, and the officials who participated in the court meeting were also active in speaking. Li Longji did not plan to hold a court meeting. If he wanted to hold one, he would wait until the matter of the seeds was clear, and then talk about it in Hanyuan Palace. In the end, how did it become like a court meeting? On the other side of the bridge, there were still envoys from other countries who wanted to participate, but they were stopped. In the end, all of the officials were talking about trivial matters, and some of them even sang praises of him. Li Longji yawned until it was 10:45 p.m. It was time for lunch. The officials tacitly stopped talking and stood there looking at the sky. The wind was light today, and it could be said that there was no wind. The clouds from the morning were still floating there. Hee hee. Li Longji was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly realized that a large group of people had come here to wait for lunch. Li Shi, go and ask if they have braised swordfish and sea cucumber. Li Longji regretted that his reaction was too slow. If he had known earlier, he would have told him earlier to order the seafood. He could have rested for a while more. Gao Li Shi replied softly, Your Majesty, I've already given the order to pack up prawns and shredded seaweed for them. Officials below the 5th rank have to eat them too. Li Longji wanted to ask why you didn't tell me in advance. But he restrained himself. Who knew that this group of people would be so shameless just to eat something? He didn't need anyone to transmit his voice. He took the microphone in front of him and said, It's almost noon. Everyone has worked hard. I've already ordered the Li family Zhuangzi to prepare the seafood set. Pack it in food boxes, and bring it back to the imperial city. Bring the food for the other future officials. Thank you, Your Majesty. The voices were old and neat. They had dawdled all morning waiting for Li Longji to say this. The sea cucumber, prawns, and hairtail were all fresh. As for the seeds, they didn't dare to ask for them. They would lose their heads. Seeing the people of the 16th Guard put the food boxes made of bamboo on the cart, the officials bid farewell. When they returned to work, their subordinates also had food. They couldn't bear to eat the food boxes themselves, so they asked someone to send them home. There were many food boxes at home, so they were sent to the street where the Li family Zhuangzi lived in the south of the city. The people of the capital government were also preparing to eat. Today, including the 20 outside counties, there was pork soup. There wasn't much meat, but there was a layer of oil. Some people put pickled vegetables, and some people put tofu. The people also helped to dig up wild vegetables, wash them, and throw them into the big iron pot. This way they could eat more. Some big families would cooperate with the imperial court and provide things. Zhang Sun Xian of Lantian County slaughtered 2 pigs and vermicelli by himself. First, he blanched the vermicelli with boiling water in another pot. Whoever wanted to eat could put some vermicelli in their bowl with chopsticks. A board of tofu was always ready. There were also free black bread, 3 pieces of free bread at a time. His wife's belly was swollen. Li Yi's medicine was effective. Li Yi had returned from overseas with seeds. The emperor was treating him. Shouldn't he show off? He was still hoping to bring his wife to live in the Li family Zhuangzi when she gave birth. If she had a difficult birth, it would depend on Li Yi's methods. The people of the capital government didn't care about a mouthful of meat soup. Their lives would improve. They just wanted to enjoy the excitement and be happy. They were waiting for Li Dongzhu to quickly plant a lot of seeds. Li woke up and tidied up. It was 11:30 a.m. Just in time for dinner. The little girl woke up early. The little girl took her to the toilet, took a bath, ate a boiled egg, and waited for the main meal. She liked to eat eggs dipped in soy sauce. Unlike many children of Li Yi's time, they didn't eat bland yellow food, and didn't eat bland food and clear food. In the case of insufficient nutrition, children ate instinctively. They all ate salty and sweet food. One provided heat, and the other provided electrolytes. Looking at the monkey, he ate both clear and yellow boiled eggs. If he was given a bag of large grains of salt, he would directly pick it up and stuff it into his mouth. If he was given an orange, he would eat the orange peels after finishing the orange peels, just like how people ate kumquats, including the peels. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi were a little resistant to boiled eggs. Li didn't criticize them. This meant that the children had enough nutrition in this area. You want the children to eat it? Just fry it. Put vinegar, salt, sugar, and soy sauce. If you want the children to eat boiled eggs, they boiled tea eggs. Even the yellow was full of flavor. Li Yi found the other 70 people, and the little girl. Everyone still ate together. The little girl carefully carried the plate. The largest compartment inside was filled with braised pork. In fact, one side of the compartment was bigger. It was just that the shape was different, so it gave people a different feeling. For water, including the compartment for rice, there was more water on one side. For dishes, because the shape of the compartment was different, the angle of the dishes was different, and the amount of dishes was different. Some dishes could be stacked very high. The compartment for normal rice should be bigger. Li didn't do that. If it wasn't enough, he could fill it. Why eat so many carbohydrates? After today, Everyone will be busy again, especially the 6 of you. I'm not sure if I can find you next time. Li Yi wasn't hypocritical. He directly said that unless he was going to see again, and the 6 officials could still follow him. He taught the 6 of them a lot of knowledge. The 6 of them should be assigned to important positions. Dongzhu, next time you go out to sea, you still have to find us. We don't care where we are. Arrange for others to work first. We will go out with you. Dongzhu, I promise that I won't be greedy or harm the people. When I go out, I know that it's the leader's responsibility to lead the people to live a good life. That's what I mean. Their leader wants to, but he can't. We have the means and resources. I have people in my family. I will continue to be an official in the government. If there's something I don't know, I will ask you. I don't have people in my family, but I know that I must stay in the government. Dongzhu, I want to learn from you. Can we still be placed outside? Don't we have to work in Chang'an first? I want to learn more from Dongzhu. The 6 of them expressed that they were reluctant to leave. Chapter 15:12. The 6 officials actually wanted to kneel down and acknowledge Li Yi as their master. But they knew that Li Yi wouldn't accept them. The Li family Zhuangzi had taught many students. They had ranked first in the imperial examinations for 2 consecutive years. Even though they were so powerful, they still couldn't become Li Yi's disciple. His only disciple was this little girl. She could read 10 lines at a glance, had a photographic memory, had a keen sense of smell, had an extraordinary sense of taste, was skilled in acupuncture, and could learn a foreign language fluently after a few tries. She was also a kind-hearted person who knew that she didn't have much time left, but still wanted to get sick. How many people in the world had such standards? If it weren't for the little girl's illness, which master in the world wouldn't want to take her as their disciple? Unfortunately, although the little girl was powerful, the master couldn't. Because they couldn't change their fate, they weren't worthy of the little girl. Even the famous Buddhists couldn't find the cause of congenital heart disease. It was the little girl's medical family that did the research. It was said that the little girl's illness often acted up at home, but she didn't have any problems with Li Dongzhu along the way. Since that's the case, I'll invite you again when I go to other places next time. Don't be imprisoned because of your mistakes. If that happens, we won't be fated. Li Yi warned. He didn't want to hear that the officials who went out to sea with him were in prison. He had already prepared the things. 1,000 corals per person, which was $1 million. During the voyage, the 6 of them performed well, and should be rewarded. He didn't want to give the corals, so should he sell them or not? It was useless if he didn't sell them. If he did, they would feel that they had lost their friendship. It was more practical to just give them money. Li Yi was used to this. In the past, when a friend fell sick and was hospitalized, he would buy them. He didn't buy anything. When he arrived at the place, he would look first and pay first. If the friend didn't have any fruits, he would find an excuse to go out and buy some fruits. Since they had a lot of fruits, he would usually help them eat them. He wouldn't buy any. He gestured to the farmer next to him to bring the gift boxes over. Everyone got one, including Princess Yongmu. He used the excuse of going to the toilet to give the others time to look at the gifts. Princess Yongmu opened it. It was empty. She closed it. The others opened it. They were very tacit and didn't make a sound. The girl opened the doll and looked around like a thief before quietly closing it. Only the 6 officials had large prawns in their gift boxes and a stack of exchange coupons. The 6 of them looked at each other and trembled. There was too much money. Li Yi came back. When I went out just now, I heard people saying that the law should not be passed down easily. I think that it's the same for government officials. They have to worry about the people and not let their own families starve to death. Drink up. The 6 of them put away the box and picked up the wine. While they were happy, they were also vigilant. When they returned home, they would definitely tell their families not to cause trouble for their family. After taking Li Dongzhu's money, if something happened again, did he think that Li Dongzhu wouldn't kill him? More than 30,000 southwestern barbarians, and their families were still so obedient. There were even more surrendered families of the Tila 9 clans, who were living peacefully. Could it be that they were moved by Li Dongzhu's constant smile? The little girl couldn't sit still. She slid off the chair and came to Li Yi's side. She raised her head, and Li Yi leaned his body down. There's too much, I can't finish it. The little girl expressed in the language of her hometown. Li Yi said in the same language that he wasn't very familiar with. Eat slowly, there's no hurry. Go back and eat. Okay. This was universal. The little girl happily went back and sat on the chair. Her box was filled with lollipops. Looking at the lollipops, she felt that she had the whole world. She took a bite of the red braised pork that melted in her mouth, and suddenly found that everything in the world was so beautiful. The children in the village, and the children in the Zhang family's village had similar thoughts. Dongzhu was back. Last night, the adults didn't wake her up. This morning, she found out that Dongzhu was still sleeping. The little girl ate all the food she had scooped. So much. After eating, she drank a bowl of soup and burped. She touched her stomach and was satisfied. She didn't feel bloated. Li looked at her and was calm. He wasn't afraid that the little girl would have problems. This was the difference between a shepherd dog and a pet dog. The shepherd dogs were responsible for herding the sheep. They were responsible for hundreds of kilometers. They looked after the sheep and faced the wolves at the same time. In the beginning, such shepherd dogs would return home once every half a month. The owner would give them raw meat and cut off a horse's head for them to eat. After eating, they would take over the other half of the herd. Each time they would last for half a month, just like the wolves. Wolves had an alpha wolf, and dogs had a king. Military dogs had 2 to 3 meals. Pet dogs were different and occasionally had snacks. Pet dogs usually ate grass when they were sick, but shepherd dogs and wolves would take the initiative to eat grass to replenish water and food. The little girl belonged to the shepherd dog category. Although she was young, she worked a lot and ate a lot. Let's go out and meet your good friends. Li pulled the little girl out. Dongzhu. Brother Dongzhu. Dongzhu, is it windy outside? I heard that the waves on the sea are higher than the houses. The children on Zhuangzi finished their meals and ran over. They looked at the little girl while talking to Li Yi. I want to introduce a new partner. She fell sick on the island outside, and was brought back by me. Let's call her Lele. Li just remembered to name the little girl. Many women in the Tang dynasty were not famous, let alone those on the island outside. The children ran over and talked to the little girl. They could communicate with each other, and it was easier for them to communicate with each other than adults. The little girl opened her box and took out some sweets to give to her partners. The children took the sweets and gave the little girl more things. The box could not hold all of them. Master, should I go and have a look? The little girl was a little worried. No need. Let's go and plant something. Li Yi waved his hand. He believed in the people on Zhuangzi, including the children. The villagers of Zhuangzi and the Zhang family had already started to plant according to the operation manual. Planting peanuts depended on the weather. The weather was hot now, and the ground had been treated. They peeled the shells and planted the seeds. A peanut was planted in a small pit. The shells were kept and ground into powder to be used for top dressing. Since the peanuts fell to the ground with their shells, it meant that the shells were useful. They protected the peanuts and provided nutrients at the same time. After peeling off the shells, some peanuts were shriveled. At this time, they would be taken out and kept for eating. According to the operation manual, the peanuts were sweet. The potatoes were cut according to where the sprouts were, and some of the meat had to be removed. The sweet potatoes were prepared to be planted. A section of the seedling was a seed. Cutting techniques. For peppers and tomatoes, the seeds were treated first, and then the seedlings were grown. They could not be thrown directly into the ground, which would affect the yield. Such good techniques. Write it in the newspaper and teach it to others. Li Dan looked at the operation manual and continued to feel distressed. In the past, how could the seeds be treated first? The coriander was treated with stones. Others were soaked in warm water and added lime. Some were soaked in water and dried in the sun before the seedlings were grown. The soil used for the seedlings was different. It depended on whether the crops were precious or not. The greenhouse was precious. Actually, it's possible to limit the production. It's difficult for the common people to use the seeds. They breed them separately, and then sell the seeds after hybridization. Others took the seeds and kept the seeds. The yield of the crops is lower with each generation. With such investment, it's better to improve the crops and cultivate the original seeds with higher yields. Li Yi knew how the seed companies operated. In order to make money, they did not sell the original seeds and hybridized seeds. They only sold the first-generation seeds. Chapter 15:13. Li Yi saw that everyone was planting sunflower seeds. They had soaked them yesterday, and were now planting them one by one. They needed to plant seedlings, and then distribute them to the ground. But they were reluctant to throw a few seeds into a small pit and bury them. It was too wasteful. He handed Li Dan a handful of sunflower seeds raw. Li Dan habitually took it, and did not understand what it meant. Eat, pick it yourself or bite it with your teeth. Li Yi grabbed a few seeds from his pocket, pinched one edge, threw it away, picked up another one, and smacked his lips. Li Dan stared. How can you eat it after searching for thousands of miles? It's small and shriveled. What can you do if you don't eat it? The first one has no kernel. This thing when planted can become hundreds. Li Yi looked at the empty ground, ready to wait for the sunflowers to grow seedlings, and then plant them separately. He suddenly smiled. When the time comes, it will be golden and turn with the movement of the sun. Bees like it best. Raise more bees, don't sting people. Noble consort Lu was in good health, drinking honey water and royal jelly every day. Sunflower seeds are mature, and can be promoted next year. The land in Guangzhou must be well taken care of. Next year, all new species will be planted and food from other places will be replenished. Li Yi planned ahead and left all kinds of seeds in Guangzhou. Naturally, they could not produce food. The railway is repaired and transported by train. Li Longji pushed the baby carriage. The little guy was Shang'er's baby carriage. In the carriage was Shang'er's sister Dudu. Dudu was covered and had just fallen asleep. She could not do anything now, only cry, and relied on adults to take care of her. The little guy hung his old toys in the baby carriage, and looked forward to his sister growing up. Did you encounter any trouble when repairing the railway? Li Yi frowned. 23 people died. They were accidentally smashed to death. There was nothing to do when they were working, but they fell down. They were beheaded for embezzlement of food. Empress Wang said the number of deaths. Obviously, those who were smashed to death and fell down may have been the supervisors, who did not strictly follow the construction requirements, and lowered the food standards. Life for life. Not giving a chance to line up squatters and be surgical test subjects. What about now? Li Yi clenched his fists and released them. No one has died in the past half a month, but there are some who got injured. They injured their eyes while digging stones and broke their legs while picking stones. Empress Wang's tone didn't change. Many people had died in the palace before. The others were the same. It was very normal. How could there be no deaths in such a big project? In the past, people who had died were not reported to the imperial court and dealt with by the local authorities. Now, each death would be reported to the families of the deceased, and the cause of the death would be investigated. For those who were injured and left with sequelae, the imperial court would give them an additional monthly allowance if they helped them find a way out. Li Yi sighed. You'll die if you build a railroad. He didn't have any good ideas about this. Some people didn't die directly because of the railroad. If they were sick, they might collapse while doing farm work. If they collapsed while laying the railroad tracks, it would be considered as dying at work. Some of them had nothing to do when they were working, but when they were sleeping, they had a brain hemorrhage and died. The construction process was always accompanied by all kinds of accidents, especially during manual labor. God knows how many lives will be sacrificed when we build tunnels in the future. Li Yi was conflicted and asked again, will it be completed this year? 60%. The previous railroad tracks have all been built, including the sleepers. The rest of the work depends on more people. Li Chengqi wanted to sell more seafood from the seaside, so he was most concerned about the situation of the railroad and the train. The people who laid the railroad tracks used shovels, picks, drills, carts, and poles like ants. They could build the Great Wall and dig the Grand Canal. let alone lay the railroad tracks. Li Longji was afraid that Li Yi would be worried. The food is good, the wages are high, and the tools are handy. We can probably test the train in autumn. What about the one on the river? Li Yi had a road map in his mind. Take the pontoon bridge and connect the boats. Each carriage will be transported once and docked. Under the pontoon bridge are the boats. The pontoon bridge can be opened, and after it is closed, use ropes to adjust the position of the boats downstream. Bai Gu said as he took out sunflower seeds from Li Yi's pocket. His family had children and didn't lack other things, so sunflower seeds were the only thing in the world. Let's smash the bridge pier. The boats will send wood. Use the wood as the base and cast concrete. Li Yi decided to test it out on the river. How do we smash it? Wei Jigu wanted to learn. Just use wood. Some bridges have already been used. There are also stones. First, build the wooden beams. The wood needs to be regular and not have boils. First, use anti-corrosion treatment. After smashing it down, since it will be underwater most of the time, it won't rot without contact with air. Press the concrete pier on top, and the wooden base will be above the water when it is first done. Directly make the concrete pier at the top. After it is done, put the wood and use other stones to smash it down together with the wooden base. Then add the concrete and smash it again. Use a hand gourd to hang a big iron block, and use the boat to support it. Smash it again and again. Li Yi felt tired and annoyed as he spoke. The listeners, however, felt that it was easy, especially when the water was shallow. They could do it in winter. In that case, we can also build a bridge over the Yellow River. A picture appeared in Song Jing's mind. If a few bridges were built over the Yellow River, the common people would no longer need to travel by boat. It would be more convenient for carriages pulled by livestock to cross the bridge. Li Yi nodded lightly. The imperial court's finances are ample. I'll think of a way to make it higher to make it easier for large ships to sail through. Gather the skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty. I want to learn and attend classes. I want to learn their skills and teach them new techniques. Remember to bring your family. I don't want them to have their families kidnapped and face a choice after they finish learning. Li Yi thought of an important matter. The families of the technicians must be safe. If they had a bad heart, they could deliberately let the families of the craftsmen be kidnapped and killed to arouse the hatred of the craftsmen. They would be blinded by hatred and use the hatred in their hearts to become tools in the future. Shaking his head, Li Yi hurriedly threw this thought out. Not to mention doing it, he didn't even want to think about it. It would reduce his lifespan. It wasn't something a human would do. Xiaoyi, are there any shriveled peanuts? Bai Gu took out 2 large handfuls of sunflower seeds and remembered the peanuts. Didn't you eat them just now? Lu Huaishan also took a handful of sunflower seeds from Li Yi's pocket. Just 2. It's sweet. I just remembered that my grandson can't eat. I'll give you a bag of rice. Steamed rice. Lu Huaishan didn't show any mercy. Fine. I still want the shriveled peanuts. Bai Gu turned to look at Lu Huaishan. What can you do about it? Remember a bag of rice. Lu Huaishan. The Yangtze River doesn't dry up. Can it be repaired? Li Longji didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the 2 old men. He wanted to build a bridge over the Yangtze River. Dry period downstream. Fine. Most of the shoals in the river will be exposed. The rest of the water won't be turbulent. The bridge should be larger in key areas. Li stared straight ahead. He began to scan through the information, including pictures and introductions of the Yangtze River basin. It could be repaired. With the technology he had mastered, it wouldn't be a problem. Li Longji nodded. Good. Brother Yi's return is indeed reassuring. As he spoke, he glanced at the officials. There was a hidden meaning in his gaze. The officials were helpless. Why are you looking at us? Shouldn't Li Yi be powerful? Why do you have to compete with us? Did we offend you? Chapter 15-14. If this goes on, how can we survive? At the head of the Bahui Bridge, Boxy, who was wearing a tang suit and a bamboo hat, served a bowl of free stew. He ate the highland barley and samba he brought and spoke in a low voice. Simba didn't eat samba, so he bought scallion pancakes. He was disgusted by his colleagues' pretentious sentiments. Could it be that samba was first caught and eaten with stew? After they finish planting, they still have to spread it throughout the Tang dynasty. They'll take it and send it back. Li Yi went out in person and ignored the risks at sea. The crops he found must be good. Simba lived a life of taking. Whatever the Tang dynasty had, he would take as much as he could. He valued new crops. A few years ago, Li Yi's fame was much lower than it was now. They went out together and solved the locust plague in the east of Taihang Mountains. Later, he learned that many people were looking forward to his return, including the Tang emperors Li Longji. They arrived in Luoyang and left for a short time. Then they flew to the north and returned in a few days. They left in the first month and returned last night. It took a long time, so the overseas crops they took must be extraordinary. Wait for the Tang dynasty to popularize and secretly collect. The key was to learn how to plant. Boxy was obviously talking about something else. He emphasized, Li can always find good things and come up with good ideas. In the long run, how can Tubo deal with it? The climate. The newspaper said it's called the environment and climate. Most non-commissioned officer in the Tang dynasty can't survive. Simba said and shook his head first. He knew about the 30,000 non-commissioned officer on Taibai Mountain. Li was planning in advance. 30,000 people, plus the local people who were used to the highland environment, and the winged knights, attacked Tubo with weapons. Tubo would have a hard time resisting. The more Simba thought about it, the more worried he became. We should send troops to India to get survival in strategic places. He was thinking about retreat. He used the snowy mountains as a wall to block the military forces of the Tang dynasty. He ran to India and climbed over the mountains. Pork stew is salty, Wuxia suddenly blurted out an irrelevant remark. Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted from the place where the soup was being served. Everyone, don't put salt in it. Just put the vegetables in it. Come, bring the vegetables back. Add water. Sure enough, it's salty. The people of the Tang dynasty don't lack salt, let alone money. Simba had no special need for salt. Tubo had plenty of it. He saw that the people of Chang brought their own things to add, which proved that the people were living a good life. In the past, when salt was cheap, the people were not willing to give it to them. In the beginning, when there was free soup, the commoners took advantage of it. Nowadays, the common people did not care about free. They just wanted to participate. The shed that provided free soup had things for sale. If you say you want to starve to death, the shed will provide you with slices of bread and soup to ensure that you will not die of hunger. This year, there were many commoners in the capital who spent more money to sell things in the shacks, giving the shacks profits so that they could be maintained and prevent the imperial court from removing the shacks due to lack of money. More than 10 years ago, there was an old man who was dressed to show his family's affluence, fishing near a water canal in a shed more than 20 li west of Chang'an City. When he caught fish, he would cook soup for the shed and chat with the people there, telling them things about his youth. At noon he ate there, with slices of black bread and fish soup. He did not mind at all. When it was noon, Shenshur. Oh, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. There was a clock, which unified the time. At 3:30, it was also 15:30. The old man walked home with 2 crucian carps, saying that he would cook soup for his 3rd daughter-in-law and feed his 7th grandson. His days were so leisurely. He chased after him and asked why he went fishing so far away. He said that there were 2 small roads in the area. People from distant villages would come here. It was tiring to walk on the mountain road. Only by drinking fish soup with meat would one have the strength. He asked the old man again, "How many people can you help with your own strength?" The old man replied, "How many people like me are there?" This was the situation in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty. His own tubo was unattainable and difficult to obtain. Divide 1 pot into 2 pots. I'll take sauerkraut, which has been shredded. After dividing, it won't be salty anymore. There's too much sauerkraut in the village. If we don't eat it now, we can only use it to make stinky tofu. Dongzhu said that this stinky tofu is the most authentic fried one. It's more fragrant than stinky tofu sauce. We can also use shepherd's purse sauce to make it. The people from Zhang's village came over on bicycles to deliver the sauerkraut. It had accumulated since late autumn last year, and had been stored until now. There was a layer of white foam on top of the sauerkraut. If they did not eat it now, it would rot. If they wanted to eat sauerkraut, they would have to accumulate it again. Unless a jar of sauerkraut was kept in a cool place without being touched, it could be preserved for longer. Every family in Zhang's village had a bicycle. They did not take up the membership quota for kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. They bought them through internal channels at cost price. The only requirement was that they were not allowed to sell them. The villagers would at most ride once in Chang'an. They would not go far for fear of being robbed. The key was that the bicycle's tires were real tires made of gum. It would be tiring to ride far. In the shed there were 2 big pots with extra salt. They were dividing the pots. They added water, added sauerkraut, stirred, and tasted the saltiness. That's it. They scooped a few extra spoonfuls of meat oil and added water to the pots to reduce the smell of oil. The people went over to scoop the food. Their expressions were like flowers waiting for bees to collect honey. I'm jealous. Guozhu poured the contents of the bowls into the big pots. He then scooped up more soup and vegetables and complained to Isimba. I'll go change too. Isimba did not want to talk about jealousy. It was meaningless. When he sat down again, Guozhu suddenly said, "What if Tubo surrenders to the Tang dynasty?" "Why do you say that?" Isimba was shocked. At the source of the Yellow River, more tribes will join the Tang dynasty. Their lives will be better. What are we fighting for? We are not thinking about the common people. Guozhu was analyzing the situation. He had wanted to kill Li Yi before, even if he had to die. He watched as Li Yi led the people in the capital to live a good life and spread to the entire Tang dynasty. Yesterday, he saw the lights on the yacht shining brightly. He saw Li Yi flying with Princess Yongmu. There were so many red corals, seeds, and seafood on the water screen. The people around him said, "Welcome Dongzhu," and Li Yi's words. He was conflicted. His Zhangpu was not as good as Li Yi's, nor were several Luans. Are you not going to kill him? Isimba was also hesitant. The enemy was too strong. He's timid. It's harder to meet him than to meet the Tang emperors. He's afraid that others will assassinate him. Guozhu was depressed again. But he can assassinate others. Isimba was also depressed. Let's eat. Where did you buy the scallion pancakes? They're delicious. Guozhu picked up one of Isimba's scallion pancakes and smelled it. 2 more scallion pancakes, Isimba shouted. Less than 3 feet away, a person with a handkerchief on his shoulder responded. Okay. Why didn't I see it just now? Guozhu was puzzled. I think you don't want to pay. I'll treat you. Isimba did not believe him. This oil is peanut oil and this is sunflower oil. I extracted them over there. I'll go to Cheongzhou in a few days to plant tropical crops, including rubber trees. Next time, I'll go to another place to get seeds, especially edible oil crops. They can make soap and are better than soybean oil. In fact, soybean oil is not the best oil. It's just that soybeans are easier to grow. Then we know how to make the pot explode when we cook. Otherwise, soybean oil will taste terrible when mixed with soybean oil. Li Yi introduced the 2 kinds of oil. They were not all kinds of rotten oil. Chapter 15:15. Brother Yi, should we plant many tropical crops overseas? Cheongzhou is too small. When Li Chengqi heard that Li Yi was going to Cheongzhou to plant crops, he began to think about all kinds of things he had learned. Our people have to take care of it. It involves a very important problem. Li Yi looked at the motionless clouds in the sky with a deep expression. What problem? Li Longji looked serious. The problem of the Tang dynasty appointing officials, or the businessmen operating alone. Li Yi raised his index and middle fingers, but it was definitely not a victory sign. The people around him were silent, waiting for him to continue. As long as there is communication, there will be benefits. As long as there are benefits, there will be rights involved. If the Tang dynasty appoints officials, Li Yi said what he had been unwilling to say about human nature. He had been trying to create a utopian atmosphere, especially for the Li family Zhuangzi. But the reality was always cruel. Human desire came first. People who wanted to uphold justice and eliminate human desire were themselves the manifestation of human desire. The officials appointed by the Tang dynasty represented a political and economic team, and the leader of the team had a lot of power. When the power reached a certain extent, it would transform into rights, and the connotation would be different. He saw so many good things going through his hands and returning to the Tang dynasty. They were all money, a lot of money, but he got very little, and he wanted to share it. He found that there was oil in other places, and the Tang dynasty needed it. What should he do? The act of giving gifts was common among humans, between people, and between countries. The person in charge of the development of oil extraction said, "I spent 10 million yuan to bribe others to get the oil extraction rights, and the crude oil worth 1 billion yuan is mine." It was impossible to extract 1 billion yuan worth of crude oil from these oil wells. The person said, "Oh, we were cheated." In fact, he knew that 5 million yuan of the 10 million yuan he spent would belong to him. It was not difficult for the officials to corrupt people through normal and simple means. As for private individuals, such as Yu Huaid and Manager Yu, he went to make money. When he came into contact with the monarchs of other countries, they saw that he was rich and used the money to support many armed men. He was so powerful that the rulers of small countries had to flatter him. This was the reality. He looked back and thought, the emperor of the Tang dynasty is nothing more than the monarch of a smaller country. I'll work hard. Even if I'm not in the Tang dynasty, I can still be on equal footing with you. You're a human, but am I not a human? If you can do it, why can't I? When I'm rich to a certain extent, I've already seen through the nature of the world. The weak are prey to the strong, and nobles and generals live in peace. Li Yi said these words and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Princess Yongmu's face turned pale. She thought of the massacre in the palace. The others also had ugly expressions on their faces. Why did they have to bring this up? Couldn't they just eat sunflower seeds? Li Longji took a deep breath. Brother Yi, why don't you fight for that position? That's right, why not? Old Zhou, why aren't you fighting for it? You only want to rule the country and don't want the people to suffer? Li Yi mumbled absent-mindedly. Li Lang, who's Old Zhou? Princess Yongmu held Li Yi's hand. Ah, nothing. Kindness is like water. It irrigates all things and does not compete. A man does not compete, so no one in the world can compete with him. I don't feel comfortable being the emperor. I still want to go for a walk. The world is big. Next time I go somewhere else, I'll make coffee for you. Coffee, tea, and cocoa are all good. I've brought cocoa back. I need to grow it in a hot place. Li Yi came back to his senses. He really didn't want to be the emperor. It was too tiring. Li Yi suddenly thought of the South Korean leaders in his time. One by one, they were locked up in prison. As for the emperors of the Tang dynasty, how badly were the emperors in the later stages of history bullied? Including the current Li Longji. History clearly knew that Yao Chong eliminated dissidents, dealt with Wei Zhigu, and suppressed Lu Huaishan, but they couldn't touch Yao Chong. It was the same for him at that time. He was a figurehead, and his military and administrative affairs were controlled by others. Now that he wasn't the emperor, he looked around. Who couldn't he deal with? If he wanted you to join the team, you had to join the team. If he wanted the team to be destroyed, he had to be destroyed. Why should he be the emperor? One round of people actually understood Li Yi's glance, and was very unhappy. Xiao Yi, wash your teeth. The unhappy Baigu pointed to his mouth. Li Yi looked around again. Wash all of them. Of course. You promise me that dental implants will be free. Baigu lifted his chin. No problem. Washington. I'll wash everyone's teeth, scrub them and bleach them. It's a one-stop service. Don't worry about serious wear and tear. At worst, I'll just implant more teeth. Li Yi agreed. The cost was very low, but the cost of the industry's technology had to be added. If they didn't pay, then forget it. After a simple exchange of dental implants, everyone's mood calmed down again. This proved that Li Yi had returned from the sea. He was still the humble Li Yi. He was very easy to talk to when they asked him to treat a patient. Everyone walked around again. Li Longji went to talk to the ministers, but he didn't bring Li Yi along. Li Longji didn't want to bring along. But if he brought along Li Yi, why would he still need the ministers? He could just ask Brother Yi. Brother E couldn't deal with trivial matters all day long. Caregivers should do manual labor and not always trouble Brother E. They all left. Li didn't follow. He pulled Princess Yongmu's hand. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. Princess Yongmu was full of happiness. She didn't care what she ate. People who could affect the development of the entire Tang dynasty always cooked for her. Even egg fried rice would be fine. How about braised pork fried rice? Li Lang, don't you want to see Lele? She's an outsider. Princess Yongmu suddenly thought of a little girl when she was happy. The Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. We never despise people because of their low status. And we never despise people because of their poverty. If the children of the Li family Zhuangzi can't even do this, then what's the difference between them and livestock? The so-called gentleman is despicable, the so-called romance is hooligan, and all freedom is colored. A race without faith is not called civilization. The word civilization fell on some livestock is a kind of blasphemy. Li Yi said with emotion. After he finished speaking, he realized that Princess Yongmu didn't know some things. Princess Yongmu frowned. That's right, an uncivilized tribe. When people eat people, it doesn't mean that people eat people's flesh and blood. It means that people want to kill people without tolerance. Li Yi. He felt that he had to redefine his future wife. She was a little capable. Lele, who was mentioned by Princess Yongmu, was sitting in a daze among the pile of toys. She missed home. Thinking of her companions at home, the children of the Tang dynasty lived a good life. There were so many toys that she didn't know how to play with. There were also beautiful clothes, and she didn't have to work. The food he ate on the big ship was good. But when they arrived at the place, they could eat as much as they wanted. When could her place be like theirs? Click, click, click. A loaded frog jumped by the girl. She was startled. What was that? She stared at it. The frog jumped and stopped. The child went over and grabbed the frog, continued to load it, and put it on the ground. The frog began to jump again. The girl understood that it was so simple. She just had to twist it. She didn't know how difficult it was to twist the spring. In the whole world, only the Li family Zhuangzi could do it. Chapter 15-16. Dongzhu, can you take a look at the soil? Zhang Xiao, the village chief of the Zhang family village, asked Li Yi with a grin. There were traces of dirt on his face. Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the others into the village. The village had to help plant corn, and was under martial law. Only those who had been raising children in the Zhang family village were allowed to enter. They had to follow the rules. The 16 guards stood guard at the entrance of the village. If they found anyone suspicious, they were allowed to enforce the law. If the other party did not cooperate, they would be killed on the spot. This was not the case in the past, but now there was a new breed. Either they did not come, or they had to be obedient. Li Yi squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the furrows. He squeezed it and threw it away. Tao Hong handed over a water bag and helped Li Yi wash his hands. There was a lot of fermented farm fertilizer in the soil. The moisture is okay. When the corn seeds are dried, take them and plant them. When they are harvested, they can't be ensiled because of the seeds. They can only be crushed and mixed with other forages to ferment and feed to livestock. Oh, they can be burned as firewood or crushed to make fertilizer. But our Tang dynasty lacks feed. Li Yi recommended that corn stalks be fermented and fed to cattle. Even people could eat them. In the past, during natural disasters, the country used corn stalks to mix with other things to make biscuits. People ate them to fill their stomachs, but they felt uncomfortable and dry when they went to the bathroom. The main reason was that there was no oil. The production team's work point model made people lazy. The more they ate from the big pot, the poorer they became. Thinking of this, Li Yi said, the destructive power of internal strife has always been higher than external strife. Without perfect rules and regulations, the lower the level, the worse it will be. Those who make policies can't directly implement them if they can't come up with a full set of supporting strategies. Rules with many loopholes are instigating people to commit crimes. The emotional management model is a test of human nature and will not last long. After that, he pulled Princess Yongmu and continued to walk inside. The palace maids and eunuchs behind them hurriedly wrote. They understood that Dongzhu's words were said to the highest officials and His Majesty. The ordinary people ignored them. Dongzhu, do you want to eat braised frog tonight? A villager came over and asked. The braised frog in the Zhang family village was the best. It was not for sale now, because it could not be sold at a high price. And no one had eaten it. Later on he realized that it wasn't worth it. Why was the toad so expensive? Now that the Zhang clan's village had money, they could do other things if they didn't want to buy anything. He continued to catch frogs and cook for himself. There was also a place for him to help Dongzhu raise forest frogs. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Do you want some? Princess Yongmu lowered her head and thought about it. All right, don't make too many. I'll eat one. One for each person, Li Yi said to the villagers. Now that he didn't restrict the commoners from eating exotic delicacies, they couldn't eat all the frogs they caught and ate normally. Frogs were nowhere to be seen. The culprits were pesticides and fertilizers. He planned to research better fertilizers and pesticides in the future. When using them, he would limit the amount and not use too much force. The water made from plant ash was not omnipotent. It could only deal with some pests. The diseases of the plants themselves needed to be treated with medicine. There were also problems with the amount of water and the trace elements in the soil, which could all be solved. Dongzhu will be having dinner in the village tonight. The villagers couldn't guess Li Yi's thoughts. He only cared about conveying the joyous news. The villagers instantly cheered. Dongzhu came back yesterday and chose to have dinner in the village today. It was a great honor. Every family discussed the menu, quantity, who cooked what, where to eat, and so on. They also had to pay respects to their ancestors, burn incense, and tell their ancestors that Dongzhu came to have dinner. This made them happy. Li Lang, other people say that you cultivate your body, unify your family, and govern the country to bring peace to the world. You cultivate your body, unify Zhuangzi and expand again. Princess Yongmu thought of the braised frog and swallowed her saliva. She smiled and said Li Yi's development model. Li Yi didn't deny it and nodded. It's about obtaining the right to speak, using talent to gain the recognition of the higher-ups, and using military strength to ensure the implementation of the system. All politics is dirty, but it can provide the commoners with a clear spring. The fight for power is full of darkness, but it can let the commoners feel the sunshine. When a ruler sacrifices the lives of some commoners to protect the interests of more commoners, it can't be said to be wrong. It can only prove that he is incompetent. For example, the commoners of the Tang dynasty had infectious typhoid or smallpox. Did they pursue the economy, or sacrifice the economy to save their lives? This is the test of the ruler. The palace maids and eunuchs continued to take notes. They cooperated tacitly, and each of them said a sentence. Typhoid can be cured, but what about smallpox? Princess Yongmu was slightly conflicted. Why use the commoners of the Tang dynasty as an example? But she was worried about smallpox. Vaccines, see the virus vaccine. Start the vaccination. I'll spare some time. During the vaccination process, people may die. Li Yi was troubled by this matter. People didn't have smallpox in the first place, and now the Tang dynasty didn't have smallpox either. If they insisted on vaccinating, there would be a small probability of accidents. The probability was small, but it was not small for the family. Ask where else smallpox appeared. We'll publicize it, and then help people vaccinate. When the commoners of the Tang dynasty understand the reason, even if there is a small probability of problems, they are still willing to accept it. People in Zhuangzi, Zhang's village, the royal family, and the ministers who were qualified to talk to him all got a bunch of vaccines, including Dudu. He came back and wanted to give Dudu a set. One-on-one targeted, the probability of problems was almost negligible. Dudu's brother was so healthy. The root of the problem was Li Yi. Asked the barbarian. Princess Yongmu suddenly wanted to ask the barbarian where smallpox happened. She shook her head quickly. She couldn't curse others like this. Dongzhu, the chili was planted. Last year, the village didn't sell any. They only ate it themselves. The farmer in charge of planting chili ran over and reported in a low voice. They helped to plant chili. Li Yi sold chili powder and chili oil, which were very expensive. After the villagers planted chili, they made chili powder. When needed, they made chili oil. They didn't sell it. Tourists could eat it. The price was almost the same as Li Yi's. Sometimes they would give a small plate. They were not allowed to take it away. This year, the carrots can be eaten by themselves. The seeds are enough. There's no need to put them in a greenhouse. Li nodded and said carrots. Carrots were sent to the south. This year, they could produce a large number of seeds. The north didn't need greenhouses. It was a problem for carrots to survive the winter. In the south, they would popularize it in designated places. Others would choose to eat some and keep some. Then they would sell the seeds to the imperial court according to the requirements. The imperial court would sell the seeds to the people. Hashijidushi, Anshijidushi, and other places were planted last year. They couldn't keep the seeds. After planting, they had to wait for the imperial court to distribute the seeds this year. Carrots could be eaten raw. They were sweet. Livestock and poultry liked to eat them. Poultry, ducks, and geese needed help to be crushed, but carrots were not. Give a horse a carrot. The horse will think you are a good person. Give a handful of pepper. Friends, do you have raw eggs? If you have, your family. In fact, the horse didn't know that pepper was much more expensive than eggs. Carrots have another use. They can be used as glue for children. Babies have teeth. Carrots can be used to train their biting strength. After biting off the dregs, they can eat them directly. The key is that carrots are sweet. Babies are willing to bite them. Li Yi couldn't provide glue for all the children in the Tang dynasty. He could only promote carrots. Will the babies bite off their teeth? Xiaolan felt that it was dangerous. She wanted to know. Chapter 15-17. As long as a child has teeth, even if you don't let them bite the carrot, they will still find something to bite. Li Yi understood the situation. It was the same for a child to bite the carrot. Do you think the child is stupid? Bite with all your strength. Don't they know how to use a little bit of strength? Unless the child is biting, and you suddenly pull with all your strength, the child's teeth will be pulled out. After the child has teeth, they will start to look around for something to put into their mouth. They will bite to see what it is. It's easy to get sick when biting other things. Cut carrot sticks are the most suitable. They taste sweet. The child's little hand grabs the carrot sticks. As long as you let them continue to grab the carrot sticks and wipe their mouth, they will smile at you. The parents of the Tang dynasty should learn more. I will continue to publish in the newspaper. Li Yi said. He was almost drooling. The image of the child holding the carrot sticks and biting them appeared in his mind. That's saliva. Fry 2 bean worms for me. Princess Yomu swallowed again. She remembered something good. Bring the children from Zhuangzi to the village and eat together. Li Yi ordered. As they continued to walk, the children in the village were cheering. They could see their friends again. They usually played together once every 10 days. They had to study and learn a lot of knowledge. It was also difficult to cross the bridge. The children in the village had the same toys as the children in Zhuangzi. They were not made by the village. They were all given by the children in Zhuangzi. The children in Zhuangzi were also happy when they heard the news. They prepared the toys and stayed in the Zhang family's village today. The little girl Lele felt the happy atmosphere, but she did not know how to cooperate. Let's go to the Zhang family's village. At the crucial moment, the little girl appeared and fed the little girl a small yam's egg candied ha. The weather was hot at this time. Only the Li family Zhuangzi could provide candied ha. Pure rock sugar did not melt easily. It needed to be made at a low temperature. Where is Brother Dongzhu? Although the little girl was young, she was sensible. She knew who was the best to her, and who was the most powerful. Other than Big Brother Dongzhu, it was this little big sister. Little big sister had to bring him out. Otherwise he would die. It's because Master is here that he called us over. Let's take a carriage. The tracks are laid from Zhuangzi to the village, and it's also connected to the capital office. There are some places that haven't been completed yet. After the little girl came back, she began to understand the situation. She wanted to help her master analyze the situation. If someone was disobedient, she would tell her master. The entire capital office, from the 2 counties of Chang and to the 20 counties outside, had been paved with wooden carriages, but the roads connecting the villages had not been fully connected yet. The little girl didn't understand the purpose of the wooden tracks laid out so far away, and there was also a water net that allowed the boat to drift slowly. She brought Lele to sit in a carriage. A few children of similar age were also sitting there. The elder child arranged for his younger siblings to stay with the little girl brought back by Dongzhu's elder brother. "Your Majesty, Xiaoyi won't be coming back?" When Baigu saw this, he immediately concluded that if he could not even see this, it would be better for him to die. "Isn't it just a measure against the dense vegetation of the Turks? We don't need one more day. We like children. Let's go take a look." Li Longji expressed that he didn't care and was about to leave. The officials were discussing the grasslands of the Turks, where the grass was lush and there were many animals. The Turks could raise horses and did not lack meat. Last year, the Turks came to ask for peace, but the Tang dynasty did not. Instead, they gathered their troops at the border and even went out. Where Tubo was, Tubo could not find enough troops and surrendered to the Tang dynasty. How Lingquan's diplomatic skills should be punished by the heavens. The Khitans, Shi, and Bohai were restrained by trade and were working hard to raise Tussa silkworms. The white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate suffered heavy losses and did not have the strength to do anything else. Last year, the cavalry led by Su Lu was beaten badly by Zhang Shaosong at the last moment, or it could be said that they were crippled. The southwest barbarians were suppressed by the local forces and kept retreating. The local forces went forward to catch animals and at the same time, helped the captives find their families and bring them back. More Tila tribes were arranged to surrender. The imperial court took action and did not allow others to follow the example of the Li family Zhuangzi. All the other places had been stabilized, except for one opening, the Turks. What was going on? Wasn't Li Yi supposed to take every conceivable possibility into account? Besides sending out troops, what else could he do? Everyone wanted to understand. Did Li Yi really forget? Even a wise man's 1,000 considerations is bound to make a mistake. You just came back yesterday, and you went to the village to play? Li Longji did not care about what others thought. He pondered. If I go, won't it be simple? Your Majesty, I heard that the Zhang family village's yellow braised frog is the best in the world. This subject is hungry. Baigu was not satisfied and found an excuse. Good. When I go, I will ask the Zhang family village to send the yellow braised frog over. Li Longji felt that it was reasonable and prepared delicious food for the officials. Your Majesty, Longze is unreasonable. We mainly want to see the process of the Zhang family village making the yellow braised frog. Yao Chong glared at Baigu. Can't you find an excuse? This subject agrees. Sui said. This subject agrees. The others said in unison. Li Longji smiled. Is it necessary to eat a toad like this? Everyone laughed but did not say anything. Was it about eating a toad? We just want to ask Li Yi. Why did you leave a hole? Go with me. How about it? Li Longji was embarrassed to disturb the place again. Great. The officials did not feel that they were disturbing anyone. How rich is the Zhang family village? Moreover, the villagers know us. They do not regard us as people who cannot be offended. They rely on Li Yi. Even if it was Zaifu, would he dare to deal with the people of the Zhang family village when they did not commit a crime? Dare. Deal with them. Li Yi will not even give you a chance to join the Tuan heir. They did not commit a crime. What right do you have to deal with them? If they commit a crime, do you think Li Yi will be merciful? Are you sure you want to deal with the people of the Zhang family village? You clearly want to deal with me. Li Longji took the lead. A group of people, including Li Dan and others, went over. Once again, Dudu finished eating and dealing with the stomach and intestines, and was carried over. Dudu had an injection after Li Yi came back. There were still several injections waiting for it. It was more sleepy, or it would sleep. From a bioevolutionary point of view, the shorter the feeding period of the organism, the more at the bottom, especially among the mammal group. Just like a lamb, it would soon learn to run. Only in this way could it increase its chances of survival. As for humans, after being born, it would take many years to raise them. But humans are weak. The reason why babies are weak is that humans do not need to run. The grassland wolves are powerful. They can eat other people. Why not try eating a prince of the Tang dynasty? The Tang dynasty can dispatch more than 100,000 cavalry to encircle and suppress the grassland wolves. No matter the cost, the logistics can kill the grassland wolves until they tremble when they see people in the future. After asking Li Yi felt that the Westerners did a better job in this aspect. As long as people die, animals must die. If a group of lions eat a person, there is no need for this group of lions to exist. In contrast, when a group of bears killed people, the zoo did not kill the bears for economic benefits. They pushed the responsibility to people and said that people did not do it right. From the perspective of people, there is no problem with this statement. However, when can animals be on par with people? The superiority of the species is reflected here. It is nothing more than money, and some government officials also received bribes, so it was left unsettled. This is human nature. Don't say that the system of a certain country is so noble. Lao Mao wrote dialectical materialism. How come there is no need for dialectics later? Based on money, put animals and people on the same line, or even higher than humans. Chapter 15:18. People had different understandings of things, but the only thing they had in common was survival. To live, one had to eat meat, just like Li Longji. Li Longji took the seafood brought back by Li Yi to Zhang village, mainly for ribbonfish. Ribbonfish were too difficult to catch, so they had to cast a deep net. Brother Yi, I heard from the people at the beach that they have never seen a live ribbonfish. When they arrived at the village, the ministers were arranged to rest, but they did not accept the arrangement and insisted on following. The people of Zhang village were not happy. We told you where to stay, but you didn't even take a look? Next time, don't be so enthusiastic. We are with Dongzhu, why should we care about you? Actually, we can see a live one, but it will take a little effort. Li Yi really knew how to catch a ribbonfish alive. Ribbonfish were not sharks. Sharks did not have swim bladders, and they relied on their flexible bones to swim in the sea. Ribbonfish usually lived in deep waters. Once caught, or because of the ocean currents, the pressure in the ribbonfish's body would be too great. The swim bladders were the main cause, and if they were damaged, they would die. Altitude hypoxia was a similar situation. The high-altitude oxygen was thin, and people's ability to adapt was not good. Plateau people suddenly came to a negative altitude basin, which was oxygen intoxication. Can we see a live one? Before you Li Yi, who said that ribbonfish would be auspicious when transported to Chang'an. Do you know? Song Jing stared at Li Yi and said, when I cleaned your teeth, your eyes were not so round. Don't play this game with me. I don't need to explain to anyone. Li Yi stared at Song Jing. If you don't understand, you can just ask. It's called asking for advice. You are asking for advice, but you treat it as a question. You think you are superior? Song Jing's face changed. How is it a question of explanation but? Without waiting for him to finish, Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu and left. Song Jing was dumbfounded. He did not expect Li Yi to turn hostile so quickly. He always thought that Li Yi was more tactful. Li Longji glared at him and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Yi. The others followed, while Song Jing hid at the back with an ugly expression. Brother Yi, you haven't told me how you caught the cutlass alive. Li Longji did not ask about the tujue, and instead asked about the cutlass alive. Set up a large net with 4 fixed supports, and fix the hairtail within a certain range. Slowly raise the net, and the hairtail will rise bit by bit along with the net, slowly expelling the gas in the swim bladder. The speed of the net was very fast. Before the hairtail could expel the air from its swim bladder, it had already reached the top. The surrounding pressure was very small. The hairtail's swim bladder exploded, and the hairtail died. Humans need to decompress when diving, just like ribbonfish. Of course, it's not a problem with the swim bladder. Li Yi explained the whole process very simply. He put a big shrimp cage in the sea, and slowly lifted the fish after it went in. Then he added, don't be fooled by the fact that the hairtail dies as soon as it comes out of the water. They're very powerful in the water. Look at their teeth. The meat is delicious. Li Longji understood the principle clearly. He thought that the hairtail had a bad temper and would die of anger after being caught. Steam it and eat it fresh. Li Yi stayed at night to treat the villagers to good food. Li Longji nodded gently. Guangping has been very irritable recently. The Tujua's affairs are still unresolved. The Tang dynasty is seeking stability internally. As the chancellor, he can't find a good solution. To put it bluntly, it's because he doesn't want to lose face that he has to talk to me like that. What did Confucius say? Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Shameless to ask. Princess Yongmu immediately gave the answer. When Tian is smart, that's what it means. Shameless to ask someone who is not as high as you. Li Yi explained. Princess Yongmu and Li Longji. Can it be explained like that? Are you sure that Li Yi's soul hasn't been swapped? Li Yi smiled and waved his hand. We have to keep the Tujua's affairs. The Tujua is a group of races, not just a single Tujua. The land is connected to the Tubo behind the Hushi corridor to form a large continent. We have to train our troops and have an army that can defeat the enemy at any time. Coincidentally, the Tujua's internal strife is now, so we have to be more active there. At the same time we can suppress the Khitans, the Shi tribe, and the Bohai Sea. The key is that after 2 years, we don't have to worry about military supplies. Where will the money come from? Bai Gu and the others have been following him, including Song Jing. He adjusted himself and didn't argue with Li Yi. Planting potatoes and corn. The local climate is very suitable. There are also many mines there. What's the saying? Oh, East Forest, West Mines, South Agriculture, North Herding. Li Yi was talking about the Inner Mongolia region. No, it was even further north. The mineral resources there were abundant. Moreover, they could raise cattle, horses, and sheep. There were also many other animals. Wolves were in packs and needed to fight. Zhang Jiuling looked at Li Yi's side profile in surprise. You've already planned for Gangrou? What plan? It's just the general trend of the world. Li Yi wasn't lying. He had a map in his head, and the race's resources, strategic locations on the map. He also knew where the wars were happening, who was fighting who, what was the reason for the war, and who was more powerful. Zhang Jiuling said, build a road from there to Chang'an. Build a railway. We need to wait. Wait until the railway from Chang and to Haizhou is profitable. Then we can build another road. The people of the Tang dynasty need more tools. Tomorrow, I'll see if there are any suitable iron mines. Li Yi also wanted to build a railway. Money wasn't a big problem. Instead of using the mineral resources to build the railway, it was better to use them to make kitchen knives, sickles, hoes, and other household appliances. The railway from Chang and to Haizhou was used to transport goods from the Grand Canal during the dry season of the Yellow River in winter, as well as Haizhou's seafood and foreign trade. After thinking, Li Yi pointed to the north. Building a railway to the grassland won't make money. It's better to build it south along the Grand Canal, and then go around to Guangzhou. But from Chang'an to Chengdu and Shudi, Zhang Jiuling thought of another route. This was profitable. Li Yi looked at Zhang Jiuling in shock, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Are you going to build a railway? Do you know how much manpower and material resources were used to build that railway? How many people died? In the future, there will be bread and milk. Li Yi didn't refute Zhang Jiuling. He was just being kind. They continued to stroll around the village. Once the matter was solved, they would leave a hole for future use. When it came to grassland, it gave the ministers a feeling of desolation and barbarism. Grass could grow very tall. Grass could grow very tall. And so could other crops. Xiao Yi, what about the growth of rice and wheat? Yao Chong couldn't help but ask. Wheat is fine. It needs much less water than rice. The same goes for potatoes and corn. Rice can't be grown, even in the Hatao region. Wheat can be grown in a latitude region, such as Denzhou in Henan province. The region from east to west, including Chang'an, is in the same latitude region. In grassland areas, dry farming should be the main staple crops, supplemented by cash crops such as rape and soybean. Sorghum is also fine. Li Yi patiently explained to everyone that the advantages of the local environment should be brought into play. Chapter 15:19. Huainan is the orange, and Huaibei is the ji. Song Jing, who was unwilling to be ignored, said, Li didn't even look at him. Tangerine and Gigi are two different things. Gigi is Gigi no matter where it is planted. Song Jing. Hoochie hoochie. Yes, we still have Ji planted in many places, especially wild ones. Grafting, write in the newspaper later. Grafting in autumn can successfully survive the winter. Li didn't have time to care about Song Jing's mood. He thought of the citrus trees on the mountain, or around the people's yards. Ji was actually quite delicious, and could be eaten as medicine. Eating grapefruit to the skin was similar to the Jis. There are citrus trees in the south. Let them graft grapefruit. The grapefruit is big, and can be preserved for a long time. When it's harvest season, slowly transport it over. It won't spoil. Li thought of grapefruit again. Unfortunately, grapefruit couldn't grow in cold places. Princess Yongmu also ignored Song Jing. Li Lang, are citrus and orange different? Later, I'll list these out and classify them. You'll know when you see them. There's a picture. Li said to Princess Yongmu with a gentle expression. Great. Princess Yongmu was happy. She could learn new knowledge again. Song Jing hid behind. Even if he couldn't provoke them, he could still hide, right? He knew that he couldn't reason with Her Majesty. And it was the same for his colleagues. Li was unreasonable. With a casual sentence, he began to think of ways to help the people, proving that he was full of people's livelihood. The villagers noted it down. When the newspaper came out, they quickly went to find orange branches and grafted them with citrus trees. Even if it was on the mountain a few miles away, the wild citrus trees grafted oranges to the branches facing the sun. When the oranges were ripe, they could pick them themselves. It was also okay for passers-by to pick them. They had to set up a sign to tell others who grafted the oranges. When eating, they shouldn't pick all the oranges, and they were not allowed to break the grafted branches. In front of them, a large group of children were playing under the care of adults. They were from the village Zhuangzi and rich families. The rich families treated the Zhang family's village as a high-quality kindergarten and primary school, the kind that could be boarded. Rest assured, the education he received was no different from that of the Li family Zhuangzi, including food and games. The adults in the village were not allowed to get close. The winged knights were there to stop them, but the children were fine. Li Longji looked around and saw that the children were all dressed well. When he left the capital office and went to other villages to look at the children, he would see a different kind of children. Li Longji had seen it the last time he went out, and he felt terrible. Those children had big snot running down their noses. Some of them had inflammation at the corners of their mouths. Their faces and hands were stained. Their hair was dirty, and their necks were black. Looking at the child in front of him, even though it wasn't winter, he could tell that she was different. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, her hair was neat and tidy, and her clothes were fitting. Brother Yi, this winter, the children of the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji could not continue. Third brother, it's just a matter of habit. They're not used to using soap. The adults don't have time to take care of the children. It's easy to boil hot water. They just need to wash with hot water, rub the soap a few times, and apply glycerin, a byproduct of soap production. I've advertised it in the newspaper, saying that protecting it can increase the children's lifespan. The adults in the family will pay more attention to it and teach the children more. Li Yi was helpless. Some of the children wore clothes that were not bad. When the children had big snot, they didn't know how to keep warm and blow their noses. If the children had yellow snot, it meant that they had caught a cold and quickly drank ginger sugar water. Li Longji's mood improved when he heard this. So the Tang dynasty is not too bad. It's better than before. Li Yi wanted to say that the living conditions were far worse than when he was in the past. However, the people of the Tang dynasty were more willing to improve their family's economic situation through hard work and let their children study. They never thought of using loans to buy things. Faith was still good. Debts were usually used to buy food when one was sick or in short supply. They were not used to squander money or spend on luxury goods. In another 2 years, new crops will be popularized, and the people will have surplus food. The imperial court won't be able to lend money even if they want to. Li Yi mentioned the public debt again. In the name of the imperial court, the local government must guarantee that the money would be paid interest. The interest was used to pay the salaries of the local officials. Generally, if the ordinary people did not borrow money, the local rich families would bear the cost. Even if the rich families did not need to borrow money, the public debt was still available now, and the interest was very low. Li Yi requested that the public debt was not allowed to be lent to other private lenders. Yao Chong and the others investigated again and again, and they always found that the local officials were violating the rules. The people who joined the regiment were different from those who were usually in power. They were ruthless when dealing with the officials. As they talked, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone went to eat. The main ingredient was seafood. The children's hairtail was braised in soy sauce. They did not use chopsticks. Their small hands were clean, and they grabbed the fish to eat, rubbing their hands and faces. Only the main thorn was left. All the thorns were removed by the adults. Are the red corals going to be used to issue exchange coupons? Baigu asked a nonsense question. First, promote the preciousness of the red corals. Make the small branches into jewelry, earrings, pendants, rings, bracelets, and sell them in one in Lanxiang Pavilion. Li looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was going to have work to do. When in Lanxiang Pavilion had not been open for business for a long time. The rings in the Tang Dynasty jewelry were strongly recommended by Li Yi, and they were given a special meaning. Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly. They could earn money again. Baigu smacked his lips. We can earn a lot of money in such a short time. What a pity. He wanted to say that the princess did not pay taxes, and he could only watch. The princess donating money had nothing to do with him. Li Yi shook his head. One in Lanxiang Pavilion does not earn money in one go. Pearls, corals, tortoiseshell, and other biological treasures are maintained in the future. This includes the fur products and silk and cotton products sold in one in Lanxiang Pavilion. Maintenance is considered a long-term profit. Even if the clothes are torn, we can still mend them. A high price for a single item? I understand now. Baigu thought that he understood the essence of it. Princess Yongmu smiled. By Zaifu, Li Lang said that the maintenance and mend are free. I earn money from the sales of new products. The products sold in one in Lanxiang Pavilion are free for life. Otherwise, why are they so expensive? We do not provide maintenance for things not bought in one in Lanxiang Pavilion, even if we pay a high price. For example, if there is a hole in the clothes, we can repair it to the extent that it is not visible. And then, Princess Yongmu explained, if there is a hole in the clothes you bought, you can mend it. The color of the clothes thread is different from the color of the thread when it is made. At this time, the thread needs to be repaired. After the mend is done, the buyer can even ask others to look at the damaged part of the clothes. It was not shameful at all, because if one's clothes were not bought from one Tian Lanxiang Pavilion, one would not be able to receive this kind of treatment. Even the sewing and mending had a new identity. Therefore, when you find something new during the maintenance and mend, you will naturally have to buy it again. You can also sell some nourishing medicine. If the money is not enough, it will not reflect the nobility. Baigu looked at Princess Yongmu in surprise, then turned to stare at Li Yi, as if he wanted to see something from Li Yi's face. He wanted to say, she used to be such a good princess, but you taught her to be like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I give some people dental implants and tooth cleaning for free. I also don't promote products. Some people enjoy it, but they are not grateful. Is there no conscience? Li Yi actually saw the meaning in Baigu's eyes. He stared back. Chapter 1520. Xiaoyi, I heard that there are big crabs overseas. Lu Huaishan spoke at the critical moment. Why are you so angry when you come back? Yes, there are coconut crabs and king crabs. They're not delicious, but they have a lot of meat. They're not as fragrant as the river crabs and swimming crabs in the Bohai Sea. Li said as he looked for his bag. There was a tablet in it, and he took a picture of it. Ching Song didn't eat. He stood by the side and directly opened the box, took out the tablet, and handed it over. It's like this. I didn't bring it back. The yacht didn't have enough space and load. It was almost consumed on the way, so I caught some seafood. Li Yi handed over the tablet and asked everyone to pass it around. He couldn't reduce the number of crabs he brought back for everyone. Those crabs were indeed not delicious. The taste of bluefin tuna was not comparable to pomfret at all. It was purely hype to think that tuna was delicious. Only the Chinese were qualified to define the world's cuisine. In terms of eating, Chinese cuisine was the ancestor of all of you. It's big, so it can fill your stomach. Li Qingqi believed Li Yi when he said that the taste was not good. He thought that it was acceptable for the taste to be a little worse. There are whales. Killing one is enough for many people to eat. In fact, as long as the fishing nets and fishing boats are done well, we can catch enough fish along the coast. There are also many fish in the Yangtze River and Yellow River, plus the river fish in the Jing Prefecture's water net. The best whale oil is used to light lamps and make soap. The whale meat is smoked at the seaside and can be preserved for a long time. When it's transported inland, it's steamed with preserved vegetables. It's okay. Li Yi knew very well that the Yellow River, Yangtze River, and the Tang Dynasty's seaside fish were impossible to catch. The fishing conditions were limited. The fishermen by the seaside earn less money because of several factors: follow-up preservation and processing technology, transportation costs, and household registration interference. The boats are small. The fishing nets are mainly made of hemp, and the boats are driven by manpower. The fishermen by the seaside did not really make good use of the marine resources. They were burdened by tools and regulations. Li Yi pointed out the problem. Why were the fishermen's lives so poor? Song Jing finally found an opportunity. If it's as Dr. Li said, how can we ignore the country's laws? The Great Tang had a vast territory and a diverse population. Thus, it was governed according to the land it was located in. What is lost, and people go with money. Rich lands have more mouths and less food. Poor lands are barren and overgrown with grass. Dr. Li, your words are out of bounds and your actions are out of control. You want to destroy the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing had told him to keep an eye on Li Yi, with an expression that said, "Don't you know that I'm the Grand Zaifu?" Li Yi carried the plate to the child's table and picked up a piece of braised hairtail from the plate. He came back and put it on the table. "Look, third brother. I've never taught the people of the Zhang family's village how to fry and braise the fish." As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to peel off a layer of skin on the hairtail. The hanging paste was not as thick as this. Because children like to eat vegetables and don't want to eat staple food, children with good economic conditions can eat vegetables. In order to let the children eat more carbohydrates, the villagers deliberately hung thick paste. When the children ate paste, they would eat noodles. This is called applying what you have learned and drawing inferences about other things from one instance. People can't be too rigid. When it came to growing vegetables, the commoners were all against the idea of climbing vines. When it came to planting chrysanthemum and lettuce, it was impossible to plant them in the same row as cucumbers. It was even more so for leeks. There were many tips written in the newspaper. I believe that the commoners thought that they could use them in other similar areas when they were learning. I've been out at sea for a long time. Are the books on politics and economics that I've written before piled up in a corner? As Li Yi spoke, he finally got to the point. Why was he so angry? The Tang dynasty was the same when he left, and it was the same when he came back. A group of people learned from the books that he copied. Was the knowledge in the books for the exam? Swish. The officials lowered their heads to eat. Today's dishes were really fragrant and delicious. They couldn't care less about other things. Li Yi continued to peel off the paste with his chopsticks. When I went out, I met a person on an island next to the Japanese Empire. When I came back, I saw him again. When he left, he had one boat. When he came back, he had 3 boats. He took the people from his hometown to sea to make money, and was preparing to build a big boat. My elder brother was in charge of the coastal affairs. He wanted to see if there were any people on the coast who could bear the responsibility and be aggressive at the same time. He chose 1 or a few people from each place. He didn't want even numbers, but odd numbers like 1, 3, 5. He lent them money to build boats and buy nets. He gave the leaders a special pass and took them to Luoyang and Chang'an to see. Li Yi told Li Qingqi that he not only knew how to raise problems, but also how to solve them. Anyone could just point out what was wrong. The key was what to do if it was wrong. Song Jing's face was red. He hated himself for being so talkative. His face was burning as if he had been slapped. Alas! Li Yi sighed and said to Song Jing. Prime Minister Song prioritized pragmatism in his subordinates. Those who rejected the good stewardship theory took the path of Gan Yi. Zheng Xian, Zhu Yangcheng, and Guo Xianzhou, who joined the Hunan army, took the position of Taoist priest. Prime Minister Song did things in a down-to-earth manner and chose the right talents. He was our role model. Jing knows that his talent is shallow and can only do such a small thing. I'm ashamed of the imperial favor. Song Jing raised his head and looked at Li Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Li Yi finally said something reasonable. Everyone, let's drink. The Tang dynasty has many guards. I'm very relieved. Li Longji was relieved and quickly changed the atmosphere. Everyone raised their cups and automatically ignored the meaning behind Li Longji's words, such as my subjects and this emperor. Li Yi finally finished peeling the paste and stuffed it into his mouth. He put the hairtail on Princess Yongmu's plate. Princess Yongmu picked up a piece of meat, turned around, and handed it to Xiaolan, who was standing behind her. Xiaolan quickly ate it and stood upright again. The prime ministers and the people in the group frowned when they saw this. They thought that Li Yi was ungentlemanly. How could he ignore the etiquette because of a woman? Li Yi ignored him. What was there to be polite about? I'm a male chauvinist. A man should take good care of a woman. If there's danger, a man should stand in front of a woman. Of course, when a man speaks, a woman has to listen. She can't be unreasonable. The ministers didn't dare to say anything. They had learned their lesson. Look at how Song Jing was criticized. After being criticized, he was still in the wrong. Who asked him to be inferior to Li Yi? His Majesty is now asking about politics. He's gambling with his life. Do you dare to compete with Li Yi? Yao Chong held his bowl and drank. He was happy. Finally, it was time to talk about others. His days as a prime minister. Yao Chong put down his bowl. The more he looked at Li Yi, the more he liked him. He remembered something. Xiao Yi. A few days ago, Qiuanzhou provincial governor Zhao Dong collected 800 taels of zhang ruibois from Qiuanzhou's Jinjiang Zhang family in taxes. After that, he looked at Li Yi. Li Yi looked back at him. You've collected it? 2,220 taels, plus interest, daily interest, compound interest, 1 tael per day. Bring it all back. I gave the money to Zhang Ruibois and told him to build a ship. In the future, he can collect the taxes. At the development stage, he can't take the money. Li Yi knew what was going on. Since Yao Chong said it, he promised to catch the culprit. That provincial governor embezzled more than 60%? Princess Yongmu knew what happened. She clenched her left fist. He's not the only one. Peeling off layer by layer, there's little profit to be made. Wealth moves people's hearts. Li Yi understood too well. The poorer the place, the more corrupt the officials. However, in places with more mineral resources and money, the officials were equally corrupt. Isn't the compound interest of 1 tael per day too much? It's been about 2 months. In a few days, it will double. Bai Go had memorized the number of days and breaths of time. The place is poor. The officials can't be poor. Have you cleaned up the relay station? Li Yi looked at Yao Chong again. Chapter 1521. Yao Chong felt awkward. Should he give Li Yi an answer? It felt like he was facing his superior. I've already sent someone to clean it up. Lu Chong, who had just joined the Revolutionary Army, did not feel ashamed. His life was saved by Li Yi. He was poisoned, and it was said that Li Yi could predict the future and save him in time. He had no way to repay the kindness of saving his life. Li Yi did not lack anything. No, he lacked someone who could help the Tang dynasty defend the last line of integrity. He was in the Revolutionary Army, and he would not allow others to be biased. Legislation should not only be for the people, but also for the law enforcement officers. Most of the time, the problem lies in the strength of law enforcement. The people at the top are either gentlemen or villains. Gentlemen can be deceived, villains can be tempted with benefits. The moderate faction is definitely not wanted. Li Yi said as he turned the table. He stopped and picked up food for Princess Yongmu. Guantong, also known as monkey leg vegetables, was a type of fern. It was divided into two types, green and red. It was the most common in the northeast. It was sent by chitin. It was still very young, so they quickly picked it and sent it to Chang'an by boat. This is from Chitin and Bohai Sea. The ones in Yin should have just sprouted. They can be picked for 2 more months. It's like chives, one batch after another. Li Yi introduced it to Princess Yongmu. This was the first time she had seen it. Oh, you have sprouted thorns, right? I ate them last year. Princess Yongmu was not in a hurry to eat. She had eaten it with dipping sauce before, and it did not taste good when fried. Then she suddenly paused. Li Lang, are you saying that Chitin and other places are more proactive in their trade with us? As expected of our families when a leaf falls, she knows how old it is. Li Yi quickly praised. Amazing. I'll give you a thumbs up. No way. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. The officials were stunned. So Chitin is in a hurry to do business? No wonder Li Yi was angry as soon as he came back. They couldn't even compare to Princess Yongmu? Sui reacted quickly. Your subject requests that we strengthen the defenses of the Chitins and the other tribes so as to. Let's eat. Li Longji interrupted Su Yi's words. What do you mean by you are my subordinate? Who are you talking to? I am not the emperor now. What's more, what were you doing earlier? You're so positive even after other people are talking about you. There are sprouts. Actually, we can raise them in the greenhouse. When the weather is hot, we can move them out of the greenhouse. When the weather is cold, we can move them out of the greenhouse. We can eat them fresh during the new year. Li Yi also picked up the monkey leg to eat. He did not like to eat it. The texture was smooth like eating bamboo shoots. He did not like to eat bamboo shoots and lotus roots. Like cowpeas, other than eating cowpeas and pickled vegetables, he had no other interests. Don't touch the stalk of garlic when it's crunchy. It's delicious when it's softened in the pot. Let's plant a few more sheds and have more glass for the officials to eat. Everyone is working hard. Princess Yongmu thought of bribing the officials of the capital office. She did not spend money for nothing. The officials were indeed honest. The officials were honest, and the officials could also get some benefits. They worked hard. If someone lost a chicken, they would definitely find it. Even if it was stolen, they would investigate who stole it and how it was eaten. They would then compensate for it. The commoners did not care about a chicken. They cared about their safety. Chang'an City and its surrounding areas suffered. At night, oil lamps cost money, but they illuminated people's hearts. When the commoners could not sleep in the middle of the night, they would go out for a stroll or eat something. The seller would pay more than the price of the oil lamps. All right, I'll listen to you. But don't always worry about the prime ministers. It's as if they are all useless. Li Yi continued to mock the prime minister. Bai Gu laughed. Xiao Yi, I have to say that your dental implants and tooth cleaning skills are really good. My tooth extraction skills are better. Li Yi emphasized the word extraction. Bai Gu took a deep breath and lowered his head to eat. It seemed that Xiao Yi's anger would not subside for a while. Li Dan was at another table, eating with the other women. She looked at them from time to time and wanted to laugh. When he was the emperor for a short time, he never dared to disrespect the prime ministers like this. He disrespected the prime ministers in public. Now it was fun. Xiao Yi dissed whoever she caught. How would the history books write about it? Song Jing and the others endured it. What else could they do? Threatened to resign. His Majesty promised that he would not take them anymore and replace them with another batch. Then Tuan Heir would not be allowed to enter. He would retire and return to his hometown. It still depended on whether Li Yi would let them go. If he did not, he would write in the newspaper that the prime ministers did not have the ability and could only resign in shame. In the future, he and his family would. Some people did not enjoy the meal very much. They stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi to bathe, read, and study together. The prime ministers also wanted to save face. They discussed and saw what could be done next. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, the more he spoke, the lower their status would be. Li Yi slept soundly. It was better to stay at home. The Zhang family's living environment was very good. When he woke up, the sky was gloomy and the wind was humid. There was no need to think too much. There would definitely be rain. and it would be heavy rain. After tidying up, Li came out. Dongzhu, I've sent people to watch over the planting area. The drainage is timely. Zhang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he did not rest much last night. Go to sleep. I'll call the farmer to take over. Li Yi was worried that he would suddenly die. Thank you, Dongzhu. Zhang Xiao was indeed tired. There was a lot of pressure with so many important people. This rain is timely. Li Yi did not like the current weather, but he knew that the people were looking forward to it. Brother Yi, it looks like the rain is very heavy. Will there be flooding? Li Longji felt a little cold and did not know what to eat for breakfast. Impossible. The water level of the water network is low. It means that there is not much rain upstream of the Yellow River. After the rain, the water level of the water network will rise. Li looked at the sky. The dark clouds were rolling and the pressure was low, but it also gave people a different feeling. When faced with a huge crisis, the adrenaline would increase. It was a state of excitement. Normally, people would not pant so hard. The air they breathed contained very little water. When the pressure was low, they had to increase their breathing rate and breathe in more water vapor. In this situation, if it was not for the rain, the body temperature would drop. It was suitable for working and running. Li Longji took a deep breath. That's good. He felt good. Brother Yi was back and life was as usual. No problem was a problem. If he asked the prime ministers, they would find someone else to answer. If he asked Brother Yi would answer directly. What do we have for breakfast? Li Longji asked about daily life. Children don't eat too much. Children are lively and like to run and jump. Adults eat things like hot noodles. The pressure is low. Hot noodles can easily cause stomach discomfort. Scallion pancakes, a small bowl of vegetable soup. Add 2 fried eggs. Don't eat fermented bean curd, dried tofu, salted dried tofu, century egg mixed tofu, and other bean products. Drink some ice water first to clear your stomach. After breakfast, drink green tea. It must be hot and be blown on. Li Yi was giving medical advice. The average age of the officials was old. Drinking cold water would stimulate them. If they drank warm water, they would not be able to eat. If the stimulation was too high, there would be no problems. With him around, nothing would happen. Oh, if you had sex last night, don't drink ice water. Drink half a cup of warm water, and then go to sleep. Li Yi added, I slept alone at night. Li Longji felt that Li Yi was talking about him. The old man did not bring a woman. Why would he have sex? Chapter 1522. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the wind carried the raindrops and smashed them onto the ground. A layer of smoke like mist on the ground was swept by the wind like waves. Not long after, there was water on the ground. The raindrops fell again and formed small splashing pits. The children couldn't go to class and were restless. The teacher took them to look outside through the glass window. The adults were busy wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats. The little girl Lele was terrified. She thought of the weather on her island. A heavy rain fell, and many things were washed away. Some houses were broken. The adults cried and repaired the houses and looked for things. She had tears in her eyes and thought the place was the same. Lele, what's wrong with you? The little girl was beside her. When she turned her head, she found that the little girl was in a bad state. The rain washed away the houses. The little girl tried to organize her words. It was difficult for the 4-year-old to express specific words. When she spoke, tears fell. The little girl hugged her. Don't be afraid. Our place won't be washed away. Master is powerful. Even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up. Oh. The little girl believed her and raised her hand to wipe her eyes. The people outside were also not afraid. In the past, when they encountered such things, they would ask the elders in the village. In Chang'an City, more people went to the temples and asked the monks and Taoist priests. The emperor and the ministers asked the Hun Tian Overwatch Council. One relied on experience, the other relied on guesses. They looked at the stars and said a lot of nonsense. In the end, they gave a general idea of the situation. Li came and collected data. At the same time, he compared historical records and county records. Li checked the information and found that the current Guangzhou area could only be droughts and not floods. He found a paper that said there was a flood in Guangzhou in 714. In fact, east of Taihang Mountain, including Hunan province, there was a drought, and then a plague of locusts. If there was a flood in Guangzhou, wouldn't the water flow from the Yellow River? Wouldn't it be distributed from the tributaries? The paper didn't give any specific sources. There wasn't even a reference. It was a graduation paper. The whole paper was 4,000 to 5,000 words. The teacher didn't check the information, and just passed it. It wasn't easy. Li was very angry. For a degree, they didn't care about their face. Of all people, why did he have to learn from me when I was just a graduate? How hard would it be for me to look up information now? In the future, I can't read any thesis for my bachelor's degree. Li stood under the shed and watched, taking deep breaths from time to time. The 16th Guard, the Winged Knights, and the soldiers of Mount Taibai were scattered. They went to check out where the sudden rainfall had caused a large amount of water to rush into the field and help block it. Li Longji didn't go to the morning court. Last night during dinner, he solved the big problem. Song Jing and the others asked someone to send the items over and gave them to the Li family Zhuangzi for approval. Brother Yi, aren't you going to perform the surgery? Li Longji drank his green tea. He wanted Li Yi to examine the woman and the death row prisoner. Of course, the death row prisoner was Feng Qingdai. Women could not bear children. We can't do it unless someone's life is in danger. Otherwise, the air pressure is too low right now, and the secretion of human blood and body fluids will be greatly affected. For example, my eldest disciple Qingdai Shi. Come, send the oxygen tank to Qingdai. Li Yi was shocked. He forgot the key thing. The air pressure was too low, and the eldest disciple could easily get into trouble. Is there no way at all? Li Longji still wanted to fight with the heavens. There is a pressurized cabin, but it's not necessary. It's not that bad. Li didn't disappoint Li Longji. They were not afraid of the heavens in this small matter. Li Longji's mood was really good. It's okay to not use it, but there must be a way. Your impression of the Zaifu has decreased? Li Longji asked. He didn't care who the Zaifu was. At worst, he could change. I feel that all those books I copied were in vain. Even if the Zaifu didn't directly teach the farmers to farm, at least he should have a policy to select people with strong farming ability and encourage them. If I were the Zaifu, when Li Yi went out, it was the beginning of the spring plowing. I would order the governor to ask who had increased the yield last year. I would give them a reward and order the agriculture temple to check. If it wasn't possible, I would abolish it. If it was possible, I would spread the land. This is an administrative responsibility. One's but determines one's head. One can't casually hit the bell. Li Yi challenged. For Zaifu, what did you guys do when I was out? Before I left many letters. Didn't you guys feel a sense of urgency when you read them? Facing the top students every year, has your spirit disappeared? Are you used to it? Wasn't this the same as the thoughts of some people in the past? If other countries had it, his own country wouldn't need to waste time to study it. In the global village, everyone had their own job. However, he didn't understand that no matter how round the moon was in other countries, it was unable to warm the hearts of his own people. Just one sanction and you would kneel. Global village, hee. The village chief of the global village would sell your land cheaply, and then lead a group of bandits to break your legs. Could it be that the Zaifu didn't care, because he always came up with ideas? Didn't they have any more ideas? Hurry up and use the books I copied. After that, I will increase my lifespan. When Li Longji heard this, he was also angry. That's right, the Zaifu didn't do anything. All they did was ask for money from this place, or that place to build irrigation works. Can't your subordinates handle such trivial matters? How dare you give it to me? I think it's a matter of money. Brother Yi, what do you think of changing the Zaifu? Li Longji wanted to transfer the first batch of Li family Zhuangzi students. The new batch will be even more disobedient and unfamiliar with the situation. The county magistrate won't know how to do it. Li Yi shook his head. It seems that the Tang dynasty will be fine this year. Li Longji decided to keep the 4 Zaifu. Yes, against the Tubo. We must strengthen the guidance of the people and provide guidance on planting and breeding. Against the cavalry, we must remove all benefits. Spread rumors that the winged knights will be sent out before the autumn harvest and recruit soldiers to attack with firearms. Against the Khitans, Shi and Bohai, we must increase trade and provide technical support to the local farmers. Against the later Turks, we must send men from the Tiela clan to suppress them. The children and women must stay in the Tang dynasty. Against the barbarians, we must encourage the merchants of the Tang dynasty to form sea gangs to trade in foreign lands and collect information. Against the aristocratic families, we must lure them with benefits and adopt the strategy of gradually returning the investment. Against, Li spoke bit by bit. The entire situation of the Tang dynasty was in his mind. From the outside to the inside, he didn't leave out anything. When Li Longji heard this, he wanted to cry. If he had met Brother Yi a few years earlier, he wouldn't have come to the Xuanwu Gate again. Brother Yi used a series of methods to silently disintegrate all the enemy forces. Each of them was targeted and very direct. The rain continued to fall. The people began to clean up the debris in the canals, afraid that the water would overflow the dam. Some looked at the accumulated water in the fields and considered whether they should switch to planting rice this year. There was too much fertilizer in the fields. They couldn't bear to let the fertilizer go out with the water. Someone ran to the Ba River Bridge in a dilemma and shouted, "Li Dongzhu, I used too much fertilizer for plowing the fields. What if it rains heavily?" Li Yi received the report and was about to go out when Li Longji stopped him. "There's no need to rush. Arrange for him to rest in the shed. I'll ask the Zaifu." Li Longji wanted to see the Zaifu's ability to deal with emergencies. Chapter 1523. Li Longji really went to ask. He really wanted to know what the prime ministers could do, now that the people had encountered heavy rain and did not know how to deal with the fertilizer in the fields. The ministers said to find the people below. Then one day, when the soldiers were under attack, and it was very urgent, could the ministers say to find the people below? Li Longji left to find the ministers. Li thought about it and went to the bridgehead. He called the other party over. The other party was searched and stood 10 steps away. He was not allowed to move forward. "Li Dongzhu, my family planted a lot of fertilizer. Should I soak it or open it?" The farmer was anxious. He had never used so much effort to accumulate fertilizer before. "What do you plant?" Li wanted to know first. If you planted rice, soak it. It also saved the step of opening a canal to draw water. Planting vegetables. The seedlings are already out. The person had a bitter face. "Where is your family? Hurry, send someone to drain the water." The purpose of using fertilizer is to protect the seedlings. If the seedlings drown, why do we need fertilizer? Li Yi was worried. Farmers sometimes took things too hard. He could not reprimand or blame them. They had entrusted their hopes to him. Just like patients entrusted their lives to him. As a doctor, he played tricks, especially when the patient was lying on the operating table. He began to coerce and cajole. Conflicts arose. Only a small probability of patients choosing to kill the doctor, and a large probability of silently enduring it. Under what circumstances would a patient be willing to exchange their life for a life? The judgment of society was no longer important. Just like a slave who thought he was a slave, but could still kill his master, there must be a reason. Li Yi felt that in the medical field, patients were slaves. Even people in the non-medical field were slaves. When a slave rebelled against his master, the master of the medical field had to suppress it. And the other slaves would say, "No matter what the reason is, killing is wrong." There was nothing wrong with that, because slaves under the slavery system thought they were slaves and should be bullied. They even thought that other slaves should not resist, and that resistance was wrong. That was why there was the saying, "No matter what the reason is, it is wrong for a patient to kill a doctor." These people were slaves, no different from slaves who said, "No matter what the reason is, it is wrong for a slave to kill his master." Li understood. That was why he had never provoked the patient before. Life was his own, and he was not a slave owner. Wasn't it stupid to expect the law to suppress an emotionally unstable patient, and then provoke him from above? As a doctor, What was the purpose of intensifying the conflict? Now people who worked in the fields could be trusted. Li had to take measures and send people to clear the way. At the same time, he patiently explained the situation to the vegetable growers. Dongzhu, who was not part of the Li family Zhuangzi, was high and mighty. He consigned himself to interact with the common people at the bottom of society and showed them kindness. This was communication between people. He knew more than the other person, and the other person knew less. By speaking, the other person would understand as well. What is your surname? Don't worry, I've sent someone to help you. It was a little early to plant vegetables at this time. The seedlings were planted in advance, right? Do you have a greenhouse at home? Li pulled the other person to sit in the shed, where he stayed on the other side of the bridge. The man nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhu, you know. I knew something was going to happen in the middle of the night. My name is Wang Damu. When the man who called himself Wang Damu spoke, he put his left hand on his left knee and covered his knee with his palm. Go get 10 dogskin plasters to dispel the cold and bring a charcoal stove over. Li nodded and ordered. Pine Tree and Purple Jade ran in different directions. Purple Jade was the fastest. It took less than half a minute to get the charcoal stove. Li put the charcoal stove next to Wang Damu's left leg. After thinking about it, he motioned Wang Damu to spread his legs and put the charcoal stove next to the inside of his left leg. Take off your pants. If your pants are wet, I can't roast them here. Oh, get your underwear and shorts. Li frowned and said something to Wang Damu. He suddenly understood something. Tao Hong ran away. Li was surprised. You. Before the plasters arrived, Tao Hong came back with the things Li asked for. There were 3 words embroidered on the underwear and shorts, Tao Yinxiang. Li looked and said to Tao Hong, Yinxiang is a good child. He's single and has only one mother. He learns skills quickly and is honest. It's just that he's not handsome enough. There's a scar on the right side of his face. That scar is, he originally had a birthmark. Later, when he was working, his former master accidentally splashed iron slag on that spot. He's not ugly. He looks like a man. Dongzhu, you're bad. Tao Hong helped to add. After saying that, she realized and lowered her head. Damu, go to the side and change. Li understood and got down to business. Wang Damu took the clothes to change and came back to sit by the fire. His hands were still rubbing around his knees from time to time. Last night, your left knee felt uncomfortable and painful. It twitched and twitched. You knew it was going to rain today. Li handed over a bowl of handmade noodles with red oil. There were prawns, cabbage, smoked meat, garlic sprouts, and fried eggs. Wang Damu couldn't say a word. His tears fell into the bowl. If he wasn't holding the bowl, he would have knelt down. He didn't say anything when he came over. Li Dongzhu arranged for people to drain the soil and knew how to plant the plants. He even knew how to grow them in a greenhouse. As soon as he touched his knee, he asked someone to get the plasters and a charcoal stove. He could even tell that he hadn't eaten, and arranged a bowl of noodles for him. He was indeed an immortal. Everyone was right. The black and white impermanence kicked him away, the judge knelt down, and the king of hell cried. The noodles are spicy. I added chili oil. To be precise, it's watercress and broad beans. Broad beans and soybeans are similar in some aspects. During the fermentation process, sodium glutamate is produced. Try it. Li's voice was gentle. He didn't mention anything else, and just told him noodles to ease all the awkwardness. At this time Song Jing, who came over with an umbrella, also wanted to cry. Li knew how to be gentle to an ordinary person. Why did he have to be so harsh to me? Li Dongzhu, can my leg still be healed? It was fine 2 years ago. Wang Damu stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks. He was afraid that the noodles would stick. No problem. It's superficial. I'll tell you how to fix it later. It's very simple. Eat it. Someone will help to take care of the vegetable fields at home. Bring the plasters. This year, you don't have to go into the water. Just apply the plasters. It'll take you at most 24 hours. I'll also give you a rabbit skin bandage. It's hairy. Tie it before you sleep at night, and take it off when you work in the morning. It's really useful to treat winter diseases in summer, especially rheumatism. Li said slowly. At this moment, He felt like he was a professor in Beijing's Oblique Hospital when he was making house calls. It was only for the patients. There were no personal material needs because they didn't need it. They already had too much. They casually looked at the radiographic films and diagnoses. They didn't say how serious the mistakes were. They just patiently explained to the patients how to treat them. They already knew that the patients cared about their health and life. Other medical problems could be dealt with later. Li Yi had once yearned for it. Today it was his turn. He was a little embarrassed. His standard was not enough. How is it? Li Longji held an umbrella outside and asked the officials. Chapter 1524. Li Longji had already mentioned the problem before he called everyone over. Some farmers had put a lot of fertilizer in their fields. What should they do when it rained heavily? All of the officials thought hard as they walked. They thought about it deeply and didn't dare to speak rashly. They felt like they were being overly cautious. The ministers felt wronged. Did Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan not do the same? They were no longer involved in political struggles and saved a lot of resources. They should be praised. Why did Li Yi come back and attack them? I think we should keep some of the fat. Su'er spoke first. Li Longji closed the umbrella and entered the shed. The rain was heavy and the wind was blowing. His trousers were wet. The others came in one after another and found a place to sit down. We can't keep the fertilizer. We should let it go. Song Jing and Su Yi had different opinions. Li Longji nodded and looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu stroked his beard. We should keep it and let it go. We should let it go and let it go. The three ministers looked at Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling looked at Li Yi. I'll listen to what you say. The three of them looked at him in disdain. Was he shameless? Wang Damu was sitting comfortably on the fire. There was a rabbit skin cover beside him. He would put it on to keep it warm when he went out. He did not know the ministers, but he knew the clothes, including the goldfish bag. Hearing their conversation, he whispered to Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, didn't you send someone to let the water go? See, I was right. Song Jing said to Li Longji. Li Longji stared at him. What minister? My identity cannot be exposed. Why should we let it go? Bai Gu asked. Because. Song Jing thought hard and suddenly saw the rabbit skin. If the skin doesn't exist, the hair will be put down. Li gave him a thumbs up. Good, you said something reasonable. Song Jing sighed. It was not easy. He thought it would be a big deal. Sui frowned. Li Yi, release the water, the loss of fertilizer is too great. So be it. At least in theory, there will be more fish in the river. After soaking in the rain, part of the fertilizer will seep into the soil. It will still be good for the crops. Li Yi tried to reason with him. He paused for a moment before speaking to Wang Damu. Actually, it's not good to have too much fertilizer. Even the farmer's manure would burn the land. All the fat I've accumulated is gone. Wang Damu lowered his head sadly. During the removal of silt in winter this year, let's divide the land for those who have land. With advanced tools, it will be more convenient to remove silt. Li quickly thought of a solution. Yes, clear the silt and give everyone the silt. Let's dry it first, so that it's easier to push it home. Removing silt was beneficial to the depth of the river, and at the same time, it increased the number of aquatic products. Even if the water is boiled, drinking clean river water is better than drinking river water that has a lot of filth buried in it. Zhang Jiuling rushed to say that he had learned it before and applied it. Wang Damu raised his head. I'll go help with the silt removal and fertilize the greenhouse. As he spoke, he drank a big mouthful of the soup in the bowl. It was spicy and satisfying. Li picked up the spoon and scooped half a spoonful of soup and filled Wang Damu's bowl. He knew that Wang Damu could not bear to eat such white noodles. The more you soak, the more you soak. You have to eat the noodles. Sui was anxious for him. The soup is delicious. Wang Damu was embarrassed to say that he could not bear to eat the noodles. Li nodded and peeled 2 cloves of garlic for him. Wang Damu bit down on the garlic. It was spicy. It was different from the spiciness in the soup. He could only eat the noodles to relieve the spiciness. Sui looked at Li Yi and felt that he had learned something. So he ate the noodles when he gave the garlic. This bowl of noodles is made with 90% powder. Damu, After you finish it, try another bowl with 80% powder. Help me see which one tastes better. Li Yi saw that Wang Dama's face was full of heartache. He had eaten too much noodles just now and quickly asked him for help. Okay. Wang Dama happily ate the noodles. There was still one more bowl. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he suddenly realized something. His eyes turned red again. Li Dongzhu, you planted greenhouses and raised seedlings. You have accumulated a lot of fertilizer. The money you earn is actually more profitable for the Tang dynasty. Seeing that everyone is living a good life, I am naturally in a good mood. What you gain is precisely because you put in the effort. If everyone is like you, the Tang dynasty will definitely prosper. When that time comes, I will eat wherever I go and won't have to spend a single cent, Li Yi continued, and encouraged Wang Dama. Wang Dama nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I will work hard. We have discussed that I will write the book of 10,000 people for you to use as the Prime Minister. The 4 Prime Ministers. Did we steal your bowl of noodles? Is it because we didn't peel the garlic for you? Do you have some misunderstandings about us? Lower your voice. The 4 Prime Ministers are here. Them. Li Yi held back his laughter and pointed at the 4 people. Wang Dama looked up again. He hesitated for a moment, then explained. I was wrong. I was talking about the minister. Wei Zhigu. I am the minister. I was talking about the assistant minister. There aren't any assistant ministers, right? Wang Dama was anxious. There aren't any. Don't worry. The assistant ministers aren't qualified to be here. Li Longji wanted to laugh. He was in a good mood, and even his breathing became smoother in the heavy rain. Report. Urgent report from the source of the Yellow River. A voice came from outside, and everyone's attention was finally diverted. Li Dongzhu, I'll change tense. Wang Dama stood up with his bowl. Sit down. It's not a big deal. Li didn't want to trouble the other party. Send in. Li Longji ordered. A non-commissioned officer came in, dripping with rain. Take off your clothes. Li looked at the non-commissioned officer and said. This. The non-commissioned officer glanced at the palace maids. The palace maids turned around at the same time, and a Chinyo guard of similar height and fat took off his outer clothes. The non-commissioned officer took out an oiled paper bag and put it aside. He struggled to take off his clothes, put on his outer clothes and wrung his hair. Li gave him half a ladle of cold water. The non-commissioned officer gulped it down and gasped for breath. Everyone was relieved to see him like this. It really wasn't a big deal. Report. Provincial Governor Guo said that the weather is getting warmer, and he needs farming tools and seeds. The non-commissioned officer opened the oiled paper bag and took out a letter sealed with wax. Gao Lisha received it and checked the wax. He took out a small knife and opened the letter, then handed it to Li Longji. How's the weather? Is there any snow on the ground that hasn't melted yet? Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to read the letter. The weather is still cold. When the spring breeze blows, my hands and face feel like it's being cut by knives. Fortunately, there are skincare products sent by Li Dongzhu. There was also snow, but it could not be seen at the foot of the mountain. The higher up the mountain, the more snow there was. The snow lotuses had not bloomed yet, and the locals said that they would soon bloom. The grass has grown, and everyone is grazing. The Tubo tribe that just joined the Tang dynasty is stable and has handed in their weapons. Provincial Governor Guo wants to grow rapeseed, highland barley and soybeans, but he lacks farming tools and seeds. The non-commissioned officer knew what everyone wanted to know, so he gave a brief introduction. I'll ask someone to make farming tools. Song Jing knew that this was a big deal, so he had to pass down the order. Yes, Brothery asked us to make them in the letter he left. The Workers' Alliance has already made them. Li Qingqi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up with a serious expression, as if he had a special request for the noodles. Sui glanced at Li Yi. So the seeds are also ready. The carrot seeds for the Hushi and Anshi provincial governors have been packed, Li Longji said. That's good. Sui looked like a kindergarten kid who had made a mistake, and his face was full of grievances. I have no problem with the follow-up baggage, Baigu said hurriedly. He was indeed in charge of this, because he had always been in charge. Chapter 1525. Wang Damu lowered his head and ate the noodles carefully, not daring to slurp. It was just a simple matter of getting seeds and farming tools from the army at the source of the Yellow River. But in his mind, it was a big deal. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. It turned out that there was no news, and the Tang dynasty's imperial court had already prepared everything. This was his Tang dynasty amazing. The winged knights and other soldiers should be rotated. 1/3 Qin Li come back. Li did not ask for others' opinions. The recruits from Mount Taibai should also go? Song Jing did not object to the rotation, but he wanted to add an extra army. Ask them to come over and replace some of the 16 guards. The 16 guards will go over, and the previous 16 guards will come back. Li Yi shook his head and gave another answer. Why? Zhang Jiuling, Yao Chong, and Lu Huaishan showed tacit understanding. They are called recruits, but in fact, they will be used as His Majesty's personal soldiers. In the past, they were stationed at Mount Taibai for training, and only had a little contact with the people when they were catching rabbits. Compared to the winged knights and the 16 guards, the recruits lack more interaction with the people and have no love in their hearts. Only by taking over the 16 guards' work and increasing the opportunities to communicate with the people can they know why they are fighting. It is definitely not for money. Li Yi considered the military's mentality. The 30,000 recruits were not weak. They were not tenacious enough to fight for money. The Maoist army was powerful because of the stubbornness in their bones. They were a fighting nation. The rabbit army was awesome because it was in the soul and fought for the motherland and the people. The overall quality of the 30,000 recruits was inferior to the winged knights. They could not beat them. They were more powerful than the 16 guards, but they still could not beat them. The 16 guards had been deeply involved in the people's lives in recent years. They would fight for their lives. Good. Li Longji supported and transferred the recruits to Chang'an. Z, do you still have children in your family who can be sent to the border? Li Yi asked Guazi, who was standing next to Li Longji. Yes. Guazi was happy. Arrange for them to start as soldiers. Li gave them a chance, but not a good position. He believed that even if Guazi's family members were to be soldiers, they would soon be successful. Most importantly, Guazi's family was loyal and had a long history. What else? Bai Gu waited for a while. Seeing that Li Yi didn't say anything, he asked. There's nothing else for me to do. You're the Chancellor's assistants, and I can only disperse. Do I have real power? Li Yi wanted to say that he was just an ordinary official, but he suddenly recalled that there was an official, the General of Heavenly Strategies. In the history of the Tang dynasty, only Li Shimin was able to hold the position of General of Heavenly Strategy and appoint officials by himself. It's fine. You guys deal with it. I still have to busy myself with planting new seeds. Li Yi waved his hand. If I don't open a manor, why would I need to use the name of General of Heavenly Strategies to find my own aides when I appoint officials? The Li family Zhuangzi still has a lot of dried wood ears, right? Supplements or something. Song Jing was thinking about Li Yi's things. Yes, including the dried mushrooms that can be planted. Zhuangzi will donate 9,000 caddies. Li Yi agreed. He didn't feel any heartache when he gave it to the soldiers at the front lines. He estimated the amount of dried wood in Zhuangzi and gave the data. The imperial plantation will donate half. Li Longji didn't feel any heartache at all. He planted large tracts of wood ears and baskets of mushrooms. This was called transforming production technology into productivity. Dried wood ears were made from wet wood ears. The amount of dried wood ears made from wet wood ears could be soaked into the same amount of wet wood ears, or even more. This was because the wood ears weren't completely wet when they were harvested. Ribbonfish is good. How should we give it to the soldiers? Song Jing made another request. He knew that a bunch of seafood had been sent over before. It didn't include ribbonfish but shrimps, kelp, parsley, dried salted fish, and braised prawn sauce. Li Yi stretched out 2 fingers. Canned ribbonfish is usually fried and soaked in oil. The other method is to air-dry ribbonfish. I'll think of a way to get tens of thousands of caddies and send it over. Sui said, there are new people. Should we send a batch of pressure cookers and enamel products? Both. The pressure cookers should be given to each household. As for the enamel products, it should be given as a reward. Li Yi agreed and suggested another method. It shouldn't be offset by taxes, right? Bai Gu was worried about the Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. Li Yi spread his hands. It doesn't matter. How can you bully people like this? What's so great about being a Zaifu? Do you think I won't use the book of 10,000 people to slap you? Wang Damo understood. The group of people wanted things from Li Dongzhu, and Li Dongzhu agreed to all of them. Just because he's a Zaifu, he can bully honest people? Do you think it's easy for Li Dongzhu to make money? How much money does your family have to fork out? Li Dongzhu, don't be afraid of them. I'll protect you with my life. I'll go back and find the others now. Wang Damo glared and clenched his fists. He looked like he was going to risk his life. He was prepared to fight to the death. Don't. It's fine. Damo, sit down and eat. I have a lot of money, but the chancellors don't. Let them bully you. Li Yi stopped him. Xiao Yi, you can't do this. If your words spread, how can we still be chancellors? Bai Gu was anxious. Are you trying to kill us? Gangrou, explain yourself. I'm scared too. Zhang Juling wanted to cry. Who's bullying who? I want to resign. I want to go home. Su Yi looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, don't joke like this. Li Longji said helplessly. Li Yi nodded. Damu, I'm just fooling around with the chancellors. I'll give them the things they want. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? You have money to eat good food. Oh, you don't lack food. You don't lack clothes either. You look for women. Damu, will you look for women if you have money? Princess Yomu asked. No. I have a wife. How would I dare to look for other women? Oh, Li Yi expressed that he understood. No, Li Dongzhu, I'm not afraid of my wife. Oh, more people said. A what? Wang Damo was angry. After my wife married into the family, I didn't give her a good life. Later, when Dongzhu was collecting tea leaves and wormwood, I took care of the land. My wife brought the children to pick tea leaves and cut mice. After saving money to build a greenhouse, my life started to get better. Are you all saying that my wife is not good? Damo, I'm sorry. Li Yi stood up and bowed. Sorry. Everyone bowed together. Don't. I will work hard and buy new clothes for my wife. I use soap now and buy perfumed soap and perfume in the future. I will hug her to sleep. I won't talk to you anymore. Wang Dama didn't know what to do. A group of officials were apologizing to him. Oh my God. Li Lang, Zhuangzi has a batch of soaps that are damp. You said that you want to throw them away. Why don't you sell them to others at a cheaper price? We can even get some money back. Princess Yomu didn't feel comfortable apologizing. She thought of a way. Li Lang, 20 pieces of soap. That's at least 10 coins. Xiaolon said. Wang Dama looked at the two of them. Just say that you want to give it to me. I know. You want to give it to me. What damp? I'm not stupid. Then I'll give you a set of skincare products and women's items. Don't be shy. If you have the chance to meet the officials, you can give your wife something to prove that you've met them. Xiaolon followed his words. This person was indeed interesting. Deal. Wang Dama happily agreed. He did want to give his wife a set of items. He didn't want what others gave him. Since Li Dongzhu gave it to him, he would accept it. Chapter 15:26. The rain did not stop, and the wind gradually died down. There was a pile of things beside Wang Damu. They were for his wife and his two children. He also had a set of woodworking tools, stonemasonry tools, and farming tools. He ate the noodles slowly, glanced at the gifts from time to time, and laughed heartily. Everyone looked at him in a good mood. He was a good citizen of the Tang dynasty. He was hardworking, honest, loyal, and calm. Li Yi held the new woodworking tools and explained their uses. There were pieces of wood beside him, and he personally operated them. He did a set of carpentry work very well. Dama, my hands are not good enough. I can only demonstrate the new tools to you to this extent. Take a good look and go back to think about it. I'm not a carpenter, so my knowledge is too shallow. A man has 100 hands, and a hand has 100 fingers, but I can't point to one end. A man has 100 mouths, and a mouth has 100 tongues, but I can't speak in one place. There is no all-rounder in the world. There is a limit to my life, and there is no limit to my knowledge. If there is a limit, there is no limit. Li Yi used his tools to make a set of Luban locks. He put them together, and took them apart with a clattering sound. This was his woodworking. He did not use any ruler for the mortise and tenon structure. It was all based on his eyes and hands. Princess Yongmu held Xiaolan's hand with a happy face, thanking God for choosing such a man for her. Oh, even God is afraid of my man. And there is also the king of hell. The officials looked at Li Yi's operation, and listened to Li Yi's words. They felt that Li Yi was scolding them. In Li Yi's time, to put it simply, he was an academician who had held the national record for the 110-meter hurdles for many years. Look at Li Yi. Administration, political struggles, military training, military design and manufacturing, strategic deployment, tactical arrangements, agriculture, fishing, animal husbandry, water conservancy, land transportation, water transportation, foreign trade, culture, art, medicine, education, chemical industry, economy. We've been watching you throw out new things, and you're telling us that there's a cliff in learning, and there's no end to knowledge? Li Yi himself knew that his carpentry skills were indeed not as good as the carpenters of the Tang dynasty. Any random carpenter would definitely be better than him. His greatest contribution to the craftsman industry of the Tang dynasty was to provide a lot of standard tools and the most precise wooden bed to make a generation of tools. Then, they would use the first-generation tools to process the second-generation tools. Good craftsmen would use the second-generation tools, while those who were slightly worse would use the third or fourth-generation tools. The precision would become lower and lower. In the past, good craftsmen had their own set of measuring tools, wooden rulers, rope rulers, and rules. Even when building a wooden building, they would look for them. It was very difficult for ordinary carpenters to make a standard tool. It was just like how scholars would make more mistakes when copying a book. The precision of the tool would gradually change. Li Yi used the Craftsmen's Alliance to set the first-generation tools as a benchmark and compare them with the second-generation tools. The craftsmen of the Craftsmen's Guild had a set of standard measuring tools. They were very proud. Together with graphite pencils, natural talc pencils, and mixed red and blue pencils made of clay and paraffin wax. It was equivalent to having a complete set of the 4 treasures of the study. There was also a glass ruler that was more convenient to carry around. Otherwise, he would need to use the floating wood method and the hanging rope method. Together with the hanging all-in-ink bucket, the household furniture was almost ready. Wang Damu finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls. He wiped his hands on his clothes and carefully stroked the entire set of tools. He muttered, "This is great. This is great. I don't need to spend money to find someone to do the household chores. I just need to learn what I don't know. I just need to be willing to work hard." Li Yi's lips curled into a smile. He was full of memories. His grandfather and people from the older generation all worked by themselves. Carpentry, brick and tile work. They tied fences, built stone walls, built brick houses, found people to help with the beams, made Kong beds in the north, did tiles, and made furniture. Just like people in countries where labor costs were high, they had to know how to work themselves and could not afford to hire people. Now looking at Wang Dama's appearance, he probably wanted to pass down the tools to his family. Li Yi saw Wang Dama's helpless look and said softly, "When you leave, wrap it up with a cloth and send someone to drive it. There are too many things. Li Dongzhu, I don't know how to thank you. I will go back and ask someone to write the 10,000 people. There's no need to write. If you want to hit me, just come and hit me. Let's see how many hits my bones can take." Bai Gu was angry. "Where did you hear that the 10,000 people book could hit Zaifu? Aren't you a farmer? Why are you always thinking about hitting me? Who spread this?" Zaifu bullied Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu needed the 10,000 people book to retaliate? No, it's me, you owner Li, and a bowl of noodles with 80% powder." Wang Dama was shocked and quickly changed the topic. "Ha ha ha," Li Longji laughed. The others could not help but laugh as well. "Hee." Wang Dama lowered his head and rubbed his left knee. "Li Dongzhu, we want 100 sets at the border." The soldier who reported the news requested with a bowl of noodles in his hand. Okay. Li did not even ask and directly agreed. There were craftsmen in the army. The craftsmen's tools were probably not good enough. The good tools sent were not enough. Bai Gu opened his mouth but held back. He wanted to ask Li Yi if the 100 sets of tools could be deducted from the tax. But he was afraid that Wang Damu would go back and get the 10,000 people book. He did not know when the 10,000 people book, which was used to praise officials, had become a tool to help Li Dongzhu beat up the prime minister. In the long run, how could the prime minister leave a good reputation? When the local officials returned to Chang and to report on their work, they still dared to ask for the 10,000 people book. If they asked for it, would they be unhappy with the prime minister? Li Dongzhu Dictionary. I don't want a profound dictionary, just the most common one used by the people of Chang'an. The non-commissioned officer was not polite in front of Li Yi and asked for things. Okay, also pencils and paper. Li still agreed happily. A smile appeared on the soldier's face. Yes, the brothers want to read more books and learn tactics from the winged knights. They want to draw maps. If the brothers on patrol find something useful, they can't write or draw it. They are afraid that they will miss the opportunity. Every time a new newspaper is sent to Chang'an, the brothers will find literate people to read it at night. Listening to it, they will not feel that Chang'an is far away. Li Yi was silent. He scooped half a bowl of soup for himself and drank it in small sips. Send more newspapers. The newspapers are printed on one side. We can practice writing on the back. When Sui heard the non-commissioned officer's words, he felt uncomfortable. He was in charge. How could the Li family Zhuangzi lack the money for newspapers? Not long after, snoring sounds came from the tent, breaking the harmony of the rain. The non-commissioned officer sat there holding the bowl. His head was nodding, but the bowl did not drop. You are holding the bowl tightly. Wang Damu was a little dumbfounded. You can grab things when you are sleeping? You can use it as a weapon. You will get used to it. Li Yi put down the bowl and walked over to take the non-commissioned officer's bowl. He put his hands on the top of the bowl. As soon as he exerted force, the non-commissioned officer suddenly raised his head. Are we at the next relay station? Li Dongzhu? I am going to sleep when I get there. You rest first. Li Yi took the bowl. I haven't finished eating. There are still a few mouthfuls left. It would be a pity to throw it away. The non-commissioned officer resisted the sleepiness. Give it to me. Li Longji walked over and took the bowl. He picked up the non-commissioned officer's chopsticks and rubbed them on his sleeves. He picked up the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he raised his head and drank the soup. The people in the tent stared with their eyes wide open. Li Longji wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Go to sleep. Someone come, carry it and cover it well. Don't let it get wet. Chapter 1527. The non-commissioned officer was carried away. He was not drenched by the rain, but his sideburns were wet. Brothery. Li Longji took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Don't worry, third brother. I'll publish a military report for the soldiers at the border. Also, I'll give the students who didn't pass the exam this year something to do. I'll tell them the questions for next year's exam in advance. I'll ask them to write poems and songs at the border. I'll ask the soldiers at the border which poems and songs they like to sing. When the time comes for the exam, one poem will make up for one wrong question. One song will make up for two wrong questions. If someone answers all the questions correctly, they'll get extra points for the poems and songs. They'll get a special grade. Li Yi knew what Li Longji wanted to say, so he gave him a solution and looked at Guozi at the same time. Guozi got a special grade in the military examination. How high was his position? When other people took the arts and martial sciences exams, even if they got first place, they would still study first before becoming a rank 7 official. Guozi started as a rank 6 official in history and was still a rank 6 official now. The highest rank in charge of the Winged Knights was a rank 6 official. The officials looked at each other speechless. They thought that Li Yi would tell them the number of things given when His Majesty called him Brother Yi. However, Li Yi didn't mention it at all and talked about something else. It meant that Li Yi didn't need to worry about the number. He was thinking about the big picture. The difference appeared again. How could he use the book of 10,000 people to beat people up? Good. Li Longji was satisfied. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to do something. He might as well ask Brother Yi directly. Wang Dama was excited again. He was involved in something big again. The noodles would be finished eventually. He drank the last mouthful of soup and walked out under the instructions of others. He changed into a new set of clothes and went home to wash them. When he reached the entrance of the tent, he turned around slowly. The officials suddenly became alert. Li Dongzhu, I'm leaving. Wang Dama left and went out. Goodbye. Li Yi replied. Sigh. The four officials sighed at the same time. They finally didn't have to hear the book of 10,000 people. They were so happy. The soldiers at the border have it tough. Without a strong backing, it's hard to gain military merit. Li Qingqi picked up the teapot and added water to the pot. The boiling soup instantly calmed down. Defending it is a military merit. The only thing that matters is the land that cannot be given. Li Yi had never believed that killing the enemy was considered a military merit. Their responsibilities were different. Those who guarded the city were responsible for ensuring that the city did not fall, which was a great merit. The quartermaster delivered the baggage to the destination within the stipulated time, which was also a meritorious service. Song Jing stared at the simmering soup. If you don't give us the land at the border, why? Ugh. When will it open? He was used to rebuking Li Yi, but he changed his words at the critical moment, afraid that he would be rebuked again. We'll still use them to guard the land. They're used to living in one place, especially the Hushi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi's prefectural troops. If the land was not given to them, it would be given to others. Others would farm the land, while they were only responsible for being soldiers and receiving a salary. After performing meritorious deeds, one would be awarded medals based on their contributions. The more medals one had, the higher their salary would be. For example, if he were to raise his salary by 1 level, he would receive an additional 5 yuan every month. Only in this way could he put an end to the problem of the Qin dynasty's generals and soldiers, who had rendered meritorious service, without any rewards or titles. Old Bai, what do you think? Li Yi explained his idea and asked Bai Gu. Bai Gu pondered for a moment. Using land as a reward is because the imperial court has no money. Since the imperial court has ample finances, it's more practical to give them money. Song Jing sat back. That was close. He almost blurted out that he would have to think twice before talking about Li Yi in the future. Su Yi's eyes lit up. If that's the case, can the Zhejiang's prefectural troops train more in the future and take back their land? Give them cattle. Some of them will take turns to raise the cattle, while others will patrol and train. They will be used as local security personnel, but they won't be controlled by the local government. Try to separate the military and politics. Hushi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi will be the pilot. Li Yi objected to taking back the former land. He wanted to take back the land as the next stage of the policy. Raise cattle? Why? Sui didn't understand. Feed them grass. Li Yi joked. They still need to drink water, right? Sui looked at Li Yi from the corner of his eyes. Without land, they will feel uneasy. The currency will depreciate. If there's more food, it will also depreciate. They don't need to sell the food. They can eat it themselves. Can their stomachs hold more food? Li Yi didn't want to answer such a simple question. He had food in his hands, so he didn't panic. The soldiers of the Zhejiang's prefectural troops had families. If the land was taken away, what would their families do? They would have to rearrange it. The soldiers at the front lines would be worried that their salaries weren't sent to their families on time. Their parents, wives, and children would starve. If the enemy spread rumors, how would the morale of the troops be raised? Zhang Jiuling stood up and walked to the entrance of the tent. He looked at the rain outside and asked, Gang Ro, what should the military report write? His Majesty and the chancellors need to take action. They need to meet the injured soldiers and send gifts to the families of the martyrs. They need to spread the spirit of protecting the family for the country, the gratitude of the people of the Tang dynasty to the soldiers, and the relationship between the army and the people. They need to make the soldiers feel that they are sacred, dedicated, and sacrificed. They will also send civil servants to different border posts and publish it in the newspapers. They will send the newspapers to the front lines, and the soldiers will see it. Li Yi was good at how to spread the news. He just copied it. He had seen too many similar things in the past. He knew that it was propaganda, but he was still touched by it because it was all true. Song Jing hesitated again and again. Isn't the bonus point of the imperial examination too simple? Let them pass the exam and be assigned to a place. If they can't do it, then take them down and bully them. They can't blame anyone. If they are assigned to a remote and poor place and don't want to go, they will be removed from their official position and never be hired again. Li Yi's voice was calm, but his words were harsh. It was the same punishment as when he joined the army and didn't want to live a military life and insisted on leaving. No, the Tang dynasty was stricter. The Zhechong of the Tang dynasty didn't ask for personal opinion when choosing a place. They said that if you were a soldier, you would be. If you don't want to do it, you will be beheaded. However, it wasn't the same for the officials. If an official was assigned a position and refused to take the position, they could still be reconciled. They could wait and see if another one would work. There were also some who became officials and didn't do proper work. For example, in history, Wang Wei passed the imperial examination and insisted on playing with monks and Taoist priests. When Song Jing became the prime minister, he removed 2 officials from their official positions and made them Taoist priests. Wang Wei, on the other hand, did not give them any face. Instead, he replaced them with empty positions and continued to play with the monks and Taoist priests. Li Yi didn't allow it. Did you officials think it would be fine if you didn't go? The local people were waiting for the officials to take the position to help improve their lives. If you delay it for a month, it might be the spring plowing or autumn harvest. Who would compensate the people for this crucial time? This year, many students failed the imperial examination. However, the students who rented the houses by the river in Zhuangzi all passed the exam. There were few A's, many B's, and many others who didn't pass the imperial examination. Song Jing felt that he wasn't criticized. Li Yi only talked about the method, so he mentioned the results of the imperial examination when Li Yi was away. Last night, I learned that the students who didn't pass the imperial examination still wanted to live in the houses. The Li family Zhuangzi is not open to them. They can only rent houses in the south of the city. After next year, they won't rent houses in the south of the city. The situation changes every year. The students who hesitated missed the opportunity every year. Li Yi smiled slyly. The first-year students didn't look good. They all got A's. The second-year students didn't receive the same treatment as the first year. They all got A's. In the third year, a large group of people passed the imperial examination. In the fourth year. Chapter 1528. No one understood Li Yi's intentions. Zhuangzi didn't allow people to enter, and the riverside buildings weren't a hindrance. Brother Yi, Li Longji was used to addressing I Ching as such today. One day, if I suddenly say that the first batch of students will live in houses open to the public and only accept 42 people, will they work hard for this condition? Li Yi spoke of his plan. Was the row of houses precious? Everyone nodded. Those who had children wanted to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. If one of them entered, he could help the other children become officials. The number of places in the imperial court was limited. Lu Huaishan was tempted. What kind of condition? Many people are unwilling to learn the knowledge I teach, so I will test them on this knowledge and choose the top 42. In fact, I should choose the first few hundred students and only open the houses, nothing else. I will think of a way to teach the students of the Li family Zhuangzi and guarantee that they will achieve good results and be promoted. Li Yi didn't shy away. This was his plan. All the major academies and schools had to stand aside. This was a middle grade school. Xiao Yi, I remember 2 years ago when you asked for people to come over. Everyone was busy and couldn't make the trip. Could you? Yao Chong asked regretfully. Aren't your 2 sons fine? Li Yi was surprised. 3. Yao Chong stretched out 3 fingers. Yes, 3. The eldest is not dead. The eldest and the second are just using your position as the prime minister to cheat people. Li Yi remembered and looked at Wei Jigu. Wei Jigu cupped his fists at Li Yi. He didn't need to say anything. He saved his life, and even helped him vent his anger. My brother also has children. Yao Chong could only say this on this special occasion. Your brother's children committed a crime. You are a member of the group. Aya. Li Yi thought of another problem. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lu Chong said. I promise to take care of it. Yao Chong can't protect him. Old Yao, I'm not accepting any offers recently. I'm busy. I still have to practice surgeries later. Give out a set of my books and learn them first. Li Yi refused. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to start over. This wasn't a game. That's fine too. Yao Chong agreed. What else could he do? Old Zhong, what are you doing now? Li Yi suddenly thought of someone. Who? Several people asked in unison. Zhong Xiaojing, the former Minister of Revenue, became the Vice President of the Tang Dynasty's Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperation Association. Li Longji did not forget about this. Third brother has a good memory. What's my position again? Director? The weather was warm, so activities were organized. In the capital office, the people were working hard to learn how to read and write. They were divided into different levels and held calligraphy and painting competitions. Everyone who participates in the prize will be given 10 coins. Depending on the level of the group, the prizes will be different. Li Yi felt that he was not qualified to be an official. He did not organize activities and did not donate money. The newspapers, dictionaries, and the words used were all written by Old Zhong. He was exhausted. The officials were at a loss. What did Li Yi want to do? Your calligraphy is good. Even if it's terrible, who dares to say it's not good? At least we don't dare to belittle it. We are afraid that it will spread, and the people will write a book about it. Forget about it. Don't have nightmares tonight. Wang Damu, you're harming people. Li Yi turned around and used a spoon to scrape the foam out of the soup pot. The water in the kettle was cold just now, and the foam at the bottom was stirred up. He patiently scrubbed the foam and said, with special publicity needs, promote the development of the local economy, form industrialization and scale, establish a culture with local characteristics, and create a local business card. It's not written in the book? A large group of officials wanted to cry. This sentence was written, and they had an impression. Then what? Calligraphy and painting require brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, brush holder, paperweight, cutting knife, brush washer, brush hanger, armrest, and so on. Every item is divided into different grades and has a place of origin. This includes the extra wax that Xuanqing's fingers use in painting. If these things are listed and publicized, the local economy can be invigorated by providing these things. Old Zhong is really not suitable to be the Minister of Revenue. He doesn't have any means to make money. Old Bai, I'm not talking about you. It's really not. You can do it. Li Yi saw that everyone didn't understand, so he could only explain listlessly. Xiao Yi, if you didn't say the last sentence, this old man would be very grateful. Bai Gu's expression was ugly. Everyone, I take back the last sentence. Li Yi nodded at Bai Gu. Thanks. Bai Gu gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again. That's what it means. When the people have more money, the cultural atmosphere will rise. The earlier it is, the more important the local industry is. Even if you make smoked chicken, braised chicken, salted duck, roasted goose, century flower eggs, rice noodles, they can all succeed. For example, the pickled mustard that they make is obviously worthless. But after a series of processing, it has added value. As the Prime Minister's assistant, you cannot implement the specifics, but you can't not know the policy. 2 heads are better than 1. I can't take care of everything. There will always be oversights. Everyone, please help me check and fill in the gaps. Li Yi was not angry at this time. He couldn't afford to be angry. He would die of anger. After that, he finished skimming the foam and scooped some soup to taste. He turned around and took a large piece of ginger. After washing it slightly, he held it in the palm of his hand and began to slice it with the knife. According to the storytelling, each knife was faster than the last, and each knife was tighter than the last. One could only feel the knife's light, but not the knife's blade. Pieces of ginger, as thin as cicada's wings, flew into the pot. Others were stunned, but the little girl Feng Qingdai's eyes were shining. The ginger was connected, and the knife had to be fast enough. How could it not cut the hand? If this is an execution, how many cuts can it make? No, it's fish slices. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Gao Lisher actually thought of cutting people first, but then he realized and changed his words. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Xiao Yi, it's just practice. Why do you have to do this? If this old man wants to practice, half a month will be enough. Not to mention cutting ginger, I can also cut meat. Okay. Old Bai, you practice for half a month first. I'll find you a piece of beef brisket to cut. Li Yi finished cutting the ginger slices and said while washing his hands. You mean the calligraphy and painting competition? I don't need half a month. It's no problem for me to draw beef brisket. Bai Gu didn't want to argue with Li Yi because he was young and ignorant. Third brother. I see many courtyard walls in the square haven't been torn down. Paint with mortar, paint, and paint to enhance the color of Chang'an. Li Yi wouldn't really ask Bai Gu to cut beef brisket with his hands. If it were him, he would use a scalpel, but not a kitchen knife, and not this way of cutting. Li Longji was pleased. He listened to Brother Yi talk about economics, and watched Brother Yi show off his knife skills. It was so comfortable that even his breath felt cool. Not only was it cool, but it was also a little cold. It had been raining outside, hadn't it? Good. That's what I should do. As soon as Brother Yi came back, I felt at ease. Li Longji didn't care whether Zaifu and the people in the group were sad or not. He told the truth. Brother Yi came back from planting seeds and didn't have much rest. He still answered all the questions and said everything he knew. For a moment, the whole Tang dynasty seemed to be alive. As for Zaifu and the people in the group, alas, someone had to do the hard work. Keep them. Chapter 1529. Li Lang, wipe your sweat. Princess Yongmu came over with her handkerchief to wipe Li Yi's non-existent sweat. She just wanted to express her joy and declare her sovereignty. Look at the men her aunts found. All of them wanted to do it with her aunts, and then use her status to get close to her father and become a high-ranking official. Those men had a common characteristic, which was to write poems and compose poems. The meaning of the poems was still very empty. Her Li Lang was still the best. He knew everything. He was good at cutting ginger and carpentry. But why couldn't it be opened? Just now, she saw Li Lang doing it. He put it together, took it apart, and put it together again. Which one should he start from? Tonight, I'll make a big plate of chicken for you and Xiaolan. Chicken, yam, chestnuts, oiled carrots, whole wheat noodles, fungus, seaweed, and mushrooms. Li Yi enjoyed the service for a while and remembered something. He gave the menu for tonight to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. It was time for the two of them to have their period again. It was still raining outside, and the humidity was too high. There was a dehumidifier in the house, but there was no dehumidifier outside. The cold air entered the body through the water vapor and would hurt. Li Lang, I know. Eat ginger. Princess Yongmu wanted to show her knowledge. The little girl's eyes widened. No, we can't eat ginger for dinner. Master has already thought about it. We won't even eat garlic. Otherwise we'll eat mushrooms, fungus, and seaweed. My eldest disciple is really reassuring. Humans should be equal. Of course, sometimes a person's worth is more than a few thousand people. Only when a few strong people compete with each other and need the support of the weak will they promote the equality of humans so that they can get more weak people to defeat other strong people. For our own selfish reasons, we are all in this framework. In order to reproduce and become stronger, we have to know how to compromise. Any behavior and thoughts that sacrifice the lives of the people to support their own interests are poisonous to human development. Li Yi analyzed human nature, society, philosophy, and survival in a few simple sentences. Therefore, everyone was thinking about the problem in Li Yi's words and neglected Princess Yongmu's physical condition. Li Yi was selfish. He changed the topic and stopped staring at his future wife's biological matters. When he thought of this matter, he felt that many people in his time lacked knowledge in this area. Some people didn't know that there were places where they could get condoms and medication for free. Some people didn't know at all. Some people knew a little, but were unwilling to get it because of their reputation. This showed that they had been deeply poisoned by biased Confucianism, including women's rights. Women's rights were only reflected in the family and society. Very few women with women's rights would take the initiative to go to maternal and child health centers to get medicine and condoms. Li Yi did not agree with many things. Why would a man help a woman carry a small bag? It wasn't like the woman couldn't be carried. If a woman was really tired, the man could carry her on his back, and the woman could carry her own bag. Carrying a small bag for a woman, it was a man who was kneeling. The woman with the bag on her back was a man standing. It was like riding a donkey to the market. If you were afraid that the donkey would be tired, you would carry it yourself and ride the donkey home. How could anyone understand Li Yi's thoughts? They were discussing a philosophical issue, the contradiction and unity of civilization, society, and the law of the jungle. Li Yi was explaining the structure of the Luban lock he made to Princess Yongmu. Then he said, "At night, go to your own courtyard. There is a shower inside, and adjust the temperature of the water. Rest early. After the metabolism accelerates, it will make people more sleepy because they are in the recovery period. Don't eat sugar before bed. If you drink soup at dinner, don't drink milk or goat's milk." Okay. Princess Yongmu listened carefully. In fact, Li Yi had said this many times. Princess Yongmu listened carefully every time. She didn't listen to the content but Li Yi's care. Li Yi also had many men counting the days. Their counting was different from Li Yi's. Li Yi counted the days in consideration of the woman's health. Some men didn't need to wear that thing when they were calculating the first 7 and the last 8. This was the difference between scumbags and warm men. But it was not important. Since ancient times, deep love could not keep people. Only tricks could win people's hearts. There should be more people in the group. We must investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty, your team is too ruthless. Why are you still monitoring our group? Just investigate those who have close correspondence with the Prime Minister. Old Lu, I'm not talking about you. The last time I investigated, your Lu family sent someone to greet me. So I investigated thoroughly. What did I say? I didn't ask you to investigate. I even took the initiative to avoid suspicion. The officials were tricked by Li Yi. They formed a circle and attacked and defended themselves. Li Longji listened happily. Everyone was monitoring each other. Very good. Brother Yi was indeed different. He put so many people with conflicts in the same group. No one could think of mitigating the crimes of their own people. Like Lu Huaishan, he had a family and others watching him. As for Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan had already retired. He tolerated Yao Chong when he was in power. Now that he was retired, why would he care about Yao Chong? He would deal with those who used to be on good terms with Yao Chong. This included Li Riji and Lu Youqiu. They each had their own conflicts and hatred. Now that the Prime Minister was not in the group, Zhang Jiuling did not like Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong. Seeing that Song Jing thought the other party was hypocritical, Bai Gu should be his ally sometimes. Song Jing was recommended by Yao Chong. He could not be too heartless. Su Yi was recommended by Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua was in charge of Hunan province and could return at any time. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong did not get along well. Therefore, Song Jing recommended by Yao Chong and Su Yi, who was on good terms with Zhang Shua, naturally did not get along well. The relationships here were messy. No one dared to bend the law. Others were waiting for you to make a mistake. However, this was Li Yi's goal. Among the group of officials, local officials could stand on anyone's side. As long as they made a mistake, it would be useless. The other party would not dare to protect you. The most important thing was Li Yi. Li Yi watched the fire burning across the river. He did not rely on the emperor now. He could deal with everyone by himself. The yacht stopped at the Ba Shui pier. He had saved a lot of life and even brought seeds. As long as he wanted, the entire capital government was within the range of the rocket launcher installed on the yacht. If not for the sake of the rise of the entire Chinese nation, he could have flown to Tubal long ago to clean up the people there. The rain has lightened up. It looks like there won't be any flooding. Wang Xing ran over with an umbrella. He wanted to see Li Yi. Yang Xisen followed behind Wang Xing. In theory, he was Wang Xing's superior. Now that Wang Xing was not under the jurisdiction of the palace, he was in charge of contacting Li Yi. Everyone knew that he had stolen people's corpses. He had helped Li Yi do it. Most importantly, he had saved a child in the process. The crime of 1,000 thieves could not compare to the virtue of saving a child. A child was absolved of all the crimes of stealing corpses. Now many people hoped that Wang Xing would steal them. What if he had survived? The common people thought that Wang Xing was a yin-yang person who had crossed between the two worlds. Taking advantage of the carelessness of the king of hell, he stole people's souls. The chances of being discovered were very high. That was why only one survived after stealing so many. But who did not hope for their loved one to be alive? What if, right? What? Hoping for their loved one to die, and then inherit the inheritance? This did not count. This was not human. Today Wang Xing brought Qianer and Sun'er here. He had special feelings for Sun'er. Back then, he had dug the child out from the ground. When he found that he could still be saved, he had stuffed him into his arms and ran desperately to find Li Yi. Alive, really alive. As long as he was sent to Li Yi with a breath, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Look how cute the child was. He would not have a son. This child. Chapter 1530. Sun'er and Qianer's eyes lit up when they saw Li Yi. They ran to Princess Yongmu's side with their short legs. Do you like to play with the girls in the Li family, Zhuangzi? Li Yi looked at them with disdain. Dongzhu, someone copied steamed pot chicken and sold it in Henan province. They even developed steamed pot duck. Wang Xing almost called him Brother Yi again. He complained that steamed pot chicken had made him a lot of money. Customers will see the steamed pot chicken when it's served. People who know how to cook can learn it at a glance. Steamed pot duck is just a change of chicken to duck. Li Yi didn't care. He couldn't arrest people. Since poultry and pigs were raised to eat locusts, the number of chickens, ducks, and geese increased in the south of Taihang Mountains. The people picked up eggs and made salted and rotten eggs. They sold them to other places. They couldn't be sold at a high price, but the people ate them every day. They didn't lack protein. There was no drought even if they wanted to. The wells played a role. At first, it was named after Li Yi. Later, it was renamed after His Majesty. There are people in the capital government who sell steamed pot chicken. There are at least 6 families selling it in the eastern and western markets. It's called authentic steamed pot chicken. Wang Xing continued to complain. Isn't ours called steamed pot chicken? Others don't dare to use the same name. Brother Wang, you want to ask if there's anything new, right? Li Yi suddenly realized that Wang Xing didn't want to teach people a lesson. What's the use of telling me? Yes. Wang Xing looked at the others carefully, especially His Majesty. Brother Wang could easily get himself killed. There's a capital advantage in business. It's written in the book. Li Yi glanced at the officials. Everyone nodded. They had an impression. What kind of advantage? Give an example. Brother Wang, the money you make from selling one chicken can't compare to the money you make from selling them separately. You can kill 50 chickens at a time. Li Yi began to talk about the details. 50 chickens had 50 heads, twice the number of wings and drumsticks. Chicken could be stir-fried, made into chicken chops and chicken fillets. Chicken heads could be braised, roasted, and so could chicken necks. Chicken wings were divided into the wing root, middle wing, wing tip, and drumsticks. Even the chicken skin and the chicken buttocks without glands could be fried, roasted, and stir-fried. Even if it's a chicken rack, I can sell it for a higher price alone. I'll teach you how to make iron chicken racks. Each chicken rack can also provide some chicken oil. You can stir-fry vegetables, pancakes, or make soap for me. The downside is that if you eat too much. No, it's fine. Nowadays, everyone has to work and is tired. It's normal to eat oil. Li Yi talked for a while and finally concluded that the power of capital, scale, and industry segmentation. Others can't learn it? Wang Xing was very angry at the fact that someone had secretly learned it, but there was nothing he could do. Others don't have the capital, including some small merchants. They kill a lot of chickens at once and can't sell them. If the imperial plantation is for the farmers to eat, who will they give it to? Li Yi poked through the window paper. The thing was there, and he couldn't learn it. Big businessmen. They are rich in Chang'an. They raise pigs. Wang Xing looked at Li Yi. In truth, he wanted to ask Li Yi to make a move and restrict the others. If they want to learn, we can immediately change to wholesale and hit the market with volume. If they want to learn more, we can change to ducks. I have a set of methods for ducks. After learning about ducks, we still have more. You should find someone to specialize in new cooking methods. Li Yi was not afraid of others learning. He could find a recipe and eat different dishes every day. It would take him decades to finish it. Wang Xing was satisfied. He first filled a bowl of soup for Yang Si-sun, and then for himself. He found a corner and squatted down to drink. It was cold outside. Yang Si-sun held the soup and drank it. He was short, but his face was fierce. Qian Er and Sun Er had been avoiding him along the way, but no one in the shed was afraid of him. Yoji, what's the matter? Li Yi greeted Yang Si-sun. Nothing. Come back. I want to see you. Yang Si-sun shook his head slightly. The 6th Bureau of the Department of Internal Affairs took the wealth of the right treasury for Her Majesty's needs. Usually, we can only make money by making false reports. Everyone divides it. The people below can't get any money at all. Li Yi picked up 2 stools and brought them to Yang Si-sun and Wang Xing. Yes, it's not easy to get money. Yang Si-sun admitted. He usually asked Wang Xing for money and used it to win people's hearts. The big families in Nankou always hold singing and dancing competitions and local selections. They are the judges. There are many capable people in the Department of Internal Affairs. In order to promote the various skills of the Tang dynasty, the Li family Zhuangzi is going to hold a competition. It's mainly about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. They want to invite people from the Department of Internal Affairs to be the judges. They want Vice President Zhong Xiaojing to inscribe. They will pay 1,000 yuan to polish the pen. The other judges will pay slightly more. It will be held once a month. The winner will help promote it in the newspaper. Li Yi thought of a way to transfer the benefits in 10 seconds. It's difficult to save money for the Department of Internal Affairs. But there was a way. Yang Si-sun grinned. It was scarier than crying. Sun Er and Qian Er hid behind Princess Yongmu again. I came to the right place. If Gongru wants to give people money, there are countless ways. Yang Si-sun was happy. Finally, he didn't need to take money from the other imperial plantations. Tell the imperial plantations that even without you, I can still get money. I just need to know Li Yi. The officials. For the time being, they were impressed again. As for how long they would forget, it would depend on their state and needs. The Department of Internal Affairs could also help them get money? Bai Gu furrowed his brows. Xiao Yi, you're using the Li family Zhuangzi's money to give to others. This isn't good, right? Old Bai, why should I use the Li family Zhuangzi's money? I'm organizing an event. If I don't make money, why should I lose money? Li Yi was surprised. How is that possible? I'm using the Li family Zhuangzi as the venue. Why should I put money in? Is there such a thing in the world? How are you going to make money? Bai Gu thought for a while, but he couldn't think of a way. Old Bai, you're the Minister of Revenue. You don't care about such things. I'm just a small person. I'm just trying to earn money to live. Li Yi didn't talk about the details. He turned around to look for the 2 children to play with. I don't want to be a minister anymore. You have to say it today. I'll retire after I learn how to make a living. Bai Gu didn't agree. The other officials nodded to show their support. Yes, you have to say it. We don't want to be officials anymore. Li Yi didn't believe it. Anyway, the people in the shed didn't know anything. No one could force you to resign. In this world, if there's light, there's darkness. If there's the sun, there's the moon. If there's rivers, there's mountains. If there's a beauty, there's a handsome man. If there's peace, there's war, there's... Please get to the point. Bai Gu held back his anger and said to Li Yi, we're about to talk about the place. If there's a need, there's an exchange. Under normal circumstances, there's a need first, then there's a supply. There's also a situation where we provide goods. If others find it useful, they'll buy it. Li family Zhuangzi's new farming tools are considered providing services and goods. Zhuangzi wants to hold a competition. Naturally, it's the latter. We'll provide what others want, including when in Lanxiang Pavilion. Li Yi finally said the last sentence, and then he introduced it. Old Bai, think about it. What do others want? For example, you. Li Yi said again. I want to hit someone. Guess who I want to hit? Bai Gu clenched his fist. He didn't want to listen to this. He just wanted to know how to operate it. Chapter 1531. How should I say this? There are many ways to do it. Old Bai, which one do you want to hear? Li Yi was very conflicted. There were too many things that he could do. You. Say it. What about you? Kaka. Bai Gu pressed his knuckles with both hands. He did not press his left thumb properly. With a cracking sound, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Grandpa Bai, let me take a look. The little girl quickly went forward and grabbed Bai Gu's big hand, massaging it. Master, it's not a big deal. Just apply the ointment. The weather today is not good. It's raining. You have to rest for 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, it will hurt when you move in the future. The little girl let go of Bai Gu's hand and went to find her needle box. She took out the silver needles. The silver needles were made of real silver and were softer. She also took out a small bottle of alcohol and used a cotton wool dipped in alcohol to wipe the silver needles. Silver itself was able to inhibit the growth of bacteria. If there were no other conditions, she would use the silver needles as acupuncture needles. If there were conditions, she would wipe the needles with medical alcohol. It was double insurance. The little girl performed acupuncture for Bai Gu. The moxa sticks were ready. The air was humid, so moxibustion was needed. She also used moxa ash to seal the eye of the needle. Old people don't use their muscles and bones to determine their abilities. Let's talk about the dark side first. Whoever gives me money, I will let the judges rank his or her methods as the best. Li Yi first talked about the dark side of the program. It was simple and clear. Sorry to trouble you, Qing Dai. Bai Gu felt that he could not move his left thumb. His whole arm was numb just now. This is what I learned. Qing Dai touched Bai Gu's arm with her hand and performed acupuncture through his clothes. Look at Qing Dai and look at you. You don't know how to respect your elders. Bai Gu found fault with Qing Dai as a patient. Don't know how to respect your elders means that you don't respect your elders? I will apply the ointment later to see if you are allergic. If you are allergic, you will need to use the antihistamine method. Li Yi was not worried. His bones were not broken, and it just happened. It was easy to solve. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Bai Gu glared. You won't die now. I don't believe that you'll suddenly die while I'm sitting here. I can create an intensive care unit in an instant. I have all the equipment in medicine. I can even let a dead person live for 3 days. Li Yi felt that unless it was a mechanical injury, it would directly damage the head, neck, and body connections. Otherwise, the others could be saved. However, saving them did not mean that they would be able to live forever. I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. What can you do about it? Bai Gu argued. There are only 3 ways to die from biting one's tongue. Death from painful shock, death from blood loss, and death from asphyxiation caused by blood and body tissues blocking the respiratory tract. I'm sorry, but with me around, none of them will die. If you hit your head against this stove and break it, I'll miss you during the holidays. Li Yi was very patient as he explained to Bai Gu. Little brother-y. Li Longji was anxious. In addition to this, there's also the dark side, the title sponsorship. The Chang and Garment Alliance sponsored the Tang Dynasty clothing competition. They gave me money. The title sponsorship fee is 100,000 yuan. I have to give them a championship. The 2nd and 3rd place can't be. No matter what, I have to make it fair. In addition, the carpenters in Lantian County have connections with Old Bai. They look for Old Bai, and Old Bai looks for me, saying that he will reduce Zhuangzi's taxes. They even find beautiful women to bribe me with their beauty. I'm greedy for beauty, and directly take the money. However, beauty is not enough. Beauty is a stepping stone. Li Yi gave a few simple examples. There were more, but he was unwilling to say. Darkness, We don't believe that you will agree. Light. Yao Chong knew that Li Yi's methods would work on others, but it would not work on Li Yi. I promised to take the title sponsorship fee in the form of advertising. You can't buy a place. In addition, whoever participates must pay the participation fee. I don't think I can take this. If I take it, no one will come. Sell the tickets. Since it's such a competition of skills, ordinary people should not participate. Auction the right to watch. Li Yi was too familiar with this. He had done all kinds of things, including those in the dark side. Okay. Li Longji responded and motioned to continue. Take the money from Beitsiu. Zhongqiu and Nanku do not need to use their beauty to attract people. The girls from Beitsiu have agreed to take half of the money. They will sit next to the rich people who buy the tickets. They will dress up prettily and be responsible for shouting "Ah! Wow! Oh my God" in the audience. Or they will just show their excitement to set the atmosphere. At the same time, they will be noticed by the people who buy the tickets and negotiate the price. Li Yi said and signaled Qing Song to take the thing back. The thumb of the left hand was fixed on the shroud. Later he would put it on for Bai Su. His thumb and wrist should not move. Qing Song knew where the things were. He took the umbrella that Wang Xing carried and ran out. Brother Yi, do you have more? Li Longji asked on behalf of everyone. Yes, there are items in the competition. They will be auctioned one by one. The Li family Zhuangzi and the Ministry of Household Affairs will give a certificate. During the auction process, the Li family Zhuangzi auction house will take a cut. The cut is usually 30% to 50%. They will use the money to help raise the price. They would rather spend it on themselves and wait for the next auction. The price can't be low. Li Yi said another way to make money. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued. Before the competition, they will know whose skills are better. They will sign a purchase contract, and even send people to the local area to buy. They will wait for the first place and publicize it in the newspapers. When the price of these things is raised, they will sell it. In addition to these, there are too many things. During the competition, they will provide a 20% discount, booking service, off-site gambling, and so on. Let's not talk about it. It's too tiring. The officials were speechless again. Gang Ro, you definitely won't go hungry. Zhang Jiuling cupped his fist. Jiuling, I'm not doing this to earn a little money for myself, or to help the Ministry of Household Affairs. It's raining outside, and Yoji came to see me. I'm bored. Next time, I'll go to the southeast and southwest. I'll take the sea route and get other seeds. Good crops are the foundation of the people. Li Yi waved his hand. He didn't care. If it wasn't to protect the reputation of the Ministry of Household Affairs, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to give money directly? If he had the time to waste, how much could he get by fishing for coral? How much could he get by digging for diamonds? There was also jade, which was popular in the Tang dynasty. However, the others didn't think so. Yang Si-sun was still grinning. He didn't express his gratitude. Like Gao Lisher, he had his own strength. Gao Lisher was known for his thoughtfulness. Oh, and loyalty. He was also loyal, but he was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. In the future, if anyone made Li Yi unhappy, he would just take action. When he smiled, his humble two brothers were afraid, and hid in Princess Yongmu's arms. You too, come here. You're a man. You can't be timid. Li Yi walked over and grabbed the back of the children's collars, one in each hand. I smell the fragrance on Sister Tian. Sun-er finally told the truth. It had nothing to do with fear. Qian-er nodded and admitted that his brother was right. What fragrance? Where? Li Yi flicked the foreheads of the two children. When Princess Yongmu was about to pout, he continued. It's not just fragrance, it's very fragrant. Brother Yi. Li Qingqi cupped his fist. Good Brother Yi, you're amazing. I learned something again. I'll ask your sister-in-law to try it later. Chapter 1532. While they were talking, the rain outside was getting lighter. The water rose quickly and fell quickly. There was already a shortage of water in the fields. It was only because of the heavy rain that the water didn't seep in for a while that the water overflowed. The people at the bridgehead who were hiding from the rain and drinking soup ran out one after another. Many of the greenhouse vegetables had been taken down, and were ready to plant other vegetables. Most of them were the last batch. When they were done, the other vegetables in the fields could be eaten, such as cabbages, shallots, lettuce, and chives. The vegetables were drenched by the rain, and obviously couldn't survive overnight. The people buying vegetables looked like they would lose money if they didn't lower the price. The vegetable seller lowered the price. In fact, many vegetables were covered. It was okay to leave them overnight, but it was troublesome to take them back. Yo. Cucumbers have thorns on the top. If you take them back today, they'll rot at night. Lower the price, I'll sell 6. The people buying vegetables bargained, as if they were fighting an enemy. No, I'll give you 1 more, but you're still greedy. If you say more, I won't sell it to you. The vegetable seller refused. I'm helping you. Look at the vegetables drenched in the rain tomorrow. Do you think you can sell them? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're clearly taking advantage of my difficulties. I won't give in. I'm clearly helping you in your hour of need. If I don't buy, you'll lose more. I'll just give you 1 more cucumber. I won't talk anymore. Then I'm leaving. I'll buy from someone else. Your vegetables can't survive overnight. I'll give it to Li Dongzhu later. Okay, give me 1 more cucumber. I'll pick a good one. The seller won because he had an extra card. The buyer didn't lose anything and got an extra cucumber. There were also customers who got extra eggplants, radishes, coriander, and other things. The sun didn't set in the west, but the sky slowly darkened, telling everyone that it was almost night. The people setting up the stalls sorted out the things that couldn't be kept for a long time. They said goodbye to the people guarding the bridgehead of the Li family Zhuangzi and retreated. The night market people came with carts or poles. There were many of them, but the rain still came. They mainly sold things to the people living in the buildings. The families of the Southwest barbarian slaves worked and earned money, so they also ate snacks. The Southwestern barbarians were working hard to accumulate points and prepare to exchange for a contract, turning the slave contract into a long-term employment contract. This way, no matter how hard they worked, they would still be paid. They never thought of leaving the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't beat or scold people, and the food was still fine. But if he took his family away, what was he supposed to do? He had no land of his own. The Li family Zhuangzi's people went over to collect the goods. There were signs on the goods, and the farmers looked at the quality of the goods and estimated the discount price. The discounted price was usually lower than the cost price. When the stall owner had to pay the stall fee, the discount would be deducted. The people who set up the stalls tried their best not to leave anything behind. If they really couldn't, they could still make some money back. If a large vegetable merchant tried to lower the price, the Li family Zhuangzi would help to lower the price. For example, the price of bean worms remained stable. Li would calculate the cost of breeding, the amount of protein and other nutrients. Then he would consider the cooking method and taste, compare it with other similar products, and draw a line for the price, including the size and activity. When the restaurants and stalls bought the bean worms, the price had to be higher than the Li family Zhuangzi's. Before dinner, Yang Si-sun called the heads of the Department of Household Affairs over and told them how to make money. They couldn't take all the money. The money they got would be given to the Department of Household Affairs. Whoever put in more effort would get more, and those who didn't put in the effort would get the least. In addition, the imperial plantations all over the country had to add a third industry. Like Wang Xing was in charge of the imperial plantations. Not only did he not lack things, but he also made extra money. The imperial plantations of other places didn't need the 6 Li manor, and the Department of Household Affairs had no jurisdiction over them. There was also Shaolin Manor. The 12 bureau chiefs, no, they were called Fengyu. There were 2 Fengyu in each bureau, and there were many people in the Department of Household Affairs. The 12 Fengyu lowered their heads and took notes. They copied the Li family Zhuangzi's people and wrote with a pencil. As they spoke, they began to eat. Today's main dish was big plate chicken. Some people couldn't eat spicy food, so they set up another stove. The cafeteria made 100 big plate chicken this time. It was estimated that they could eat until tomorrow morning. Those who took over in the middle of the night continued to eat. The chickens of the Tang dynasty weren't like Li Yi's 40-day-old meat chickens. Zhuangzi's chickens were much bigger. Of course, if the people of Li Yi's time wanted to eat a small 40-day-old chicken, there would be leftovers if they couldn't finish it. If it were the people of the Tang dynasty who did manual labor, they could finish a big chicken in one go. They could even eat a bowl of noodles. From morning until now, the officials felt that 10 days had passed. They were tired, mentally tired. Yao Chang's eyes were filled with memories. He thought of the situation when he first met Li Yi. Li Yi was like this in the past. He would find something to do every day. After a long time, the frequency of asking Li Yi for advice was not high. Unexpectedly, Li Yi was still the Li Yi of the past. Whether he could come up with an idea or not depended on whether he encountered something. In this day, he learned a lot of knowledge. At the same time, he also solved the income of the Department of Internal Affairs, the promotion of local specialties, Old Zhong's situation. Li Yi was indeed different when he was serious. When the others were compared to what they had learned from the books, they were dealt a huge blow. They were dejected and depressed. If it was on the battlefield, it would no longer be considered a defeat. Instead, it would be a one-sided massacre. I'll rest well tonight and tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, when Tianlan Pavilion will open, I'll go and make a lot of money. Princess Yongmu picked chestnuts to eat. Only the Li family Zhuangzi could keep chestnuts until now. The drunken immortal house in Lantian County produced 10 caddies of chestnuts every day. Xiao Lan sat next to Princess Yongmu. She ate Chinese yam. As long as the Princess Yongmu liked to eat something, she could choose not to eat it based on the quantity. Give this side a bowl of chestnuts. Leave a few pieces of Chinese yam. Li Yi instructed. Guyan was close to the door. He turned around and flashed out. Master, I like chestnuts too. The little girl was in charge of taking care of the twins. The twins did not use chopsticks well enough. They used spoons to scoop up the chestnuts, and then used their hands to grab them. The two of them also had a soft spot for chestnuts. They were sweet and tasted better than Chinese yams. I'll allow you to eat 5. Don't eat too much. I'll start looking for someone to treat you tomorrow. Li Yi was afraid that his eldest disciple would consume too much sugar and affect his condition. If there was time to prepare for the interventional surgery, he would try to adjust his diet. I'm not eating. I'm afraid of death. The little girl told the truth. When she knew that she would not live to 15 years old, she thought of a situation. When she realized that she could live for many years, it would definitely be a different situation. Li Longji was in a good mood. He did not eat staple food and drank beer. He was in a daze. He was afraid that he was dreaming. He wanted to confirm that Li Yi had indeed returned. Without Li Yi in spring, the flowers did not seem to bloom. Yesterday he was still in a daze. Today the sun was shining brightly. The sound of rain dripping from the eaves outside was proof. Did I eat at noon? Li Longji did not feel hungry. He drank glass after glass of beer and could still drink. You ate half a bowl of noodles left by the non-commissioned officer at the source of the Yellow River. Gao Lisher stood behind Li Longji and gave the answer. Since I've eaten staple food, I won't eat at night. I'll drink beer. Li Longji picked up his glass again. Chapter 1533. Get the melon seeds and longan for third brother to drink. Put the dried shrimps on a plate. Li Yi watched Li Longji drink and didn't persuade him to eat. When eating for the sake of drinking, it was best to eat snacks. Snacks didn't fill the stomach. If one vomited after eating melon seeds and drinking beer, they would recover quickly the next day. The more they drank and ate, the more uncomfortable they would feel after getting drunk. They would vomit a bunch of things and wouldn't be able to recover the next day. Longan was sweet and could help to break down the alcohol. Dried longan was called longan, and fresh longan was called longan. Sometimes fresh longan was also called longan, and dried longan was called dried longan. Li Yi was also drinking beer. He waited until he was almost done drinking and took a break before eating a bowl of noodles. If he was drunk, he couldn't eat anymore. The officials followed him and drank yellow rice wine. They needed alcohol to help relax their nerves. They were scared today. Did Li Yi go crazy after returning from the sea? Was he going to make up for the strategy he used when he was at sea? They felt like they had been attacked by a supersaturation attack, and were lucky to survive. Their heads were buzzing. They ate slowly and occasionally were in a daze. When ordinary people heard Li Yi speak, they would remember if they could. If they couldn't remember, there was no need to spend too much effort to think. How could they not think about it? They would make decisions from the general direction, and then directly implement the specifics. The whole meal was dull. When they were almost done eating, each person had a cup of toad oil. After eating, they went back to rest. The next day, Li Yi woke up early at 10 o'clock. He took a bath and found someone to massage him until noon. He ate a bowl of wonton and felt refreshed. He led the nurses to find death row prisoners to practice. He had practiced the interventional technique many times on animals. The little girl observed from the side. She didn't practice, and didn't eat the string. The death row prisoners' bodies were well nourished. Some of them had some minor problems, but the nurses and imperial physicians who stayed behind helped to treat them. They wouldn't first freeze a certain part of the body, and then use hot water to collect data. Any surgery would be damaged, even if it was minimally invasive. The death row prisoners were given a chance to live. As long as they went through one experiment and recuperated, they could become a team member of the squatter team. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Those who were given a chance to squatter belonged to the category of people who were guilty to a certain extent. Those who didn't have the right to set up the duds deserved to die. Everyone pay attention. Based on the scans and imaging, this patient is indeed a patient. We should put a stent on him. I'll have to sacrifice my lifespan. This person, how could he? Ugh. Give him a brace. One is enough. Li Yi was giving a lecture when he realized that the prisoner on death row, who was lying there under general anesthesia, needed a stent. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to die while working. The fake patient had become a real patient. He could no longer use the little girl's treatment method. Let's not bother with him after we finish practicing. An imperial physician nurse from the Imperial Medical Department did not treat the death row prisoner as a human being. He's an exchange. If he dies while we're practicing targeted surgeries, he deserves it. But he's not that kind of person. There's no such thing in the contract. Even if he's going to be beheaded tomorrow, and is sick today, we still have to try and treat him first. He should have died because of the law, not because of illness, unless there's nothing we can do. Li Yi was a principled person. If a person who was about to be executed suddenly suffered a myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage, he must first save them. The death penalty was the death penalty, and humanity was humanity. It was precisely because of this that humans could become a civilization. Therefore, everyone was busy. They made several mistakes during the operation, but they finally put the stent in. This person could live a normal life. If there were any problems in the future, Li Yi would not care. He would belong to another department and have another contract. As a bomb disposal personnel, if something happened during the bomb disposal process and a sudden illness occurred, it would depend on the level of the local doctors. If they could save him, they would save him. I am alive? The patient woke up after the operation. Before Li Yi could ask a question, the patient asked first. Yes, you're alive now. What about in the future? Li Yi had to ask. Usually, he asked logical questions and preoperative memories. People who knew that 1 + 3 = 4 might lose other memories, such as their surname. In the future, when you enter the place where the bomb disposal is done and get enough points, it will become a fixed-term imprisonment. The death row prisoner looked at the ceiling and blinked. Do you have anything you want to say to your wife and child? Li Yi opened his hand and waved it in front of the death row prisoner's eyes. Did you find a wife for me? Whether you shake it or not, I can see things blurry. Am I going blind? The death row prisoner's pupils were adjusting. No, my hand is too close to your eyes. I'm sorry. Look, is it okay this time? Li Yi was quite embarrassed and raised his hand. Your thumb is big. Circle, what do you say? In your other hand, you have 1 dipper of poverty and 2 dippers of wealth. The condemned prisoner finally saw it clearly. First, you're not nearsighted or farsighted. Second, your mind is clear. Third, you're more superstitious. Li Yi was relieved. The surgery was successful. Rest well. When you're well, you can go to the bomb disposal. They rested for an hour. First, everyone relaxed. They did not get the ball, but the lower stent was operated first. If anyone had the same problem in the future, the lower stent would not be so flustered. The male and female nurses' clothes were drenched in sweat, and they were all exhausted. The requirements of the interventional surgery were too strict, and their spirits were always tense. Forget it, this is the only one today. Go back and think about the process. Don't be afraid in your dreams. Li Yi gave up on the next experiment. He was worried that everyone would make too many mistakes and kill the death row prisoner. If he died, there would be one less test subject and one less labor force. Master, there's a curved channel in a bead, and it's spiral. How do we thread it? I thought there was only the ant string method to find its mother. Today, I found out that we can use the interventional method. The little girl concluded that there were two ways to solve this problem. My good disciple, you're underestimating me. It's just a bead that ants can pass through. How can we use the interventional equipment? A wire transmitter will do. The material determines the result. If ants can pass through, why should we use the interventional wire? An ordinary one will do. And there are at least two methods, the buoyancy traction method and the vacuum suction method. Li Yi had many methods. Threading a thread was not a big deal. Master, I don't understand. The little girl lowered her head, as if she felt that she was too stupid. Li Yi looked around and found that he could not continue the surgical experiment. So he simply brought his eldest disciple to play. Read the book first. I'll arrange for old by old Yao and the others to come over and bully them. Li Yi wanted to look for fun, and the ministers were the most suitable. Li Longji did not go to court, and there was nothing for him to solve. There were 4 prime ministers and assistants, and the problem of money was no longer a problem. Li Longji was playing chess with his eldest daughter. At this moment his forehead was sweating, and he was very anxious. It had been 6 games, and every game had been a draw. At first, he wanted to let his daughter win at the last word. In the end, as the game went on, it was a draw. One game and another game were obviously different, which meant that he didn't want to make a draw. Who was better at chess than him? Chapter 1534. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 general and 1 kill. Party A's 1 change moves, if not, it's a loss. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 change moves, if not, it's a draw. Father, you're too amazing. You always let me win and play chess with me. Princess Yongmu moved the chess pieces a few times, and it was a draw. It was impossible for anyone to checkmate the other. Li Longji played chess with his daughter for the first time, and he was defeated. As the emperor, if he couldn't see that his daughter was deliberately playing chess with him, he would have been dealt with by others. Yuan, do you feel wrong to betroth you to Li Yi? You're so smart, you can play 7 games in a row. Li Longji considered his daughter's intelligence and high IQ. It wasn't a free love, it was a forced arrangement. I learned it from Li Lang. When Li Lang played chess with me, it was a draw. Father, are you saying that I should find someone else? Who should I find? If I find someone else, Li Lang won't be mine. I won't agree. How could Princess Yongmu feel wronged? Looking at appearance, some people were indeed good-looking. Men were more beautiful than women. Li Lang couldn't be compared to this. He was just a little bit worse. Of course. Then she couldn't find a few men. She couldn't beat Li Lang in a fight, but Li Lang could fight with Guizi for more than a dozen moves. Needless to say, others couldn't write poems. Li Lang also knew how to do farm work, make tools, know how to raise animals, and know about economics. Li Lang could bring her flying, but could others? Get a yacht parked on the Ba River for this princess to see. The key was that Li Lang's braised pork was the most delicious. Brothery. Oh, Xiaoyi taught you chess? Li Longji felt better. It was normal for his daughter to learn from a good person. Playing chess. Li Lang has a lot of chess manuals, I read them. It's very simple, I can learn it after reading it twice. Also, I've read less than 60 Go manuals. Li Lang said that the Go of the Tang dynasty was too soft and lacked attack. Once they get used to it, It will be detrimental to the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu said as she placed the chess pieces back in place. She had a large number of chess manuals provided by Li Yi to play. I won't play anymore, I won't play anymore. Li Longji waved his hand. He was already traumatized by the game. Your Majesty. When Gao Lisher received the little eunuch's report, he leaned forward and said, Li Yi ordered people to make 1 or 9 beads, and wanted to thread the beads with silk thread. Find the ministers for entertainment. Princess Wenqing gave Songzhan Gambu a question. Princess Yongmu instantly thought of something. Is it convenient to find the ant? Li Longji knew the answer. The silk thread was tied to the ant. Lure them with food at the other end, or block the hole with the bead, and the ants pass through with the thread. Simple. Li Yi said not to use ants. Gao Lisher pointed out the key point. Then it's interesting. Let's go and have a look. Li Longji wanted to have a look. At noon, the ministers rushed over with official documents and prepared to work in the Li family Zhuangzi in the afternoon. After lunch, Yao Cheng spoke first. Xiao Yi, take out the beads. Let's have a look. A pile of painted glass beads was sent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Yi, the pillar is wrong. It should be vaguely transparent. Otherwise, how can we know there are 9 beads? Bai Gu blew at the hole with his mouth to breathe, but he couldn't see how many beads were inside. Just to increase the difficulty, use transparent glass beads. Li Yi was prepared. He ordered people to make a large number of glass beads and prepared to sell them. Another batch of beads was brought. The songs inside were different, so it was impossible to make them exactly the same. Everyone looked at the transparent glass beads and had doubts. How to make the channels in the beads? Li Lang, how to make the holes in the glass beads? Princess Yongmu helped to ask the doubts in everyone's hearts. It depends on the softening temperature of the glass. Make the inner core with something with a higher melting point than the softening temperature of the glass. Things that are resistant to high temperatures can also be dissolved in water, acid, or alkaline solutions. It can also be volatilized. After the softening glass is wrapped around the inner core is melted, and the inner core is melted away. The resulting glass beads will have holes in them. Don't tell anyone about our family's secret. If anyone accidentally eavesdrops, remember to kill them. Li whispered at the top of his voice and looked around vigilantly. Everyone looked enlightened. It was simple. Let's go through. I don't believe there's any other way except for ants. Lu Huaishan couldn't wait. What do you want to bet? Li looked around again. We came to observe not because we don't trust you. Sui didn't fall for it. What was there to bet? They came to eat and drink this spring's good tea. The others nodded gently. Don't talk about this. Hurry up. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. My eldest disciple, let me show you. Everything has its own method. Those who use it well are respected. All living things have their own fate. Those who treat them well are benevolent. The law of the jungle is the law of heaven. Those who can be killed but not abused are the laws of man. Make the best use of things in a good way. Make the best use of people in a good way. Only in this way can the government be harmonious. Thank you, Master. The little girl bowed. The officials looked at each other and understood why Li Yi had asked them to come here. Class. Of course. Do we need you for this class? Do you think we don't know? Li didn't waste any more time. He took a large glass bead and a small iron bead. He threw the iron bead into one of the holes in the glass bead and shook it hard. After shaking it a few times, he stopped and looked at the situation inside. He shook it again, and the small iron bead came out from the other hole. Isn't it simple? What ants are you using? Li Yi placed the glass bead into the little girl's hands. He then took a small wooden bead and put it into the glass bead and put it into the water. He shook it again, and the wooden bead came out from the other hole. For the third glass bead, he took a wooden bead and put it in. He used his hand to block the hole and used his mouth to suck on the bead. He loosened his hand and the wooden bead went in. He sucked until his mouth was numb. The wooden bead still hadn't come out. Anyway, that's what it means. It will come out. Li Yi stopped sucking. His cheeks hurt. If I knew this would happen, I would have made the bet just now. Bai Gu regretted. You bet that he would suck it out. One glass bead is enough. It would be a waste to make so many. Song Jing realized that the process was not difficult. The ants could be laid off. 1 Tian. Today's newspaper has announced that tomorrow when Tian Orchid Pavilion will be open for business. Bring the glass beads over and sell them. Li Yi ignored Song Jing and said to Princess Yongmu, just tell them to wear the beads for fun. Princess Yongmu didn't know how to explain. Who can understand a girl's heart? Li Yi blurted out the advertising slogan. Selling the glass beads with holes didn't require a high price. They had to sell their feelings. Okay, then let them wear it. Princess Yongmu showed that she understood. No, ask their men to wear it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If we sell more glass beads, Wen Tian will donate a lot to the soldiers at the border. Li looked at everyone. Don't talk too much. Yes, keep it a secret. Bai Gu became serious when he heard that money was involved. Whoever is found to be not tight-lipped will be convicted of harming the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing supported. Princess Yongmu donated a lot of money. Chapter 1535. The officials found their own places to work, and the Li family Zhuangzi had their own courtyard. Other than so many palace maids and eunuchs, the officials of 5th rank and above could find their own places in the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to come in casually. If there was something, they would come and go through the zip line. There were 2 poles in the Li family Zhuangzi, one high and one low, and it was the same on the opposite side. When documents were sent over, the Li family Zhuangzi's high pole would slide to the opposite side. When documents were sent over, they would slide to the Li family Zhuangzi's low pole. In order to save the distance from the Tyrant Bridge, the zip line between the 2 points was the shortest. If it weren't for the fact that the zip line had its own weight and wasn't easy to straighten, the zip line could directly go back and forth from the Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace. Not to mention the zip line. Even the string used to fly a kite was light enough, but it still made a big arc when it was high. After I treat Qing Dai and everyone's illness, I will make a wired telephone and connect the wires to the imperial city. It will be convenient for old Bai and the others to work. Li Yi was sunbathing with Princess Yongmu and the others through the glass. Whether or not the glass could block the ultraviolet rays depended on what kind of glass it was. The permeability of lead glass was very low. A large group of children were in the Li family Zhuangzi. There were more than 20 princes and princesses. Ever since the other princes moved over, Li Longji's women also moved to the imperial plantation in the north. There was a large group of palace maids and eunuchs coming and going. The palace maids and eunuchs in their own palace took turns to come over. In the original palace there was a gloomy feeling, but when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there was sunshine. After Li Longji killed Princess Taiping after the Xuanwu Gate, he didn't dare to live in the imperial city and went to live in Xingqing Palace. Now, everyone took turns to go to the imperial plantation and Li family Zhuangzi. Their mentality was better, and they smiled sincerely when they met each other. In the past, they schemed against each other to fight for Li Longji and for the position of women. Now that Empress Wang's position was stable, even without Li Yi, she could take care of the imperial harem, let alone with Li Yi personally teaching Shangor. If they couldn't fight for positions, they should fight for benefits. However, there was no need to fight for benefits. He could have everything he wanted. Li Longji didn't look for more women now. He was too busy and had a bunch of children. Li Yi had told him that if he were to look for another woman, it would cause him to work too hard and reduce his lifespan. And he believed him. Li Longji was currently very comfortable. He had never dared to dream of such a life before. The Li family Zhuangzi could heal all kinds of pain, mainly psychological. Every villager was happy all day long. The social circle a person came into contact with was very important, especially in life. If others smiled more, one would also be full of smiles. Instead, it was the group of people who were sighing and feeling vexed. If he was with a group of mentally ill people, would he have to emphasize that he wasn't mentally ill? He really wasn't, they were. Then he heard several patients next to him say, "I'm not mentally ill, I'm really not," they are. Then was he or was he not? Li Longji didn't understand the problems of the mental hospital. He was analyzing the situation of the Li family. Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, why are the villagers always happy? Li Longji rocked the baby in the cradle. Because there's a comparison. Their lives are better than those outside, and there's hope. There's less social pressure, and they don't have to worry about material things. They also have Zhuangzi's management system. Among them, management is the most important. A Zhuangzi has a sense of superiority and is more willing to accept management. When the people of a country have a sense of superiority, they will support the government more. Third brother, look at families. If a husband and wife have hope for life and encourage and comfort each other, the family's life will be good. If a husband and wife, one party gives the other a feeling of oppression for a long time, complaints, silent violence, verbal violence, and even under normal circumstances, the man will hit the woman. In some cases, the woman will hit the man. This family can't compare to the former, whether it's the economy, the social circle, or even the children's growth and learning. Li said while lying on the rocking chair. This was his duty and responsibility to advise His Majesty and promote the development of the Tang dynasty. As he spoke, he raised his leg to stop Li Longji from rocking the baby. The baby had already fallen asleep. Why are you still rocking him? He signaled the palace maid to push the cradle further away and try not to be affected by the adults' voices. There was a rule in Zhuangzi. When the child was sleeping, the child was not allowed to hear the adults' voices. The distance had to be controlled. In other places, the children were sleeping, and the adults were chatting with the neighbors who came to visit. The child was sleeping comfortably, especially during his afternoon nap. He was woken up by the noise. The child was still young. He didn't know why, but he was particularly irritated and a little scared. He cried. The adults came over to hug him and coax him. While coaxing him, they said loudly to the neighbors, "I don't know what's wrong with this child. He's been sleeping well, and now he's crying." The neighbors said loudly, "You gave the child cinnabar to drink. It's very effective." Then whose family is it? His family. The child was already irritated. The source of the noise was closer and louder. It was uncomfortable. The crying was even more painful. Li knew that there was no such thing in the Li family Zhuangzi. When a child was woken up from his afternoon nap, he would usually hear a drawn-out voice when he woke up. When the adults spoke normally, the child would hear 3 to 4 times slower. It was the same feeling when one woke up from a short coma due to lack of oxygen in the brain. Listening to others speak was very slow. Li had done research before. He didn't do it alone. He gave a research topic, invested money, and others helped. In this state, his neural response was actually too fast. It wasn't slow. If it was slow, he should be able to hear very fast words. He wouldn't be able to hear them clearly. Human vision was sometimes like this. He could see that others' movements were slowed down. In other words, it was bullet time. If he could speed up his movements, the research topic was over. There was no money. Other people were doing research by the country. What was he? If he couldn't research that, he could analyze the child's state. This was simple. There were both psychology and biology. Bauer was pushed away. He was basking in the sun under the glass in the distance. He couldn't stay outside. The rain had just stopped last night. It was cold today. The temperature in the room was suitable. Bauer's breast was exposed. He lay in the baby cradle and slept soundly. His mouth moved from time to time. Mouth movement was a physiological reaction. He was still drinking milk. When was the most comfortable time? For a baby, it was the most comfortable time to eat. It was also comfortable to be hugged by his mother. When he slept and basked in the sun, he had a conditioned reflex, and his mouth would always move. Cut cucumber strips. I'll dip it in chili sauce and drink beer. I'm only half full at noon. I'm hungry. Li Longji relaxed and touched his stomach. He wanted to drink. Make a handful of spring onions. I want to drink some too. Do you still have peanuts? Li only ate half a bowl of rice at noon. He was too affected by the surgery in the morning. He had never done such a surgery before. The nurses had never done this surgery before. He was the backbone of the operation. It was his first time operating on a human. The moment the stent was successfully placed, his adrenaline soared. He could perform interventional surgery. His endocrine system was out of balance. His stomach secreted too much, and he couldn't eat. Now that he looked at Bao Er's cute appearance and basked in the sun, he wanted to drink and relax. Chapter 1536. Dongzhu, the peanuts have been eaten by the children as snacks. Do you want to eat sea cucumber? Songda, who was sitting at the door, rubbed his eyes and said. He had his own big courtyard, and was about to marry Hu Er's wife. Li Yi's dowry and betrothal gifts were all prepared. A big courtyard with 3 entrances, a small 2-story building, a sewing machine, 2 bicycles and a couple's watch. Songda did not receive officials below the 4th rank. He had no choice. Dongzhu had obtained the title of General of Heavenly Strategies, and the status of the stewards had risen. This was not like the 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister's residence. The General of Heavenly Strategies could open his own residence and directly appoint officials. The 2nd steward was in charge of the Crown Prince, the Imperial Censor, the Imperial Censor, the Imperial Scholar, the Wanyan County Magistrate, and the Chang'an County Magistrate. Now, Songda had to take over as the 2nd steward. Sun Xian had not returned from the source of the Yellow River. He was now guarding the door, guarding Li Longji, Li Yi, and Princess Yongmu. Grill a chicken rack and bring some meat. Don't really give me bones. You'll spray vinegar. Li Yi did not want to eat sea cucumber. The best food for grinding teeth was the kind that ate for half a day, but did not eat anything. I want to eat too. Princess Yongmu was hungry when she saw others eating. I'll go grill it. Li Yi got up. Brother Yi. Li Longji wanted to stop him. They were just drinking and chatting. Why did you have to do it yourself? Li Yi went out and found 4 big chicken racks. He first grilled them normally. The charcoal had to be broken into small pieces to heat up quickly. The chicken racks were placed in large iron wire clips. There were no skewers. The whole rack was grilled. Oil was brushed and the fire was strong. The chicken racks could not be grilled, especially at the corners. They were thin and would lose moisture easily. When they were grilled to medium well, they were handled separately. 2 of them continued to brush oil and spread the charcoal apart to reduce the fire. The other 2 used brushes to press sugar on the chicken racks. The sugar was poured on the chicken racks, and the brushes slowly brushed the melted sugar. After brushing one side, he changed to the other side. A chicken rack could be pressed with 2 ounces of white sugar. Then he sprayed vinegar, added a little cumin and salt and cooked. If it was roasted normally, it would be sprayed with vinegar, chili powder, cumin and salt. It would not be brushed with hot sauce. Li Yi came back with 4 chicken racks. Li Longji waited for him without eating or drinking. Princess Yongmu called the palace maids and eunuchs over to eat. Each person could eat a few mouthfuls. The bigger the chicken rack, the more meat there would be. Li Yi and Li Longji ate one of the 4 chicken racks. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the little girl ate one each. Li Yi first drank a mouthful of beer, burped, and tore a small piece from the chicken rack. He put it in his mouth and took half a bite, then put it down and continued drinking. Li Longji tore the chicken into pieces as well. When he was eating, he looked puzzled. Brother Yi, your grilled chicken rack is still the best. The last time I ate it, I always felt awkward. Someone else tore the chicken rack for you? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Longji nodded. The most taboo for a grilled chicken rack is to be torn by others. When you tear it yourself, you know what you want to eat. It feels like there's a lot of meat. If someone else tore it, they won't be able to eat the meat. Li Yi told him the reason why he didn't tear it up and bring it over. Li Longji was slightly taken aback. Indeed, but why? People who eat mainly eat. In order to eat where they want to eat, they will break the bones. Those who tear it don't eat it themselves. They tear it in the most convenient way. They tear it from the meat. Those who ask them to tear it eat it themselves. The place where they tear it is different. There are outstanding people in any industry. Talent is one aspect, but nurturing is also important. When the local officials are in charge of governing, they must keep their bodies submerged and not cause any trouble. Li Yi said as he tore off the chicken tip and put it on the plate in front of Princess Yongmu. One for each of us. Princess Yongmu had long been thinking about eating the chicken, but unfortunately, there was only one, so it was not easy to share. Xiaolan chewed the food in her mouth and nodded. She swallowed it. Chicken racks are delicious. You should teach the common people how to make them. The common people have less money, so it's more delicious to eat chicken racks. Li Longji heard this and tore off a little. After he finished eating, he asked, Brother Yi, is this easy to learn? 1 chicken rack costs 2 taels of white sugar. Li Yi gave the answer directly. Learn from the common people. Actually, stewed chicken racks are more delicious. Li Longji was helpless. With 2 taels of money to buy candy, why eat chicken racks? Wouldn't it be better to eat meat? The shed has been stewing. All the meat is shaved clean, leaving only a little chicken fat. Stew the bones until crispy. After eating, bask in the sun more. It can also replenish calcium. Li looked outside through the window. The grass outside was deliberately trimmed neatly. The gradually westward sun made the shadow of the grass tilt. A grasshopper jumped out. A half-grown chick suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and caught the grasshopper. It swallowed and ran. Someone chased after it. Go back, I'll tie your feet next time. Ha 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 ha. Li looked at it and laughed. The restrictions on travel are relaxed this year. I'm afraid there will be deserters. Li Longji looked at the villagers catching chickens and thought of the Tang dynasty catching refugees. The newspaper said that the yield of new seeds will double in 2 years. Who would be willing to leave the land and run away? It's time to test the administrative ability of the local officials. Li Yi understood the purpose of restricting the movement of people. If the transportation capacity was poor, it would be difficult to allocate resources. If there were few people in one place, the land would not be easy to grow. If they went to other places, there would not be enough food. There was no online identification system, and it was a planned economy. It was necessary to write letters of recommendation. This included food stamps. If you took the city's food stamps, you could not buy things outside the city. There were also food stamps for the province and the country. The Tang dynasty did not use food stamps. If you wanted to leave the county, you had to have the county's recommendation. If you wanted to leave the province, you had to bring the province's proof. Since the policy was relaxed, many deserters took small roads and mini passes to run to the capital office. Otherwise, why would the price of things in the capital office increase? This was under the premise that Li Yi helped to solve the problem of employment. Li Longji understood the meaning of the song. Where are the second batch of Zhuangzi students going? The capital office has no use for them. It's a waste of talent. When they arrive, write to me if they have any difficulties. I'll help them. However, they can't neglect their studies. I've been away for a long time and have been busy recently. I've been practicing and returning to my studies. Li Yi had been teaching the students about physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics. He did not teach literature, but economics and finance had entered the second stage. Li Longji frowned slightly. If they leave, I'm afraid the capital office will be unstable. With them overseeing the counties, the capital office has no worries. They've already trained people in the local areas. The officials who are incompetent can just stay there. The ones who really do the work are the officials and exiled officials. Li Yi wanted to change this, but he could not directly impact everyone's enthusiasm for the imperial examination. There were problems with the current imperial examination. Looking at the examination questions, calculating, and practical things, it was not as good as entering the imperial examination. If one took the imperial examination, they might become the prime minister. Current affairs were more important. Third brother, there's still a problem in the imperial examination that needs to be solved. Li picked up his cup and did not drink. He frowned deeply. Li Longji's hand stopped tearing up the chicken rack. There's one less section in the newspaper. It's a section on disputes over the policies of the Tang dynasty. Let's call it a comment section. If you want the students to think more about current affairs, there must be a debate. I'll add it later. Li Yi said that he had a problem. It was only right for everyone to have a war of words in the newspaper. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.